go live. Yay! Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, they did not. Okay. No echo. Excuse me. This is going to be fun. And I'm going to just babble for a little bit to see if there's an echo. Theophilus Sissel, the son successful. Yay! Okay, now. Okay, you can close that out, and I gave you the Riverside link as well, so if you can try that. Okay, if you can. Okay, try putting in the chat, just something in the chat, and make sure that you can see me and hear me. And I'm gonna just talk randomly about Alzheimer's. Yay! No echo. Yay! Now if I can figure out how to do my Facebook. Yes. I'm talking to Monique. Oh, yay! Okay, well, thank you very much. I think that's all I need. You're welcome to stick around. I'm going to be interviewing all sorts of fun people today. John Kovalik, Jennifer Lee Rossman, Echo Chernick, Pete Bately, Gary Gordon. Kate Sutton's going to do tarot. Sarah Anderson, Emily Wiederholt, Mary Murphy, Trina Ray, Crystal Rains, and Angelique Jerd. Thank you very much. You are awesome filled with awesome sauce. Thank you. Okay. Yes, I'm good. I have my ding dong for my breakfast. I didn't take aspirin yet. I'm fine with that. Yep, and I'm gonna put my phone over here just in case it goes off, since you're stage managing me. Yes, yes. Mm-hmm. Rainbow Space Magic. Hmm, okay. I am gonna eventually want a Mountain Dew. Mm-hmm. Nope. Monique says it's clear. You almost done? There we go. Okay, it is 7 a.m. Welcome, everyone. Huh? Well, thank you. Thank you for joining me for Contents May Vary, podcasting all day for the longest day. Today, we begin our journey to the longest day, the day with the most light. Working together, we will raise vital awareness and funds to support our vision of a world without Alzheimer's and all other dementia. As many of you know, my life has been touched by this devastating disease. Today, I'm honoring Marsha Morgan. Yay! And I am just our first guest is here. Yay! Can you hear me? Okay. Welcome, everyone, to Contents May Vary. I'm Angie Fiedler Sutton, talking to geeky people about geeky things. I'm a proud fangirl geek with pieces published in Stage Directions, Den of Geek, The Mary Sue, and I'm a regular freelancer for the Geeky. Today's guest is John Kovalik. John is an award-winning cartoonist, game designer, and writer. His work appeared everywhere from the New York Times to Rolling Stone and Dragon Magazine. His world of geeky goodies include Dork Tower, one of the very first webcomics, debuting online in 1996. John was co-founder of Out of the Box Games and helped in the creation of the revolutionary party game Apples to Apples. John's also responsible for the look of the fan favorite perennial bestseller Munchkin card game. He's drawn more than 7,000 cards for the game and wouldn't mind a spot of whiskey now, thanks. John was inducted into the Games Manufacturer Hall of Fame in 2004. In his spare time, John searches for spare time. Welcome to Contents May Vary, John.
How are you?
I am peachy and or keen. How about you?
Got a bit of a lag going on here. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, super. I'm
Awesome.
I'm in Columbus, Ohio, on the Hyatt's Wi-Fi
Oh,
for
fun.
the Origins Game Fair. So if I
Well,
drop off every now and then, please blame the Hyatt and not me.
we'll do the best we can. For those who are regular listeners to my podcast, they know I'm gonna. My first question is always, speaking of origin stories. So tell me that time when you realized cartooning was something that you wanted to do, quote unquote, for a living versus quote unquote just a hobby.
Well, I guess as a kid, when you're a kid, you don't really differentiate between a living or a hobby. My mom wrote a comic strip for a kids publication here in the US called My Weekly Reader. It was a very straightforward, it was called Hops the Bunny. It was very simple, but I had original art from um, from the comic hanging up over the house, all over the house. My mom would work in sort of cartoonist shorthand, drawing these little bunnies, very stylized rabbits, and I thought it was very, very cool. And just having a pen in my hand and sketching and drawing. And nobody ever told me to stop, so I never did. In the big turning point was probably in college. I had transferred to the University of Wisconsin. Um, I did a comic strip for my high school newspaper, which featured Carson the Muskrat, who is still in Dork Tower. Um, but it wasn't until I came to the University of Wisconsin Madison, which had a daily student newspaper, well, 5 times a week, um, that I started doing a daily comic strip. Again, 5 times a week, not technically daily. And I got that eventually in the city news, in Madison's morning city newspaper, and from there it became syndicated for a couple of years. And that was, I just my degree was in economics, which I loved, but it came very easily to me, so I could skip 2 out of 3 classes and hang out at the Daily Cardinal drawing cartoons, and that was a perfect college experience for me. Um, so Wildlife did not last long in syndication. It was a small syndicate. I was not ready for the work required. I did not understand the work required to do a successful comic strip. So the syndication was a little bit of a painful period for me, and eventually, as Wildlife was ending, I started doing this a technically bi-monthly, I guess, comic in Shadis magazine called Dork Tower, and everything just grew from there.
Great. Well, speaking of your the muskrat, why a muskrat? I've always wondered.
I have no idea. I'd not when I came up with Carson and some of the other characters in my old strip Wildlife. I was in high school in England, and I'd never seen a muskrat. Muskrat just sounded funny. It had a nice ring to it. It was named Carson after Johnny Carson, the talk show host. And that was really it. It was he started off on all 4 paws, and eventually he had a tail. He lost the tail somewhere along the way, and he started walking upright. This was all a gradual progression. So by the time the strip was syndicated, he was walking upright, and he has remained walking upright since then. But I did not see my first muskrat probably until I was about 25 or 26 in Wisconsin when I'd moved over to the States again.
Well, tell me a little bit more about the origins of Dork Tower. I'm usually not a fan of asking writers how they came up with ideas, but that's a very specific, what decided that group of people and those topics.
Sure. Um, Essentially, while I was working for the morning newspaper in Madison, the Wisconsin State Journal, I'd been a gamer uh, pretty much since I was 14 in England. I bought the little white box of Dungeons and Dragons um, at the very first Games Workshop in London, out in Hammersmith, a suburb of London. So I'd been a gamer for quite some time, and Gen Con was in Milwaukee. I'd been working as a feature writer at the Wisconsin State Journal, and I convinced my editors to let me go cover Gen Con because this was a pretty big story for the state. Dungeons and Dragons had been created in Lake Geneva, um, and the editors agreed to this. So for a couple of years, I was covering Gen Con as a news story, talking about new releases. This was before the huge explosion, the popular explosion of gaming into the mainstream. It was all still considered a little bit odd then, and it was all new. But this in the early '90s, you started seeing newspapers covering gaming more, because the kids who had grown up on hobby gaming were now becoming professionals. And so, several news, the San Francisco Chronicle, I remember, had a big games section every Christmas. Um, but, I just really enjoyed going to Gen Con. I loved talking with folks. I got to know some of the folks there. Um, and I started doing single panel cartoons for Shadis magazine. Shadis was an independent gaming magazine back in the early 90s. It was a terrific magazine published by Kenzer and Company. Um, and one year, the editor, DJ Trindle, I was talking with him at Gen Con, and he had told me that Knights of the Dinner Table was leaving Shadis, and they were looking for a replacement. Could I come up with something? And I said, yes, absolutely. I would love to do something like that. Um, and I had two choices. One of which was just to bring the old wildlife characters fully formed into this new strip. The other was to come up with a completely new comic strip entirely. And that appealed to me greatly. And by the time I had walked back to the car, the name popped into my head, Dork Tower. It was actually based on some old Judges Guild adventure supplements, adventures, the Dark Tower for D&D, and then Duck Tower for RuneQuest. So it had nothing to do with the board game, with the Stephen King novels at all. And once I was home, I just started sketching. And one of the first things when I talked to a lot of schools, I talked to a lot of kids about cartooning and art. And one of the first things I will tell them is just to start with basic shapes. So not having created any new comic strip characters in at this point, yeah, we're talking 15, 20 years. Yeah, would have been 20 years since I came up with wildlife in high school. I sat down, I drew a triangle, a circle, and a square. And if you're familiar with the Dork Tower characters, the triangle is Matt's head, the circle is Ken's head, and the square is Igor's head. And that was pretty much it. The first couple of strips, when it ran in Shadis, were just very straightforward gags. But I think it was the third strip where Igor was talking about playing a female character, which again, these days that's absolutely nothing revolutionary, at all. But back in the mid '90s, that wasn't quite such a done thing then. But anyway, that was the first point where Igor's character started to emerge. And from then on, the strip really became everybody else just dealing with Igor.
Great. Um, Speaking of gaming, how did you transition then into also game designing? I mean, obviously you play games, but what made you go, I want to create one?
Um, it was a fairly straightforward process. I'd been working with Out of the Box for a few years, um, and we would do a lot working with the gaming company. There's a lot of game design that goes on anyway, which you don't really get credited for. You'll make little tweaks to things. You'll throw in, a little change in the rules here and there. Um, and we had a submission come in for a game about texting, and this light bulb went off in my head, and I remember very clearly saying, "That's not how you do a game about texting. This is how you do a game about texting." And that inkling of an idea became the game Raffle, which was a game I'm still very proud of, and I'm hoping it gets a second shot at publication because there are things that would definitely change about it. But you're around games so long. I think most gamers could easily become game designers. I'm not saying they would become good game designers, but some of them would. But you're familiar with rules and how rules work and how different mechanics in the game might work, and you take bits and pieces from things that have come before, and then you add your own spin on them, and all of a sudden you've got a game.
Great. Now, aside from origins, another big question I like to ask is process. And how do you do things? Do you
Yeah.
use pen and paper, or do you strictly stay to computer when you do your comics?
Oh God, no. Now that I'm on the road, I've got to use my iPad Pro to come up with the next strip. But I prefer. It's taking me this long to find the right pen and paper. I don't want to abandon them now. There's something very satisfying about putting ink onto paper, and it's something that links you to a tradition that's gone back thousands of years. And I just cannot get away from this tremendous feel of a pen applying pressure onto a piece of paper and coming out with a piece of art at the end of the morning. I use a relatively inexpensive Bristol board, which is a thicker paper, but not the really, really, really great stuff. I find it's not necessary for my work. And I've got this pen. It's a Faber Castell. Uh, it's called the Artist's Pen. And I'm actually, now that I just say that, I think I got the name wrong. I've been using these pens for like the last 10 years. I'm just gonna have to at some point. I'll grab a pen and give you the correct name. Um, it's but yeah, I love. It's got a great ink flow to it. I will wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and my best days are just going straight to the table, straight to the drawing table, and I've got 2 hours before my wife and kid get up, which I just draw in complete silence. In the winter, you'll see the sun come up. In the summer, it's already a little bit light at 5 where I live. But I won't even turn on a radio, no music. It'll just be me drawing. And those are just 2 fantastic hours. And if I can get those done, I've got enough momentum to take me through the rest of the day. Now, the hardest part is stopping. Like theoretically, if I'm starting work at 5 o'clock in the morning, I should be done by 2 or 3 at the latest. But sometimes, in the creative life, if you're on a roll, it's hard to stop. It's like it's just it's fun. My work is hugely fun. I don't feel like it's work. Some of the business aspects is definitely work, but the drawing aspect, I joke that I'm never going to retire. People are just going to stop paying me for what I do. It's because I'm just going to keep doing it. Um, but then once I've got the art on the paper, I will scan it in to my desktop computer and then onto the cloud, and I'll touch it up on my iPad Pro. So I'll clean up some of the line work. I get the colors in. The shading, I definitely do. I've started shading it. Boy, I guess it's been a couple of years now, and so that has to be done on the iPad Pro. I'm trying to I'm trying to break from Photoshop. I don't think I need Photoshop anymore. I think everything on Clip Studio is just wonderful, and also it's not a subscription service, but it's like using Photoshop for Dork Tower is like using a Ferrari to go pick up groceries. It's a little bit unnecessary. I don't need all the Photoshop.
Well, you kind of already touched on this, but you said I'm is a writer's block adjacent question. What do you do to
Yes.
kind of keep it? I mean, Yes, it's a job, but it's also, art, which, there are plenty of other easier jobs. What do you do to kind of keep it fresh and keep it fun and keep from being burnt out?
Well, I love shaking things up on the strip. Um, I've got a real solid cast of characters in Dork Tower now, and I'm very like over the years the cast of characters has really built up, and I love switching between the characters. I love shaking up the relationships between the characters. Originally, Dork Tower, because Charles Schultz, was always my greatest influence, and so in my mind's eye, I always saw Matt and Jilly, two of the characters in the strip, who people always wanted to get together. I always saw that as being this ongoing thing, like the little uh, redheaded girl in Peanuts and Charlie Brown. Like they would never get together. I'd almost get them together, then I would, just make them miss somehow. Um, but then, honestly, one of the I never read other web comics, especially gaming web comics, because I never wanted to accidentally uh, use other people's ideas. Like there have been times when I've repeated an idea in Dark Tower. Like I'll come up with a cartoon, and 3 years later, I'll run almost the exact same cartoon because I've just totally forgotten that I had written that strip in the first place. And I never want to do that, with somebody else's work. So I would just not read other strips. Then I came across this comic called Dumbing of Age. They made a brief reference to Apples. It was hilarious in this strip. It's made by David Willis. It's just a masterpiece as far as I'm concerned. It's brilliant comic writing, and the art is just tremendous. And he made some joke about Apples to Apples being the Christian version of Cards Against Humanity. Um, and I think that was my introduction to the strip. I was familiar with some of his work prior to this strip. He had done a strip called Short Pact before this. And it's really wonderful because Short Pact used all the same characters. And a strip prior to that he had created used all the same characters, but he just mixed up all of their jobs, all their relationships, everything about them when he would do a new strip. Um, so uh, the same characters from Short Pack during the strip Dumbing of Age. And I was hooked. I loved David's writing style. I loved his storytelling. I loved his art. And it never influenced me as far as the basic jokes or joke construction goes. But as far as what you could do with a cast of characters, that shook my entire world. Um, it was just this wonderful revelation. Okay, the characters don't have to always be in a little redheaded girl relationship. The football doesn't always have to be pulled out from Charlie Brown. I mean, there's great things about running gag like that, but all of a sudden, I put Jilly into a relationship with another character people love called Stell. Um, I got Matt back together with his ex girlfriend. This is all huge fun. Like, there's things I haven't even started touching on yet since the last. This shakeup came a couple of years ago, and it helps keep things fresh for me. It opens up new story possibilities like you wouldn't believe. And I'm currently working on another. Like right now, there's another big shakeup in the strip, and it's really funny because the readers aren't sure if this is going to be permanent or not. If the rug is going to be pulled out from under them, or if this is going to be an actual paradigm shift in the characters' relationships and what they do and how they move forward. Um, so apart from just drawing a little better and always wanting to draw a little bit better and make the strip, the nicest looking strip I can. um, just throwing bombs into the characters' lives is a lot of fun.
Now, I'm, as you probably know, I'm a big fan. I've been a reader for quite some time. I'm even on your Patreon, so I kind of already
Thank you
know the
so much,
answer.
by the way.
I
Yeah.
kind of already know the answer to this, but for the audience, how far in advance do you typically work? I mean, are you?
Okay. Typically, I like to be 4 weeks in advance. Again, David Willis is like, boy, I think he's almost maybe over a year in advance at this point. But for the type of strips I do, 4 weeks is very comfortable. 6 weeks is great. 8 weeks is too long. 8 weeks, I like inserting current events into the strip at times. And yeah, so like 4 to 6 weeks is great. Right now, I'm working on a strip by strip basis. I've got about 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got like 4 weeks of strips I could be running instead as the backlog, but I just really wanted to start this current series, which began running when I was in London about a month ago, and it's continuing. Um, and I've been very busy. I've been hugely busy these last 2 months, so it's basically been a case of just keeping my head above water with the strip. And at least getting two up a week instead of the normal three. Now, next week, I'm back home for 2 whole months. And so I should be back to my normal 4 week backlog relatively soon after that. The whole wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning routine makes me very productive and I love it. So I'm not desperately worried, but I'm not particularly fond of, you know, creating the next strip right after the previous one has run.
Hmm. Well, I mean, excuse me. How do you, as a writer myself, I know that there are sometimes characters kind of take off and do their own thing. Have you had that
Oh, yeah.
happen to yourself as well? Do you have your characters kind of surprise you?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Like the whole Jilly and Stella relationship, that came out of nowhere. It was, uh, it was just these two characters readers loved, and it just made sense. But I certainly had not planned that. I was planning on there being some, again, little redhead girl tension because Stell is a lesbian, and Jilly at that point, was just assumed to be hetero. Turns out she's bi, and I did not know that, but it's wonderful because she's this very loving, open, affirming character, and she is all about love. And that that whole thing just really surprised me, and it came around very naturally. It came the relationship built very organically, and yeah, I there was like back in 2021, I was not planning on all of a sudden having a bisexual, biracial relationship in the comics. But again, I blame that on David Willis and Dumbing of Age. And for me, it's just all it is writing about love. It's like, okay, I'm not pretending to be a voice for any non-binary characters, any gay, it's just writing about two people in love, and for me, that's easy. So it's yeah, it just came. It just very naturally evolved, and like anytime Igor opens his mouth, something surprising is going to come out of that. I think a lot of people. I had Igor um, meet up with his future self. And I don't know where that came out of. I just had this very silly idea that future Igor would be just as essentially shallow as current Igor, and I wanted them to meet. And some of the readers were disappointed that didn't lead to a larger series. But who knows? It's time travel; it could come back.
Now, you've been doing this since 1996. Obviously, a lot has changed since then. What would you
Hmm.
say is the biggest change that you've had to kind of get over?
Honestly, I mean, so much has changed since '96, both societally and in our hobby, in our very geeky little hobbies. Um, I think I never would have expected to see gaming become so accepted, not just accepted, embraced. I was taking a pizza cooking class 2 days ago before I came to this convention. And it was me and 11 other people, all ages, all sexes, um, at this at a restaurant in Madison. And somebody asked me what I did, and I said I'm a cartoonist, and that always raises eyebrows. Nobody ever takes being a cartoonist casually. um, it's like spotting a rare bird in the wild. Uh, but all of a sudden, everybody. I mean, and I told them for the mainstream audience, I'll go with Apples to Apples. For a geeky audience, I'll go with Munchkin. But I'll drop in that I was one of the creators of those games. And in this case, pretty much everybody in this pizza class started talking about their favorite game. And you've got your Catons, your Ticket to Rides, your Carcassones, but you also had people who played Mindwave and Camel Up and Code Names and Wingspan and Forbidden Island, and it was just like incredible. I mean, it was like one of these times when it hits you just how far gaming has come. Because I was in college during the whole Satanic Panic with Dungeons
Mhm.
and Dragons. Um, so just seeing gaming in all of its forms, tabletop gaming, uh, as this giant cultural phenomenon now is amazing. Um, and on the other hand, societally, again, just um, it's very uh, uh, like I had during the pandemic, I had a I came to a very important point in my career, I believe. In fact, even before the pandemic, it was during during the Trump years when Trump was president. I sat down and I thought to myself, do I address issues societally? I mean, do I use this as a valve for my own emotions about the state of the world, my own feelings, my own perceptions? Or do I just make Dork Tower escapism for people who want to change from all of this darkness that had suddenly hit our worlds? And I made the decision, the very conscious decision, that I was going to address stuff as it happened. And it started relatively slowly, again, during the Trump years, but definitely by the pandemic. Um, it had really ramped up. And I was joking to myself. I made a joke with somebody that, yeah, it's going to wind up with a couple of the characters arrested at a Black Lives Matter protest. And I said that as a joke, but then it did. Matt and Ken were at a Black Lives because Madison had was one of a number of cities with a huge protest, and so it's like, yeah, they're going to be arrested at this. Of course they are. This is so a couple of strips they're in jail. It's like it's just what the strip has become anymore, and I'm so glad other people follow it because really, I'm just doing these comics for me, to get stuff off of my chest, um, to vent, to um, to celebrate, whatever. Um, and the fact that other people dig it is just amazing.
Well, I mean, that leads into kind of you're also an editorial cartoonist. How did that come about? And talk a little bit about that.
Well, I
Or
actually
was.
gave it up. Yes, I was. I gave it up back in 2000 because I basically hate politics, and I didn't enjoy it as much as I used to when I first got out of college. Um, I kept at it. I briefly did some editorial cartoons for a local weekly newspaper back in 2010 when we had these huge protests at Governor Walker's attacks on the teachers union. These were happening right outside my studio, which at the time was on Capitol Square in Madison. Um, but really, Dork Tower lets me say everything I need to say. I became an editorial cartoonist by accident when I was working at the Daily Cardinal. A good friend of mine was the editorial cartoonist there, and I just sort of thought, oh, that looks fun. I'll give that a try. Um, and that eventually got me a staff job at the Wisconsin State Journal. And that's also what eventually got me into the New York Times and the Washington Post. But it didn't pay very much, especially once I quit as a staff member. Back in 1996, my wife and I were getting married, and I was getting fairly miserable as a features writer at the State Journal, and I wasn't getting along well with my editor, and I just did not enjoy the job anymore, especially when it came to interviewing other cartoonists. Like if the State Journal picked up a new comic strip, I would talk with Bill Amend and about Foxtrot, and great guy, terrific strip. But it also, I was dying a little bit inside, talking with these cartoonists who are more successful, like who had their careers, who were. It's like, so what's it like being a successful cartoonist? And the pain in my voice had to have been palpable. And in 1996, my wife saw that I was miserable at the paper anymore, and she said, "Honey, just quit. I'll support you until something else comes along." And within 6 months, I'd begun Dork Tower, and it was quite a while before gaming work and Dork Tower work uh, supported my it gave me a full time income. But in the meantime, I was doing web design, which back then was very easy, very easy. The 1996 web. And so I eventually, I actually quite soon was making more than I was making at the State Journal. And as the comic work kept coming in, and as the gaming work kept coming in, I was able to drop the web work and just go full time game design, game illustration, comic strip. And that was thanks to Apples in a large part, but also Munchkin. Munchkin is in 19 languages now, I think. I'll go all over the world to conventions and I'll draw the Duck of Doom for someone and it'll make their day. And that's absolutely a privilege on my part. It's like, oh my goodness, this is the most, like seeing that you can make somebody happy with a drawing is an amazing feeling. Um, and of course, Apples to Apples became a monster. And um, eventually, we sold it to Mattel, which I still was against. It's like, no, guys, this is going to be so much bigger. We sold 4 million copies of it, and I think the last thing I looked at was Mattel sold close to 20. Um, but it did these two once in a lifetime games uh, are the reason that I was able to drop everything else and just cartoon, or with a little game design thrown in here and there. Um, and I'm very grateful for that. I was very fortunate. Uh, a lot of luck was involved. I sent Steve Jackson an editorial cartoon I drew back in 1993, I think, maybe 1992, about the O.J. Simpson trial. And this was out of the blue because I'd been a Steve Jackson fanboy for a good deal of my gaming life. Ogre and Rivets and the Fantasy Trip. Um, And I drew a cartoon about one of O.J. Simpson's lawyers had said that there was a conspiracy out to get him. So I did this very typical editorial cartoon with a circle and all these things, one thing leading to another, and it eventually goes in on itself. But it was like, the conspiracy to get OJ, and I took all these bits and pieces from other conspiracy theories, the magic bullet, the lone gunman, the Bavarian Illuminati. So when I drew the Bavarian Illuminati, I drew the Steve Jackson game Pyramid as a dancing pyramid with a top hat, and I faxed this to Steve, and Steve's marketing manager got back to me almost immediately and said, "Yes, Steve saw this. He loved it. He's got two comments. One, there's a spelling mistake." And this was a theme from Steve and my relationship over the past 30 years. But secondly, he wants to know if you'd be interested in drawing Murphy's Rules for Pyramid Magazine. And all of a sudden, I'm working with one of the game designers who's had the most influence on my life, on my gaming life. And Murphy's Rules led to me getting a few cards for the Illuminati New World Order game. And Illuminati led to me getting to know the Apples to Apples folks. But it also led to Shea Geek, which was the first game I'd illustrated totally on my own. And this then led to Munchkin. So this one silly little fax back in 1993 that I sent Steve is kind of responsible for everything at this point in my life.
Do you have a favorite game outside of your own, or is that like choosing a favorite child?
Oh, outside of my own, I will never stop pushing Camel Up. I love Camel Up. It's this wonderful camel racing game, but you don't race the camels, you're betting on the camels. And the mechanics for moving the camels is incredibly clever and fun. And it's this rare game which plays well with two players or eight players. It plays differently for two players and eight players, but it still plays. And um, it's it's got this really silly fun factor, which the game Cash and Guns, which is one of the ones I illustrated, also has. So it's a light game, um, but it's just a huge fun. And right now, I'm really pumping. My friend Brett has got a game called Thunder Road, and it's essentially uh, a re a redo, a total overhaul of this game from I think the 1970s and 80s. It's kind of Mad Max like game, but the new version is just brilliant and fun. And if you cross the finish line, you'll probably be stumbling over it rather than roaring past it. But I think at the moment, those are probably, like, as far as board games go, the two I'm just recommending to anybody who will listen.
Great. We are getting close to the end. So one final question before we get into how people can get a hold of you. Um,
Sure.
my brain just blanked.
Lightning round.
Well, that's
Lightning
coming
round.
up. Um,
Oh,
I had it, and my brain
cartoons,
just.
Muskrat, board games, creation, drawings.
Oh, that's what. You know. Uh, oh well, that's the fun of live streaming. Um,
Yes.
is there anything that you thought I was going to ask but didn't, or that you wanted to talk about but we haven't?
No, not really. I think I think right now, it's just it's been being on the road again for these big conventions. I've got to rethink this because I don't think it's getting older. I think I simply forgot during the pandemic how much work big conventions can be. How much they take out of you once you're done with them. So yeah, I'm really looking forward. This is again the last convention for me for a while, probably until the autumn. And I'm so looking forward to 2 months at home, just working and being with the family.
And then for those who are interested, how can people find you if they want more info?
Sure. The main place I send people to is Dork Tower, one word, DORK Tower.com. And that's where the strip runs, and that'll also be where I blog occasionally, and I'll throw updates up on there. Um, I worldofmunchkin.com is the big Munchkin portal these days. And obviously, we just had this massive crowdfunding campaign for the Munchkin Big Box, which ended up making 1.3 million, which is just crazy pants. I think that took everybody at Steve Jackson Games by surprise, Steve and myself not least. It totally blew away the Ogre Kickstarter from several years ago, which I thought had made 1 million, but actually didn't quite. But yeah, so anyway, dorktower.com. There'll be a contact form there if anybody wants to write to me for whatever reason. But yeah, that's pretty much John Central these days.
Great. Now, as regular listeners know, at the end of every podcast, I have a series of questions that are silly or unimportant in nature, but I still feel gives the audience some insight into your personality. The goal is to answer without really thinking about it as quickly as you can. I call it the lightning round. Are you ready?
I am ready.
I have randomized the questions. First one, would you rather see Captain Kirk become a Jedi or see Luke Skywalker become Captain of the Enterprise?
I'd rather see Captain Kirk become a Jedi.
Favorite drink?
I have to explain this. Is this just like
Oh, you
you
can.
just want to?
If you want to explain it
No,
real quick.
yeah, no. I just I think he would have the correct facial expressions for it. He would.
Favorite
That's
drink?
all. Oh, okay.
It can be alcoholic or
Probably
non.
okay. Probably these days it's Diet Squirt, which is a keeps me going throughout the day. I'm a big fan of anything sour or bitter. So the pineapple, sorry, a grapefruit soft drink is right up my alley. So that is probably what I drink more of than anything else. After that, a really nice Spanish gazpacho.
Favorite smell?
Um, Christmas, Christmas tree. That moment when you get the pine tree up, it's been gone for 8 months. You put the pine tree up for Christmas, and all of a sudden it's like, this is the best smell ever. Why don't we have this every day? Close second, I've got an orange tree, and we've never actually, sorry, a lemon tree, and we've never actually gotten any lemons off of it, but it blooms twice a year. And the smell of a lemon bloom is absolutely phenomenal.
What's your go-to song to sing in the shower?
Oh, it's whatever I'm practicing on guitar. That there's no go-to. Thank goodness it's not "Come on, Eileen." Um, but I'm a bad guitar player. I'm hoping at best to become a mediocre rhythm guitarist sometimes. So I'm always tooling on the guitar, and if it's a song that's in my range, whatever I'm playing on guitar will be what I sing in the shower.
What's your favorite time of day?
5 a.m. Uh, the start of the workday. Okay, I'm gonna change that. I'm gonna change that to 7 a.m. because that'll be after I've had a good morning's work and when the family gets up. So then we've got a family hour between 7 and 8 as Judith gets ready for work and the kid gets ready for school. So I'm gonna go with that one in all honesty.
Who would you want to play you in the movie about your life?
Oh boy. I'm gonna have to go with Jermaine Clement from Flight of the Concords, if only because we're apparently doppelgangers.
I can see that,
Um,
yeah.
and I think Jermaine, needs to see a photo of me so we can see what he will look like in 5 years' time.
When getting dressed, do you button then zip or zip then button?
Um, Button and zip.
Thoughts on pineapple on pizza?
You know, I can see it. I don't think I would ever order it necessarily, but I'm at that stage in my life where it's like, let people like what they like. It's not going to kill anyone. I mean, as long
Geek
as
or
it doesn't
nerd?
hurt someone
Oh,
else.
yep. Geek
Sorry,
or nerd?
dork.
Well, the running joke is dork is the person who knows the difference.
Okay.
What is your? There's
I
the
would say of the two, I would go with geek.
there's the ongoing meme that you know you're an adult when you have a favorite stovetop burner. So, what is your favorite stovetop burner? Upper left, upper right, lower left, lower right.
Okay, we're fancy. When we redesigned the kitchen,
Oh, I lost him.
oops, sorry, disconnected there. Did you hear the
Yep.
answer?
I
Okay,
got when we
we got
redesigned the kitchen.
okay. We got six burners. So my
Oh,
favorite is middle front. Well, see,
okay.
once cartooning and gaming became my jobs, I needed new hobbies, and cooking became the hobby. So I take cooking for the family relatively seriously, and the middle front burner. Yep, if it's just something going on, an egg for breakfast, some soup for lunch, nothing else is needed, it's the middle front.
What's your comfort movie?
Okay, I've got five. um, Seriously, I might not remember them all off the top of my head. Henry V, the Kenneth Branagh version. Topsy Turvy, the Gilbert and Sullivan biopic. Star Wars, the original, which I'm not going to call A New Hope. 24-hour party people. I love movies about the creative process. So, although when my kid and I have had a rough day and we just need to reset, we will together watch the final episode of Obi-Wan Kenobi, which I still think is one of my favorite Star Wars of all time. When it's like the big fight everybody was waiting for, Obi-Wan versus Vader, and they nailed it. I mean, I don't get the hate from some quarters of everything Star Wars, because there's been some brilliant Star Warsing going on, and you might not like everything, but oh my god, that last episode of Obi-Wan Kenobi is like, it is right up there with my very favorite Star Wars.
Awesome. Pirates or ninjas?
Ninjas, and I've got to say ninjas because I'm a black belt in Taekwondo.
What's your favorite superstition or conspiracy theory? You don't have to believe in it.
The one I will always uh, fall back on is picking up a penny if you see it. I'm 6'4", so I'm always looking at the ground when I'm walking because I don't wish to trip, or I've got the number of times I've misstepped and fallen and twisted ankles. But I'm naturally looking down. When I talk to people, I'm looking down because most of them are shorter than I am. But yeah, picking up a penny, and then you're not supposed to pick up a penny if it's tails. Apparently, that's bad luck. But they don't tell you what happens if you just flip it. So all of a sudden, it's good luck again. It's just like, okay, that's a, I'm rules lawyering this, but that's the one I will always do. And yeah, I don't believe in superstitions at all, but that one will get me every time.
What's your favorite curse word?
Frack.
Who's your favorite
Um,
either or Bond, Doctor, or Batman, or all three?
Bond, Sean Connery, Batman, Michael Keaton, and Doctor Who is got to be number four. The fourth Doctor was my doctor when I was growing up in London. Sorry, in England, in Somerset, not in London until college. Tom Baker just defined the Doctor for me. I mean, I loved John Pertwee. We moved back to England when I was 10, and I got the tail end of John Pertwee, and I loved his style. And I was brokenhearted when he went from Doctor Who to Wurzel Gummidge. But wow, Tom Baker was great. And I ran into him in London. I got his autograph when I was in college. I have no idea where that is. It was just on a scrap of paper. He was just walking by. It's like, oh my God, it's Tom Baker. But I do love. I do love the new series, and the new Doctors have been pretty fantastic, start to finish.
Hmm.
David Tennant is probably the family's favorite Doctor at this point, so we just had great fun with the specials from over Christmas.
Favorite or lucky number?
I don't think I have one. Probably whatever age my kid is at the moment is what I
Aw.
default to. So right now it's 15.
Favorite meal?
No, I could not possibly. If I just like so many different foods from all over the world. I mean, probably if you pin me down, I'd have to go with my mom's lasagna.
Awesome. Favorite color?
Red. And I don't know why. I've said that ever since I was a kid when you have to choose a favorite color. But obviously, being a cartoonist, every color has to work with every other color. So I've actually started thinking why I chose red. And it's, basic kindergarten tribalism. Everybody who chooses red, go over to this side. But I don't know. I mean, green is actually a much more pleasant color when you think about it. It's very calming, or like a nice Mediterranean blue is exceptional. So in my heart of hearts, it's probably not really red, but I've said that ever since kindergarten.
Awesome. If you were a superhero or villain, what power would you want?
What I want, time travel,
Uh,
or just maybe speed force powers, just so I could finish cartoons a little quicker.
Awesome. Well, I could talk to you all day, but unfortunately, we are out of time. That's a wrap for this episode. Thanks for John Kovalik for being interviewed. As always, any websites mentioned are in the show notes for the episode on my website. And if I can get that plug from you, I'm putting it in the chat.
Dorktower.com.
Well, no, just hi, your name.
Oh, sorry, got it. Yes. So, hi, I'm John Kovalik, and I'm here talking with Angie from a hotel room in Columbus, Ohio.
Awesome.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Feel free to share this live stream with
Absolutely.
your guests, and hopefully your wife gets better. I saw that she was down with
Oh,
COVID.
she's fine now. She's
Oh,
fine.
that's
It's
good.
over. It's over. Yes. It was mild and it was quick. This was her second bout with it. So we've all got our vaccinations and everything. So hopefully those times that hits won't be quite as bad.
Awesome. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And like I said, I could talk to you all day, but unfortunately, I'm out of time. So thank you very much. Have fun at the convention,
I will do
and
my best.
you are awesome, filled with awesome sauce.
Oh, thank you. You're terrific yourself.
Thank you. Have a
Take
good
care.
one.
And you. Bye bye.
Do you need anything? No. Was it a good interview? Yes. Next up, Jen Rossman. Yay, it's my favorite tweeter.
Hi.
Do you prefer Jen or Jennifer?
Doesn't matter to me.
Okay, awesome. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I am peachy and or keen. I'm coming over cold, but getting there. Let me pull up my notes. We're about 2 minutes out. Pull up your bio. If I can, come on. There we go. My computer is having fun. Thank you very much for doing this.
Of course.
I
Thank you for having me.
Oh yeah, no, I've enjoyed your tweeting quite a bit, and in fact, I've struggled to not comment on every single Quantum Leap tweet that you do, because that's one of those shows I am not normal about.
feel free. Like, you do not need to be normal in my replies.
Okay, we got about 2 minutes.
Okay.
Let me randomize. That's weird. So what's on the schedule for today?
After this, I'm gonna have lunch and then watch Xena, Babylon 5, and Battlestar Galactica.
I'm really glad you're enjoying Babylon 5. I'm a big fan of that as well, as you probably
It,
can tell.
it's I've never heard of it until recently. I don't understand how because it's awesome.
Well, I'm just that you're getting Straczynski commenting every once in a while.
That's cool.
Weird. Okay. It is 8 o'clock. Awesome. Welcome, everyone, to Contents May Vary. I'm Angie Fiedler Sutton, talking to geeky people about geeky things. I'm a proud fangirl geek with pieces published in Stage Directions, Den of Geek, The Mary Sue, and I'm a regular freelancer for the Geek Gary. Today's guest is Jennifer Lee Rossman, they, them, is a queer, disabled, and autistic author and editor from Land of Carousels and Rod Serling. Their work has been featured in dozens of anthologies, and their queer reincarnation thriller, Blue Incarnations, is available now. Thanks for joining me, Jen.
Thank you for having me.
Now, as regular listeners of the podcast know, my first question is always kind of an origin story. What made you decide to go into writing, and also kind of that moment where you realized it was something more than quote unquote just a hobby?
So I've always written like just as something to do because I was born with muscular dystrophy, spinal muscular atrophy. So I've used a wheelchair my entire life and I never went to school. So I had a lot of free time and I just started writing. That was something I could physically and mentally do very easily. And something just clicked in my head where like this is the thing that I should be doing.
Now, do you have any kind of writing schedule, or just as it comes up, or as you have time?
I try to do it in the morning. Usually I end up having coffee to like, caffeinate my brain because I have attention deficit disorder and I have too many thoughts and the inability to organize them.
Awesome. Well, since your bio included Blue Incarnations, kind of give me the elevator pitch about what that's about.
What if there was a future where everyone remembered their past lives and could be punished for crimes committed in the past? And what if there were two girls who did not remember their memories?
That sounds awesome. Excuse me. Um, as someone who is self-diagnosed as autism, let's talk a little bit about that. You're self-diagnosed. Kind of how you came across that, and what made you go and realize that.
So I've always been weird. I always thought it was because like I wasn't socialized well as a child. But even when I did have friends as a child, they never seemed to like me and we never seemed to think the same way. And the autistic community in general does not like the representation in the show The Good Doctor. And I can understand why. But at the same time, watching that with my mom, the first season anyway, it made me realize, wait, he's kind of thinking the way I'm thinking. Maybe this isn't just me being weird. Maybe this is a thing. And so from there, I've researched more about autism, better representations of it, um, written by actual autistic people. And it all just makes sense to me. This is why I am the way I am.
Awesome. And then you also talk a lot about your disability. kind of talk a little bit more about that?
So, spinal muscular atrophy is a degenerative disease about how the brain communicates with the body. My brain is sending out signals just fine. My muscles are waiting to receive them. They just don't get through. So I'm weaker than I should be. And like, so I've never been able to walk. Some people can walk, others can't. I can't lift much. Um, and as I get older, it's getting worse because the spinal cord is deteriorating, the neurons in it. And yeah, it leads to breathing problems more often than anything else. But
Yeah.
in general, it's kind of at a plateau with me since I've been an adult.
Now, your bio on your website talks about you try and incorporate your quote unquote weird characteristics in your characters. Talk a little bit more about that in terms of what made you decide to write that kind of stuff. And
So when I first started writing and trying to get published, I was not hiding the fact that I was disabled or queer or anything, but I thought that would be like a reason for them to publish me when my writing was not good enough. I was worried there'd be a pity about it. But talking to more writers in these communities, I've realized, and readers, I've realized that we need more representation that is accurate and personal. And the only way to do that is for people who've lived it to write about it. So whenever possible, my characters are autistic or queer or use a wheelchair because we need stories like that. And we need to not be afraid to write our own stories because if we don't, someone else will.
that is a great answer. Now, how I came across you is I found you on Twitter. You've been live, well, now X. You've been live tweeting show reactions. I think it was when you were watching Buffy that I kind of joined in. How long have you been doing that?
Um, for a couple of years, I was live tweeting movies very occasionally. Um, but when I was watching Star Trek in 2022, I started watching all of the Star Treks. And I just decided I'm going to tell people what I'm watching. And when I started, I had about 5,000 Twitter followers, and I'm up to almost 12,000 now. So I I don't understand why it's this big, but people really like hearing me react to shows I've never seen and probably should have seen as a child.
Well, I know for me, it's because you have this great sense of humor, and you just have a way of encapsulating characters in a unusual way that still makes sense. I mean, my favorite is calling Riley Steve Rogers boy band Steve Rogers. I was like when you said that, I was like, my first thought was like, you know what? I can see that. So I mean, that's the kind of what draws me is just you just really have a good sense of humor and a good appreciation of the media literacy that's going on. What makes you decide what show you're going to do, and how often you're going to tweet?
Sometimes it's just I've always wanted to watch this show and never got around to it. Sometimes, like, I'm watching Battlestar Galactica now, and that's because a lot of my friends recommended it to me. Um, Other times, it's just a really like arbitrary decision because I watched all of 300 and some episodes of Stargate because when I was watching Star Trek Voyager, I I was in love with the EMH. I thought I can miss him when I'm done with the show. And Robert Picardo is in like 30 episodes of Stargate. So I entire franchise based only on the vague idea of what it was about and the promise that eventually I would see him.
Well, that's another reason why I like your tweets is you have unusual, I should say, ways of expressing thirst tweets, and you also have a thing for bald men.
Yeah, I don't know
um,
where that came from. I've just realized it.
That's okay. For me, it's Arms. I love Arms. I don't know why, but
It,
I know you've had some of the people that you've talked about kind of respond. What? How does that feel?
it feels strange when, like, you should not know I exist. Why do you know I exist? Um, like, the executive producer of Stargate is following me now. He should that I am existing. He should not be seeing my Richard Woolsey thirst tweets. Like, I'm fine with it, but it feels wrong that it's happening.
um. So, what shows are you doing currently?
I am rewatching the original Quantum Leap, which I watched for the first time when I was maybe 13. I am watching Xena, Warrior Princess, and Babylon 5 and Battlestar Galactica.
Now, do you have a specific schedule, or just whatever you have, whatever you feel like that day, or?
Usually I start with Quantum Leap and Xena and then go into the space shows after that. But if one of my friends says, "Oh, my favorite episode is coming up next," okay, I'll watch that first. Like, I'm very loose with this schedule.
Now, your Twitter bio, when I first came across, said save Prodigy, but now it says save Lower Decks. Are you participating in fan saving campaigns?
Um, I don't know if they are doing any campaigns for Lower Decks the way they did for Prodigy, but for Prodigy, we were retweeting, like, I was retweeting everything constantly. People were like doing fundraising campaigns, and they had an airplane with a banner flying over Netflix for it. So there was a lot more engagement in that. I've seen it starting with Lower Decks. I really hope it gets moving more because it's a great show. Even if you don't know about Star Trek, it's just a fun space show. And we deserve more fun things like that in the world.
Well, that's kind of where my next question. What about these shows kind of draw you? What makes you, why Xena, why Quantum Leap, other than people had recommended it? Why? What are you liking about them?
So with Quantum Leap, I'm mostly enjoying trying to figure out the plots based on the little bits of memory I have from a kid. Like, I remembered how the Lee Harvey Oswald one ended, but I did not remember how they got there. So it
Mm.
was 2 hours of anxiety of how do we get to this? Um, One thing I really love about Xena is, like, before I watched it, I just thought, okay, pretty lady, ancient Greek fighting. I don't know why this is such a big deal, but I'll watch it. Like, every other episode is just beautiful nonsense. Like, they will take a completely different genre and do it in ancient Greek fashion, like a heist movie or a murder mystery, and just make it work in this vague ancient Greek world. And you can tell that the people writing it had fun doing it.
Mm.
And that really comes across and helps my enjoyment of it.
Um, where would you say? What would you say some of your influences are in terms of your sense of humor, in terms of how you approach things?
I watched Spaceballs before I ever watched Star Wars as a kid. So I have seen parodies of things without realizing they were parodies. And I think growing up like that really had an effect on my brain.
um, do you, you know, is it just watching TV? Do you read? Do you listen to podcasts? Anything like that?
Reading is harder for my attention deficit.
Okay.
Um, it's much easier for me to watch things. I do listen to a couple of podcasts. I like ologies. They pick a um, specialization in the sciences, like volcanoes or dinosaurs, and just ask questions about it. And it's like an hour and a half long of just things you never thought you wanted to know about trees.
um, do you? I had a question. Now I've lost it.
Uh,
Um, reading over your bio, you said your last name is pronounced by like the Friends character, the best friends because he's a paleontologist, because you like dinosaurs. Talk a little bit about your interest in dinosaurs. Why dinosaurs?
I don't know. It's one of my first memories is watching Jurassic Park, like the original movie we had on VHS. I was too young to realize it was supposed to be a horror movie. I just thought this is a fun movie with dinosaurs in it. And my entire life, just new interests come and go, but then it's always back to dinosaurs, always back to Jurassic Park. And it's just, it makes my soul happy when there's dinosaurs around.
Let's talk a little bit more about your writing. Do you normally come up with the characters first or the plot first, or is it kind of a mix?
Usually it starts as like a like have you ever seen the cooking show Chopped?
Mm-hmm.
So you have a basket of ingredients and they should not go together. Here's ketchup, macaroni, and truffles. Make dinner in 30 minutes. My brain does that with story ideas. It goes science fiction, robots, gay pride, squirrels, and the soundtrack is Billy Joel. And it's just vague ideas that mash themselves together in my brain until I am forced to figure out a story about them.
Let's talk a little bit more about your blue incarnations. I usually hesitate to ask authors how they came up with where they get their ideas, because I know it just kind of depends. But where did that specific idea come from? Kind of what generated that?
Um, it was the Billy Joel song, Only the Good Die Young, which I've heard hundreds of times throughout my life, thousands. But suddenly one day I just zeroed in on the line, "You've got a brand new soul." And I thought, well, how the heck would you know that? How would you know if your soul is new? Well, clearly because you don't have memories of past lives. And it spiraled out of control from there. And every time I needed a new idea, I found another Billy Joel song to take a vague idea from. Like my characters go to a bar at one point because of the Piano Man. I just wanted there to be a piano in my story.
Now, this is kind of a writer's block adjacent story. I'm one of those people that don't believe totally in writer's block, but I also believe that it's bigger than what they think. So, what do you do to kind of keep yourself? I mean, especially with the ADHD, what do you kind of keep yourself from being burnt out, keeping it fun? I mean, obviously it's a job, but at the same time, there are other things you could be doing.
Um, yeah, writer's block to me sounds like it's final. You cannot fix it. It's just in the way. I use the term fiction friction. It's just a little bit harder to get through, but you can get through. Um, and that's usually when I switch to another project. Right now, I've got several short stories going, a collection, the project that is in a vague beginning stage, and I'm rewriting some novellas I wrote when I was like 20. So if one of them isn't working, I can switch to another one, and hopefully that one is better for my brain that day.
Hmm. Now, I know that with the tweets, you use speech to text. Do you use the same with your writing as well?
Yes. It's a setting in accessibility on my iPhone, and I can like control it to turn the volume up or down or to go back to another page. And the most useful thing is writing. But sometimes it does not understand my character names that way. That's a big reason why I give a lot of characters nicknames in my tweets. And sometimes in my writing, I will give them nicknames and then do a find and replace afterwards for the actual name.
Hmm. um, I know the technology has changed greatly in the last 10 years. Um, how long have you been using the speech to text?
Um, Probably about 4 or 5 years, which is when I moved out of my mom's, got my own cell phone, and realized these were settings. Before that, I was using a computer and a mouse and an on-screen keyboard to click on the letters because I couldn't type very well anymore.
Hmm. Reading over your bio, you talk about narwhals are the best things ever. Why narwhals?
They're unicorns of the sea. Like all the best parts of dolphins, but they're unicorns too, and they live in the Arctic where it's like sparkly and there's the aurora borealis, and they just feel like they shouldn't exist, but they do, and they're awesome.
um, you lived in a group home. You live in a group home, and quote unquote, your life is scary, different and scary, and exciting and fun. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So until I was 28 or 29, I lived with my mother, who took very good care of me, but was emotionally abusive. So I moved out. I did not tell her I was moving out. It was a big, secret, huge ordeal. And now everything is different. There are so many different interactions I have throughout the day with different people where it used to be just hers. It's a lot of different personalities I have to deal with, good and bad. It's I'm surprised that everyone else is out of the house today because sometimes one of the other residents sits by my door and yells, "Hi!" until I yell back. Just it's like going from being a single, like an only child, to living in an enormous family. And it's there's no way to prepare for that except for just doing it.
Hmm. Now I'm looking over your Twitter bio. You also do sensitivity reading. Let's talk a little bit about that. Why? Why is that important?
So even if you aren't disabled or queer or autistic, it's still important to include characters like that in your stories because, of course, you can't do the most authentic portrayal of them, but it shows that, you know, these are just normal people who should be in stories. But in order to make sure that you're doing it respectfully, and you need someone who has that experience to read over your work. Like, you might not realize, oh, that's not how electric wheelchairs work. You're just assuming that you flip this switch. Well, it's actually a button, not a switch. Things like the word crazy is, we use it all the time, but it's derived from, ableist slurs. So a lot of people still say that we shouldn't use the word crazy, it's ableist. So I have to try to respectfully explain that your character is not being rude right now. So can we use a different word so it doesn't come across as you being rude?
Hmm.
So instead of crazy, can we say foolish, outlandish, silly? And, and there's a lot of tropes in the world that get so ingrained in our heads that we don't realize it.
Hmm.
Like, how many times have you seen a blind person who also has magic powers for some reason? And that's cool, but it doesn't need to be this. It doesn't need to be the only story. You need a blind person or someone who at least aware of these things to point it out to you so you can not necessarily avoid it, but be respectful while doing it and be aware of what you're doing.
Now, I mean, disability activism has been, a big push in the last, 5, 10 years. Would you say it's getting better or getting worse, or kind of it dips and runs?
It's getting easier because we can do it online now. Because disabled people are more likely to not be able to get out of the house as easily, not be able to go to actual protests or to government offices. But to be able to do it online, we can get so many new voices that weren't heard before. Whether or not people will listen depends, but at least they can hear us now.
Hmm. Now, I know during when COVID started, a lot of things started becoming more available online. Now they're starting to pull back. What can people do to kind of make sure that those stay in place?
Just be aware of the fact that you are not the only, like, your experience is not the only experience in the world. Yes, you can go to the office again now, but not everyone can. Maybe you can't one day if you're injured or something. It's not a lot. Disability accommodations help everyone. Everyone can be helped by an elevator or a Zoom call instead of a meeting. It's when you accommodate for disabled people, you just make the world better.
Hmm. You're also an editor. How does that work with this? I mean, do you still use speech to text? Do you read it? And talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I've co-edited 3 anthologies now of other people's work, and it's a little harder with speech to text because it's not just typing; it's navigating through the document. So, like, if I want to suggest they change this word, I have to say scroll down, tap that, tap add comment. Where just writing is just literally writing and it's typing it. It's a little more time intuitive time. There's a lot more time involved. I can't think of the right word for it. So I would never want that to be my only job in the writing world because it's physically frustrating sometimes. But it's really like I love the feeling of taking someone's work and making it even better the way they wanted it to be just by fixing a few words and helping them put their vision out into the world. So I love that my technology can help me do that.
Hmm. Why do you write?
Why do you podcast? Why do anything that they love? Because I don't know how else not. I don't know how else to live.
Now I know that people have been at least I've been seeing. It looks like that people have been pretty good about not spoiling shows. Is that correct?
For the most part. Um, I do have quite a few people blocked who have done spoilers in the past. So if I'm getting spoiled, I might not even see it.
Hmm.
Um, when I was watching Buffy, I accidentally got spoiled but did not realize it.
Hmm.
As I was saying Willow and Tara are girlfriends.
Uh,
Everyone else was saying they were girlfriends. Then when they actually got together, everyone said, "Wait, we thought you knew that. I thought you were playing along with my joke."
Now, one of the things I like is that you claim people as weird daughters or husbands. Kind of how your reasoning, how did that come about?
um, I feel like I can't remember exactly, but I know it started with watching Star Trek Next Generation. I'm assuming my voice to text wasn't understanding Riker, so I just started saying my Starfleet husband. And then barely anyone was actually paying attention to my tweets at that point. So I was doing this 100% just for my own amusement. So then Picard became a Starfleet husband, Beverly Starfleet wife. And when people started actually paying attention to it, I started doing it more because it seemed to amuse people. Um, Weird Daughter came about during Buffy, where I was calling Buffy my daughter from the beginning. But then there was, I don't remember if it was Willow or Anya. One of them, I had to differentiate what they were. So I said my daughter and my weird daughter. Then everyone became a weird daughter. And then Andrew became a weird daughter. I define weird daughter as someone younger than me I want to protect and give them a juice box.
And what defines a husband?
See, I have to be attracted to them, but also like them as a person. So even if they are evil, they still have to be likable evil.
Hmm.
If
Now, my fandom husband is Michael Sheen.
uh,
Now, do you have a favorite TV show now, or is it kind of picking your favorite child?
right now, of the shows I'm watching right now, it's Babylon 5. The shows of all time, probably Farscape.
Why Farscape?
It is exactly the kind of weird that goes with my brain. It is Star Trek with Muppets and Star Wars and it will make you cry, and you'll laugh at Muppets farting in the same episode as you're crying. And it feels like the writers really knew exactly what they were trying to do, and they accomplished it. They were having fun with it, and it just fits with my heart.
Um, do you usually, your writing schedule? We talked about your viewing schedule, but your writing schedule. Do you typically stay to a schedule, or
I try to do things like in the morning so that I can use the afternoon for watching TV. If there's a specific anthology I'm trying to write for, I usually have the deadline in my calendar and figure out, okay, I need to have the story halfway done by Monday. Sometimes it takes me 3 months to write a story, and then there are times when I wrote an entire story in 6 hours and edited it and submitted it, and it got accepted. And I barely remember writing it.
what kind of advice would you give to someone who wanted to get into writing?
Write something that you want to read, because you can't guarantee that readers will enjoy it. So someone needs to be enjoying it. It might as well be you.
Now, you're getting a lot of, a lot. You said you've gotten a lot more followers in there. So how conscious are you of your audience when you are tweeting? Do you try and not think about that, or?
I usually I am tweeting a few minutes behind whatever I'm watching, because like I'm pausing it and then tweeting. But if something has already happened to where I'm gonna sorry, like if something happens and I think, oh, I know what's gonna happen next, there are times when I have already realized I'm wrong as I'm tweeting about it, and there's a big, like, incentive is not the right word. Like there's the urge to phrase it in the funniest way possible for the next tweet. Like if I think this person's evil and they turn out to be completely good, it's it would be funny for me to go all out and just accuse them of being so evil. They are the worst person ever. But that's not true. So I want to be as authentic as I can for the people that are following me, and I try to make jokes catered to like what has worked in the past.
Hmm.
But mostly it's just what I'm thinking is on the screen when you're reading it.
Hmm. Now, I know there's a couple of shows that you've watched that you haven't really live tweeted. I know you watched Leverage, for example, which is another big show that I love. What made you decide to not include that in the ones that you're live tweeting?
It felt like a show that was easier to watch while I was doing other things. Like it was more story, like episode of the week where this plot happens and then it's over. Whereas like Babylon 5, I know going into it, there's really intricate plots that span the entire series, and I'm going to want to really focus on it and probably not watch 5 episodes in a night like I've done with Leverage.
Hmm.
Just as I'm doing other things, trying to get to sleep, slightly easier shows to pay attention to.
Excuse me, the stupid cold. Um, what was I thinking? Um, I had it and I blanked it. Let me. um, well, you no, that was Land of Carousels and Rod Serling. Talk a little bit more about what about Rod Serling intrigues you.
Yeah, so that was referring to Binghamton, New York. Um, I don't know if Rod Serling, I think he grew up around here. He spent a lot of time around here anyway. And I grew up watching The Twilight Zone. That was like before I watched a lot of sci fi and fantasy. It was the Twilight Zone. It was like my gateway into that world. And I think that has kind of shaped who I am as a writer a little bit. Like the way that it taught me how to do foreshadowing and twists, and like, it's just, I didn't choose to move to Binghamton. It was just the place that had a group home available that was good for me. And for it to be the place where one of my favorite writers grew up is really narratively satisfying for me.
Mm-hmm. um, let me see. Talk a little bit more about. I mean, if this is okay. You go by they them pronouns, and you also consider yourself bisexual. Can you talk a little bit more about where that came? How you discovered that?
So I never felt like I was always fine being a girl. It was when I went through puberty, suddenly things felt wrong. Like, it felt like I had the wrong hormones going through me. Why do I have boobs? This is not ideal, but not to the extent that I wanted to be a man. So non-binary feels like it works better for me. And for bisexual, I was not encouraged to grow up. So my parents treated me like I was a kid for most of my life. So I never really expressed having crushes or anything. When I finally did realize, like for a while I thought I was asexual because I felt the same way about women as I did about men. And clearly, since I'm not supposed to be attracted to men, clearly I'm not attracted to anyone. It took me years to figure out I had that completely backwards. And there's just a lot of pretty people in the world, and it's not dependent on their gender.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
I had it. Oh, you also write fan fiction. Talk a little bit more about what draws you to write fan fiction.
Because I have inappropriate thoughts about characters, and people encourage me to write about them.
Because I mean, I'm a fanfic writer myself. In fact, I'm a Sam Al shipper from way back from the 90s. I think they belong together. But fanfic is also not just slash; it's also regular. But talk a little bit. Like, is it the characters that you're is it the shows that you're watching? Is it other shows?
It's mostly me realizing that the characters that I'm attracted to don't have a lot of inappropriate fan fiction written about them, and I feel the need to change that. Because until I wrote it, there was no Voyager fanfic about the EMH titled "Please State the Nature of the Sexual Emergency," and there should have been. So now there is.
Awesome. Now, we talked a little bit more about your writing, and we talked about why you do it, kind of, and a little bit about how. But do you usually have your characters come first, or your plot, or is it a combination?
That depends on why I'm writing a specific story.
Mm-hmm.
I've written stories based on, hey, what if that? I have a story coming out in a couple months. That is basically the story A Nightmare, or the movie A Nightmare on Elm Street. But what if it was trees instead of murderers? It's the ghost of trees coming to get revenge on a world without trees. The characters are not important to that, so they came much later. Another story was about a girl building a robot for her mother. Obviously, the characters come before the story in that.
Mm-hmm. Now, why Twitter versus all the other social medias out there? What drew you to that?
When I got accepted into my first anthology in 2016, the editor of that became my friend, and they suggested, hey, a bunch of us are on Twitter, you should join. And I've tried to be on Facebook, but too many of my family members are there, and I do not understand it really. Uh, Blue Sky does not work well with my voice control, uh, and I've never tried anywhere else really.
Okay. Excuse me. Um, Sorry that I'm blanking. The stupid cold
That's fine.
is hitting me hard. um, what would you say some of the advice you'd give to someone who wanted to go into writing? I didn't ask you that already, did I?
You asked about advice to writers, but do you mean
Okay.
to get published?
Yes.
Um, if you write short stories, there is a website called the Submission Grinder where you can say, I have a science fiction story that is 2,000 words long, and it will give you places that are open to that. You still have to read through and make sure they are the right place for your story. Some might want happy endings, some might want like horror science fiction, but that's the best place I can think of to get into the markets and find them. And then it's a case of submitting them and seeing if they are accepted.
I remember my question. When you do a live tweet a show, you typically include photos. Do you do that in advance? I mean, how do you go about doing that?
I have found them on fan sites that I, I do try to link to them occasionally, but people online are awesome. They have taken screenshots of everything and just put them available. That
Have you accidentally been spoiled by that doing that?
so that is why I am always a little bit behind in the tweeting, so that if I'm looking for a picture, I know what has already happened. I'm scrolling through,
Hmm.
and if there's a like a page of different images to click on to get to the um, pages for the individual episodes, I that's when I use voice control. I have it turn on a grid on the screen. I know about where the next episode is. I can say tap 14. I don't have to look at the image to get spoiled.
Excuse me. What would you say is your biggest hurdle in your daily life?
Dealing with people at my group home who are doing their best, but it is not good enough. You've got 6 people here who all need help. You're never going to be able to get to all of us immediately when we need it and do exactly what we need. Even if you're trying your best, it's not good enough. We need more people in this field, and they need to have more patience and training. And yeah,
And then what would you say is your favorite part of your life?
probably writing.
Awesome. Well, we're getting close to the end. Was there something that you wanted to talk about that you haven't, or you thought I was going to ask, but we didn't?
No, I'm good.
Good. Awesome. Well, let me pull up my script. Um, as regular listeners know, at the end of every podcast, I have a series of questions that are silly or unimportant in nature, but I feel still gives the audience some insight into your personality. The goal is to answer without really thinking and about it and as quickly as you can. I call it the lightning round. Are you ready?
Yes,
I have randomized the questions. Pirates or ninjas?
pirate.
Favorite drink can be alcoholic or non.
Cream soda.
Who's your favorite Bond, Doctor, or Batman, or all three?
Never really seen Bond or Batman that much, so my favorite Doctor is New One 15.
Yay! What is your favorite time of day?
I like evening when I'm watching my shows and don't have to think about writing anymore.
Thoughts on pineapple on pizza?
I don't like pineapple not on pizza, so I don't think that would taste good.
Favorite color?
Purple.
If you were a superhero or villain, what power would you want?
Uh, telekinesis.
Now, this one's a hat tip to Babylon 5. When getting dressed, do you button and zip or zip then button?
I wear stretchy pants.
What's your go to song to sing in the shower?
I just completely blanked on what it's called. For the longest time.
Okay. A big Billy Joel fan myself. Favorite meal?
Uh, grilled cheese.
Who would you want to play you in the movie about your life?
I feel like Zoe Deschanel would have my sense of nonsense.
Awesome. Um, what's your comfort movie?
Jurassic Park 2.
Jurassic Park was the movie my wife and I went on our first date, so
Oh,
I have special love for the Jurassic Park universe. Geek or nerd?
yes.
What's your favorite curse word?
Uh, Frel.
Awesome. Would you rather see Captain Kirk become a Jedi or Luke Skywalker become Captain of the Enterprise?
Kirk being a Jedi.
What's your favorite superstition or conspiracy theory? You don't have to believe in it.
My mother was not superstitious, but she would not let me say Beetlejuice 3 times.
So you're really looking forward to the sequel. Favorite or lucky number?
4.
Now there's the ongoing meme that you know you're an adult when you have a favorite stovetop burner. So what's your favorite stovetop burner? Upper left, upper right, lower right.
I don't cook.
Favorite smell?
I like gasoline.
Awesome. Now, if people want to hear more about you or learn more about you, how can they find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Jen L. Rossman, and my blog for sensitivity reading and for my fiction is Jennifer Lee Rossman at blogspot.com.
Awesome. And that's a wrap for this episode. Thanks to Jen Rossman for being interviewed. As always, any websites mentioned are in the show notes for this episode on my podcast. Let me get you okay with doing a plug?
Yeah.
Okay, let me put it in the chat. Why is that? Just let me do a 3, 2, 1, and then if you have any questions before we do it.
I don't see it in the chat.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Let me. Stupid. Okay. Hi, I'm your name and who you are, and you're geeking out with Angie Fiedler Sutton, and then anything else you want to add.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Lee Rossman. Sorry, were you going to do the countdown?
3, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Lee Rossman. I'm an author, editor, and live tweeter, and I'm geeking out with Angie Fiedler Sutton. Sorry.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Thank you also for promoting the fundraiser on your blog. I know, and thank you also. You donated as well.
Yes.
So, do you know anyone with Alzheimer's?
My great aunt Rita had something that seemed like Alzheimer's. Her side of the family didn't talk about diagnosis that often, but it really seems like that's what she had.
Sorry, my cats just attacked each other. Well, yeah, for those who are tuning into the live stream, the reason I do this is I had a theater teacher who died by complications of Alzheimer's. She ended up becoming a good friend. So that's why I do it. Thank you very much. Once this is edited and ready to go on the actual podcast, I will let you know. I'll send you an email and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hopefully you enjoyed it.
I did.
Okay. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Meow. 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 Okay. 2 down. Can you get a moment if I can get Hello, Echo. How we doing? I can't hear you. Maybe refresh. Still not.
Oh, try now.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, it defaulted to some other microphone that's not even hooked up, and then I got it hooked up to this microphone, but then that it was stuck on mute. So
Well,
I
that's
got my
why.
big mic.
Yes, I have one just like that.
Big mic.
But that's part of the reason I asked everybody to come in a little early, so we can.
Yep, that's get it all hooked up. So
Yeah.
All right, so we're
Gotta
good.
have drinking my Mountain Dew and get some chips in me real quick.
I know I forgot my Mountain Dew, but I got cookies. So we're good. I know I forgot to get my soda. I thought I had a soda left over here. I don't see one though.
Well, thank you for doing this. We've got about 8 minutes.
How's it going?
It's
Going good so far?
been great.
Did he actually clean up all the soda? I came in expecting he left soda here because he always leaves soda. He took all the sodas away. So weird. Oh well. We'll do this caffeine free. Great. So anyway, so you're good?
Yep, it's doing great. My first one was a little late, but not much.
That's okay.
But yeah, I had John Kovalik, who does Dork Tower.
Cool.
And then I just got done with Jen Rossman, who, if I can't, I didn't see you on Twitter, but if she's on Twitter or whatever they're calling it now, and she is hilarious.
X or whatever. So awesome. Yeah, I just started up a podcast a couple of weeks ago.
Ah,
So It's going
Awesome.
good, which is it's kind of weird because I started up through public radio. It's through public radio, so it has like
Mm.
it has like a ton of listeners on the public radio side, but I can't see them.
Mhm.
So I have like my YouTube side of it has like a little tiny following, but then the public radio side of it has like 500,000 listeners. So I'm like 500,000 and like my part, and I'm like, okay. So I can't like see the rest of the listeners. So I'm just like talking to all these people and I'm like, oh, I get the number and I'm like, oh, that's a lot of people that I don't see, but sure, okay. So they're still
And
there though. Every week,
I was
week
gonna
to
say,
week, they're still there.
at least you have your listeners.
So I'm trying to get more people over to the YouTube so they can actually interact and talk to me and ask me questions. So, but they're growing. They're growing.
Yep.
But they come back every week, so they must like what I'm saying. So I'm like,
Yes.
okay, whatever. Must be interested in the art of illustration and the business of illustration and my guests and stuff. So it's like, okay.
Well, while we're waiting, do you want to do your plug first?
Oh, I guess without
Or-
caffeine, sure. Ugh.
I did it again. Why is that going on? Okay. This chat function is not. I do not like Riverside's chat function.
Oh, really?
Basically, hi, I'm your name and who you are, and I'm geeking out with Angie Fiedler Sutton, and then anything else you want to add.
Okay. So just hi. Sorry, hold on. I'm bad at like remembering a bunch of things in a row. So just hi, my name, and then I'm geeking out with Angie Fiedler Sutton, and then
Your name and who you are, illustrator.
okay.
Okay.
How long do you want me to? Do you want it to be or just short?
Just short. It's
Okay.
it's just it's basically what I do with these is that when I put plugs in the middle of each episode that kind of plugs another episode. So it's like when I do, for example, John's, I would put your plug in because you're both graphic artists. So in the middle of his would be hi, I'm Echo, and then my tagline would be like, if you want to see that interview, go to the episode X.
Okay.
So 3, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Echo Chernick, and I am geeking out with Andy. Sorry, could I do it again?
Yep.
Sorry.
That's why. No worries.
I'm not good at this sort of thing, so I'm better when I'm just off the cuff. So let's try it again. Angie Fiedler. Angie Fiedler Sutton. Angie Fiedler Sutton. Angie Fiedler Sutton. That just does not roll off the tongue for me.
Sorry.
Angie Fiedler Sutton. Angie Fiedler Sutton. Angie Fiedler Sutton. Okay. Let's try that again. It's too early in the morning for me here.
Yes.
Angie Fiedler Sutton. So
3, 2, 1.
hi, this is I keep saying my own name now. Oh my god. I got your name now, and I can't even say my own name. Again, let's try it again. All right, one more game.
Ready?
One more time. Echo, because you can get 2 names. 2 names. You got this, Echo. You got this. Early morning. I needed a Mountain Dew.
3, 2, 1.
Hi, this is Echo Chernick, and I am geeking out with Angie Fiedler Sutton. I am an advertising Art Nouveau illustrator, and we're going to have a great time.
Great. Awesome.
Yes, I said my name right. I passed.
And you said my name right.
That's less important. I said my own name right. So.
Now, for
I know,
anyone who's participating or who's watching this live stream, just a reminder that you can donate at my website, angiefsutton.com/TLD. I have also put the chat or the link to the direct link to donations in the chat for both Riverside and on YouTube. Do you have anyone in your life that's affected by Alzheimer's?
My great-great-grandmother had Alzheimer's. I don't really remember her too much because they kind of kept me away at that point in her life. But I do remember that.
Mhm.
So I do remember them, not letting me too close and them talking to me about it. So and then but then when I was older, I remember reading did you ever read I know they made it into a movie, the book, it was Still Alice. Did you read that?
I'm familiar with it, but I don't think I've ever read it.
The movie is not as good. I mean, the movie was good, but the book is really good. And the same author wrote a book on called Left Neglected. Awesome book too. Left Neglected is really good as well.
Awesome.
Also, it's about brain damage. But Still Alice was a really good book, and that's about Alzheimer's. It's about early onset Alzheimer's. It was just a really good book.
Hmm.
But no, but yeah. So you?
Yeah, I had a theater teacher who died by complications of it several years ago. She was my college theater teacher, and we became good friends afterwards.
Wow.
So, okay, it is 9 o'clock. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Welcome, everyone, to Contents May Vary. I'm Angie Fiedler Sutton, talking to geeky people about geeky things. I'm a proud fangirl geek with pieces published in Stage Directions, Den of Geek, The Mary Sue, and I'm a regular freelancer for the Geekiary. Today's guest is Echo Chernick. Echo is a top-tier illustrator with 30 years experience and dozens of accolades and awards. Her client list includes Celestial Seasonings, Miller Beer, Rock Stars, the U.S. Postal Service, retail chains, grocery chains, small and major publishers, sci-fi and fantasy games, and many more. Since 2016, Echo has been the coordinating judge for Illustrators of the Future, a prestigious global competition for illustrators early in their career. Thank you very much for talking to me today, Echo.
Thanks for having me on. So
Now, go ahead.
I was gonna say I also do a lot of work for the role playing game Shadowrun, and
Yep.
I did a tattoo sleeve for Doctor Who for San Diego
Ooh.
Comic Con years ago. So I mean, since we're gonna be all geeky and stuff.
Yes.
So
Now, my first question is always origin story. Kind of tell me how, not only how you came to become an illustrator, but just that point where you realized it was something quote unquote more than a hobby.
Geez. Well, I guess I grew up drawing the Smurfs of all things. Actually, I'm not old. So I grew up drawing Smurfs, just like incessantly. I grew up in Connecticut, and I would just draw and draw and draw and draw and draw. And then when I was in high school, I was on. Actually, I used to work on the ambulance. I live in a really small town, and the high schoolers would actually we'd work. They had high schoolers that we train as EMTs, and we would work on the ambulance with one teacher. And so I had to make a decision whether I was going to go into medicine or whether I was going to go into art. And so one summer, my parents are like, do you want to go off and go to a summer art program and study art all summer? And if you still want to do that when you get back, you can be an artist and we'll build you a studio. So I went away for the whole summer, and I just it was like an art camp thing for high schoolers, and I did that the whole summer. And I came back and I was like, yes, I want to be an artist. And so I had to make the decision between doing that or being a surgeon. And I figured, since I really couldn't remember where I left my keys, probably being an artist was a better choice than being a surgeon. So so I decided to go with that rather than because that's probably not a good choice for a surgeon. So I can't remember where I left my keys, but it's a little safer than surgery.
Hopefully, not in the person you're doing surgery on.
yeah, I know. Oh, look, it's spare parts. Oh, that's not good. But So anyway, so I got home from that summer, and they built me a studio in the basement. We actually had a gun range in the basement at the same time, so you'd actually they would shoot the rifles. So they'd sit in my studio and shoot rifles from the same area that I was doing art, and go down range from where I was doing my art. And then I went off to New York to study illustration from there.
Great. Well, that leads me to my next question. Kind of, what makes illustration different from other types of art, in your opinion?
Illustration is specifically telling a story with art. It's specifically telling a story or a scene or illustrating a scene, as opposed to just expressing, yourself as an artist, or a portraiture, as opposed to being like painting a portrait or or just creating something for the sake of creating it. So
Mhm.
if you're like, if you're um, trying to, like I do mostly advertising illustration and then package design. I love doing advertising things. People complain about being advertising illustrators, but I like the challenge of it. I like when someone's like, "Yeah, you need to illustrate this tea box. You need to illustrate this, this um, puzzle or something." I like the challenge of it. So, but I also do a lot of my own pieces as well.
Um, let's get a little bit into your process. I mean, obviously, if it's a commercial art, you kind of already know what you're going to be drawing, but how do you? I don't want to say how do you get your ideas because that's a very broad question, but how do you kind of come up with what you're going to do?
Depends on the piece. That completely depends on what I'm doing. I do a lot of different things. Each that's what I like about what I do is I do so many different things. Right now, I'm doing a coloring book, and I'm also doing a, d- um, a poster for a Ren fair. I'm doing a Kickstarter that's going to be coming out really really soon. That for a personal project that I've been working on for the last couple of years. I'm doing a package design for a company, and so each project is different, and it depends on the parameters of that particular project. And they have different guidelines usually behind them. Like for the package design, I know that they need that it's specifically for a chocolate that has that's strawberry flavored. And so I look up different references of what their competitors are and everything, and then I come up with ideas from there. I also study like other package designs that are similar and stuff. I'm influenced by Art Nouveau artists and neoclassical artists. I love studying art history. Um, I do a lot of erotic art because I love erotic art. Um, for the coloring book that I'm doing. It can't be too sexy, so for those, I'm studying more just more romantic and baroque and style artists, art and corsets and stuff like that, and old style clothing and stuff like that. So I just I look at a lot of pictures, a lot of old art and pictures and things like that. So each project is completely different, and I like just studying things. I don't have a problem coming up with ideas.
Now, this is kind of a writer's block adjacent question. Um, yes, it is a job, but it's also, as you mentioned, you can do there are other jobs available. You could have been a surgeon. So what do you do to kind of keep it fresh, to keep yourself from being burnt out?
There's so many different things that I can do within this realm. I'm usually switching between one project to another project. Like I said, I'm working on one thing or another thing. So if I'm really getting tired of one particular piece that I'm working on, I'll switch to something else that excites me. That's why primarily why I do a lot of work on Shadowrun. For those of you that know the gaming industry, it pays terrible, tens of dollars. And I love Shadowrun. That's my game of choice. I've been playing it since college, and so I've been working with them for, oh gosh, I've done like 13 covers. I've done the Shadowrun Tarot deck, and I just love doing that. It's a completely different style than my other pieces, but I love to switch over and do a Shadowrun piece every once in a while because it's just in a completely different vein, and we play all the time, so that kind of just keeps it fresh and lets me just kind of you know work in a different style, and it is a completely different painting style, so helps keep it a little bit, you know keeps me from getting burned out.
Mhm. Now, I know this probably varies, but on average, how long does it take you to complete a piece?
Between 20 to 300 hours usually.
Okay. And usually, I mean, I guess how far in advance I mean, if your deadline's like say a week from tomorrow or a week from tomorrow, would you already have it done?
Well, for advertising work, advertising needs it really fast. Usually, the
Mhm.
turnaround is like, "Oh, we need it on Monday," and I'm like, "Oh." The like Procter and Gamble called me up once, and they needed a poster of a lion tamer, and they called me up on Friday, and it was for a presentation, and they needed it by Monday. So Lazarus shows up at home. It's my husband, and I met him at the door with a vest and a whip, and I'm like, "All right, meet me in the studio. And he's like, oh yeah. And I'm like, all right, now what you're thinking. But he's like, okay. So he had to pose. I needed him to pose for me as a lion tamer. And I had to do this huge poster over the course of the entire weekend. And they were, they were really excited because I needed to present it to their client, but on Monday. And so I had very little time to do this huge ornate Art Nouveau poster. So, and that I had to do really, really fast. But I prefer to have a couple weeks to do a piece if possible. I
Mhm.
like to have like 3 weeks to do a piece if I had my druthers. But
Now
yeah.
you've been doing this for 30 years. Is it currently primarily digital that you use, or is it paper, or is it both?
It's both. I do my drawings. I like working on vellum personally, doing my drawings on vellum. But then I draw digitally too, and sometimes I do my sketches on vellum, and then I scan them in and tighten them digitally, and then I print them out and ink them physically, and then I scan them in and paint them digitally, and then I print them out and paint them oils. I go back and forth a lot, honestly. And the digital is kind of nice because it lets you kind of get everything just the way you like it, which is kind of nice. But there's some nice things about working physically too. I like drawing physically better than drawing digitally. It just has a better line feel to it. Um, but I like painting in oils too. It feels different. But then again, with the advertising, it makes more sense to work digital because you can layer things. So it depends what I'm doing. But I like creating like all my age textures with tea and beating it with chains and running over it and stepping on it and aging paper that way. It really depends on the end result I'm looking for. So I always tell artists to think about like the end result you're looking for, not to limit yourself with the medium. I mean, digital is great, but what are you trying to achieve, and can you achieve it best digital or physical? So it takes me a couple rounds to figure out how I want to execute a piece before. Sometimes I start at digital and then I go, this isn't working. I'm going to switch over to physical, and then I go there and then I go back, and you know.
Again, 30 years. What would you say is the biggest change for in the industry in terms of for you?
Oh, over the last 30 years
Mhm.
in general? Oh. I guess the internet has changed a lot. The internet has changed a lot. I mean, there's when I first started there, you didn't have as much online for sure. You had to do the portfolio drops, and even you had portfolios online at the beginning of my career, but now you're just there's a lot there's a lot more online, and it's quite intimidating. And I definitely tell artists to try not to be too intimidated by what's online, because it can be very overwhelming. Because you go on Instagram and you're just flooded with just so much. And there's a lot of negativity online too, a lot of people that are really negative towards your art, and that's
Mhm.
just, you have to kind of just not not just ignore those people. But sometimes I look at how many artists are out there and I'm like, wow, there's like a lot of artists. And my husband's like, there's really not that many. You're only looking at like all the artists in the world, like right there. You have to remember how many people there are in the world. And I'm like, oh, yeah, you're kind of right. But the world has gotten a lot smaller with the internet since I've started. But on the other hand, it's also kind of cool because people are growing and changing and improving so much faster than when we started. I look at the stuff that when we were in art school when I first started, and now what they're producing, and it's just it's so much better because there people can grow and see and learn techniques from each other so much faster than when I was in art school and there wasn't really the internet as much. So
Mhm.
and that's kind of cool too. So that's changed a lot, for better and worse.
Mhm. Excuse me. Let's talk a little bit about your work with the Illustrators of the Future Awards. That's actually how we met. I was covering that for the red carpets, and I think I've talked to you a couple of different times for my podcast. Why work with them? Why do that?
Oh, they're awesome. I was approached by actually by Larry Elmore, who actually got me inspired me to become an illustrator in the first place. I used to love his work when I was back in junior high, and he is one of the main influences that made me want to become an illustrator. And so I was at Gen Con one year, and I was at the marshalling yard, which is where you go to wait to load out your show, your booth. And he was there too, and he was looking all hot and sweaty. And so I said, "Oh, come in, come in." I had an RV, and he's like, "Come in, have a sweet tea." And he came and sat in the RV with me and had a sweet tea while we were waiting because it was like 150 degrees out or something. And he's like, "Oh, I got to tell you about this group, this contest." And he's like, "I really want you to be a judge for them." And he's like, "Come on down and and check them out." And so I came down and went to the awards ceremony for the Illustrators of the Future, and got to go and teach the class there for the week, and it was awesome. And they were really really impressive. And then next year they actually asked me to be the coordinating judge, and so I've been the coordinating judge for the contest for the last 8 years, I think now. So it's just they're really good group of people, and the whole thing was set up to help promote new illustrators and launching the careers of illustrators. And it is truly just dedicated to launching careers and helping uh, people get their careers started and learning and just starting on the path of being an illustrator, and getting ahead and everything and making connections. And it's just awesome. It's just really awesome.
Why help?
uh um you get to the certain point in your career where you just want to help other artists get move forward because the other people have helped you in the past. And it's I remember at the beginning of my career it was so hard to figure out how to do things. I remember, if I remember when I was starting out, like trying to Google, like, how do I what do I charge for illustration? How do I do this? What is a contract? How do I, trying to figure all that out. And it was really, really hard. There wasn't a lot of resources. And, I mean, the only, the, the best thing about the community is that of illustrators, especially the older illustrators, is that we're all like really happy to help support younger illustrators, and especially all of the judges and stuff. And I don't know, it just feels really good to help the younger ones, because we all remember being there and trying to succeed, because it's a lot of work to be an illustrator. It's awesome. I mean, it's a great career, and it's awesome to do what you love. It's not an easy career. I mean, you're not if you want an easy career, become like a podiatrist or something, and I'm not saying podiatry is easy, or I don't know much about it, but it's not a 9 to 5 job. You're working like all the time, and you're illustrating and you're drawing, and you're trying to improve yourself, and you're trying to figure all this stuff out. And it's not it's not easy. You're always drawing and working and learning the business and doing this, and it's definitely a full time all the time thing, and you're constantly struggling to figure out. It's a lifetime journey, and that's what the podcast that I just started is about as well, is about talking about the journey of being an illustrator and how to figure out that journey and how to do it, because it's not really a there's not like a right way to do it. You have to, especially if you're freelance, you have to kind of figure out your path and with your art and the right audience and the right business model and everything. And it certainly helps to be able to talk to other illustrators and to figure out how they did it and the mistakes that we made, because we've all made those mistakes. And so it's just we like helping the younger ones figure out how to do that and save them the hassle. And we get to learn all the things that are changing in the world too, because there's all kinds of new technologies coming up that are, changing with technology, and they help us in return, saying, "Hey, check out this new website that offers this," and we're like, "Oh, hey, I didn't even know that they do that nowadays." And networking too. is so important because I always tell them never turn away jobs. If someone calls you with a job and you can't take it, always just redirect it to another illustrator. Be like, hey, I can't take that, but you know who'd be good for that? This person. And you know, and so that's how you survive as a freelance illustrator. So
What would you say is your favorite piece of advice that you give to people starting out?
oh, just keep drawing and just keep doing it. Just stay positive and just keep doing it, and don't let anybody tell you, get you down about your art. You know, because just keep at it and um just keep drawing and keep positive and only and support your friends and other artists and keep people around you that support you, you know because that's the most important thing you need is to keep people around you that are supportive of you and like you, because that's the most important thing.
Now, you
'Cause-
mentioned your podcast. Kind of give me the elevator pitch about what that's about. I mean, you kind of already did, but
Well, I didn't I put off doing a podcast or doing a YouTube channel for a really long time. Everyone's like, you need to do one, you need to do one, and I was like, I don't know about that. I don't know." And I didn't do it. I didn't do it and didn't do it. And then, but I've been teaching down at the Illustrators of the Future for the last 8 years. We all just volunteer our time to do that. And every year I go down there. I teach those 12 students, and I spend the whole week and I focus on the business of illustration, because the business of illustration is something that is, I think, sorely lacking in availability towards illustrators and towards the students, because that's not something they teach as much as they should. When I was in our school, we had a 20-minute optional class on business, and you could be a great illustrator, you can be the best illustrator, but if you don't know how to actually do the business part of it, you can't make it as an artist. If you don't know how to sell yourself or promote yourself or do any of that stuff, or you can't, you're gonna have a terrible time succeeding. So I spend most of the week actually talking to them about self promotion, about how to actually do all of that stuff, hopefully in an entertaining and jovial manner, not in a boring manner that puts them to sleep. And so, and they just tell me that, like, oh, you should, you need to talk more about this. You should do a podcast, and you should do this sort of thing. And so I always go, yeah, yeah, yeah. And so finally, Joe at United Public Radio finally talked me into it this year, and they gave me a slot on United Public Radio, and I agreed to do it. And I've so this is my fifth or sixth episode this Saturday, and it's going really good. We have like almost a 500,000 listeners, so that's kind of cool. So it's on Saturdays at 1, and I have a YouTube channel too, which doesn't have as many listeners, but it's linked into the public radio, and it's just on YouTube slash Echo Chernik, and you can ask me questions there. And I have guests usually. This week it's just me talking about the business of illustration. Last week I had Bob Eggleton, and then April Solomon before that, and I had Todd Lockwood. But then I'm going to be doing the business of illustration between them. But usually I have them tell their stories and talk about their journeys and their business, how they got to where they are, because with everybody, it's their journeys are all going to be different. What they learned, what they messed up, what they didn't mess up, what their advice is to people and stuff. So, and let people ask questions. And so basically similar to my workshop that I teach in Los Angeles, but hopefully entertaining and not boring. So and yeah, just since it's live, people can ask questions, which is cool.
Mhm.
So.
What would you say is your favorite part of being an illustrator?
Flexibility to change direction if I need to. For instance, when my kids were young, I wanted to. They were 4 and 6, and I was doing really great as an illustrator. I mean, I had a lot of jobs and everything, and I wanted to travel with them and I wanted to have vacations, and I realized I was not able to spend any time with them doing vacations because when you don't have paid vacations when you're an illustrator because if you're not working, you're not getting paid. And I was like, oh, this isn't going to work because I don't have vacation days, and I want to spend time with them. How can I fix that? What can I do? And being freelance and in control of my own destiny, we thought about it and we decided to do comic book shows and art shows, and I just redirected the whole business structure so that in the summer we started doing we bought the RV and we started doing comic book shows, and we spent the summers going around and doing comic cons and stuff like that with the kids, and they spent their next 10 years traveling the country doing shows all summer long. So, and that became their summers. And now my 19-year-old is doing her own art and doing shows as well. So the good thing is that you have the flexibility to just kind of redirect your entire life if you need to. Now I have a gallery up here, and we're like, during COVID and stuff, I was like, what can we change? So we have a gallery now, and you have a certain flexibility you don't have if you have a standard job. And maybe one day I'll just be like, I think I want to go to Europe, so we're going to go just travel there, and just you have it's kind of neat because you can you can change the business structure as you need to, and you can change your products and draw different things, and it's kind of that's kind of cool and a little different than a normal job. Harder, not easier, but but different.
Now, the opposite question: what's your least favorite part?
Used to be definitely the instability part aspect, but I kind of get used to it after a while. You never, when you were for a long time, when you're freelance, a lot of people don't like the fact that you never, you never have that steady income part that a lot of people live with. You have to have the right mindset for that. You can't do this if you have to have that steady paycheck. That is definitely not the greatest part. Not a big fan of certain aspects like self-employment tax. That's not a great part of being freelance. And certain aspects like that. The least favorite part, yeah, some of those parts aren't great.
Mhm.
But the logistics of being a small business is not ideal. The world is not ideal to small business owners.
Now, why science fiction and fantasy? What about that draws you?
Science fiction and fantasy is amazing. Who wouldn't like science fiction and fantasy? Because it's the world of imagination. I mean, it's imagination. I mean, you know,
Okay, more specifically, you talked about your love for Shadowrun. What about Shadowrun draws you?
I've always loved Shadowrun and Cyberpunk, and I went to school in New York City, and I've always loved the gritty city at night. We used to walk, in New York City at night, and I just love the grittiness of it. When things are on fire and stuff. I don't know. I'm always kind of a desolate landscape type of apocalyptic person sometimes. Yeah. There's just a certain beauty in New Jersey at night when the smokestacks are blowing off flames, and I don't know. I'm just, yeah, it's an artistic thing, I think. The just the dichotomy of I'm always out there at night taking pictures of just apocalyptic landscape things at night, and I just work that into my Shadowrun pieces a lot. So yeah, we used to love to walk at night a lot, and we play Shadowrun at night, and I just like to work that into my work, and it's no less beautiful to me than Art Nouveau. I mean, Art Nouveau is all curling, beautiful, you know, swirling flowers and things, but beautiful curling, swirling, dead piles of bricks and smoke and stuff is just as beautiful to me. I have a little bit of a, you know, I guess, dark side too. So,
Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit about your erotic art. Why do erotic art? What about that draws you?
uh, I've always loved erotic art. I think that erotic art can be beautiful without being raunchy. I think that the human form is just natural and gorgeous. Um, I sort of Probably it's probably my parents' fault. I grew for all of it. I grew up in a really old farmhouse and that was like from 1904, and I remember my timeout corner was this it was like this multi-family house, and they used to put me in this timeout corner that had like 6 layers of or more than that, probably like 10 layers of, just really old wallpaper. And if you and there was this like red and black, really like brothily sort of painted door to the right. It was like one of those doors where it had like the big black and red, like the big like kind of cross sort of panels on it, and it was painted with like really like many layers of paint, so it was red and black, like brothly sort of colors. But if you peel the wallpaper back about 6 layers deep, there was pornographic toile, on it, with like, people doing all kind of, what toile is. It's like that French with like the women with the fancy dresses doing stuff on swings and things, and it was like pornographic toile about 6 layers deep. And to my like 5 or 6 year old mind, this was like most fascinating thing in this like sort of rundown farmhouse of like, that they were fixing up with like, there was like a 10-foot rat nest in the rafters and stuff that my parents were trying to remove at the same time. And there's the pornographic toile like 6 layers deep and stuff like this. So this kind of probably had a lot to the forming of my mind.
Mhm. Do you have a favorite medium, or is that like choosing a favorite child?
Oh, I like cake. I like cookies. I like all of it. So yeah, I like cake and cookies. So
And
no, I,
then
I like I like ink. I like pen and ink. I like gold leaf, and I like oil paintings.
and then kind of, do you use different muscles if you're doing, commercial art versus a book cover versus, a game illustration? Do you feel you approach it differently at all?
No, not really. Um, Not really. I guess I just approach them all the sort of the same. They're uh, not really. I don't think. I don't. I don't think. I think they're all kind of this. They're all similar. I think so.
Do you have a schedule that you work on, or do you just kind of do it when you can?
I'm kind of an early morning person. If I'm really, really, really tight on schedule, like I'm really tight on schedule, I'll come in at like 2 or 3 in the morning, and then and work. I'm much definitely more of an early morning person. I used to get up and work at like, like I said, 2 or 3 in the morning, and then go to bed 8 or 9 at night, and then rather than work late or all hours. I can't stay up all night. I've never been able to do that. I've tried. uh, about about 8 or 9 or 10 o'clock at night, I turn into a pumpkin, as my husband calls it. So I really just start to forget how to operate things like doorknobs. So, but yeah, I definitely do better at definitely early hours. So, but I usually try to come in 7 or earlier in the morning when things are quiet before people are awake. Um, so always been better in the morning.
Now, here's your chance to rant about AI. What do you think
Oh,
about, I mean, what are your thoughts on what it's happening with the AI, AI art, and where's it, is it gonna take over everything? Give me your thoughts.
AI. AI is definitely problematic. It's just that I can see it definitely having its uses. I can see it being definitely useful. Like for instance, I have face blindness. I can't remember faces. So I can see being able to use it as a tool to, being able to pull up things and use it as reference and stuff. But the problem is that it's being grown unethically by taking people's art, including my own, and feeding it into it and stealing all of the art, and then um it's grown unethically off of that. So you can't really use it. You can't use it. If it was grown properly, then it would be a wonderful tool. And so unfortunately it's just a mess right now. And it's grown too fast. So it's costs a lot of people jobs right now because it's slowed up everything. It's completely halted a lot of my commercial work for a long time, for the last, just stopped it dead. So it caused a whole glut in my work. It caused a whole glut in a lot of other artists. I've known a lot of people that lost work, and I've had the people, that I've talked to that have said, well, it's affected other people's jobs too, and they're not whining. Well, artists don't. The thing is, they don't. If they lose their job, they don't get unemployment. They just don't have work. They don't, like other people, like factory workers. If they lose their job to AI, they get unemployment. Artists
Mhm.
don't. They just don't have work, and that sucks. And that's so that it's caused just a disaster. And that's because it was grown unethically. It just needs to move slower, and it needs to be brought in ethically. I can see its uses, but because of the way it was brought in unethically, it's like an invasive species that's just caused so much damage. Um, it's definitely not going anywhere. Um, I'm really pleased to see how people are, rallied against it. Uh,
Okay. According to your website, you're a traditionally trained artist, graduate of Pratt Institute. Talk a little bit about talent versus training. I mean, where do you feel is the balance there in terms of like if someone else was doing it? Do you feel, they need to be traditionally trained or?
oh, well, I think talent is where you uh, talent is basically a if you have talent, it's something that is a naturally abilities that are sort of either not the right word to say it. So they're a natural collection of things that you might gather over time, or that you're born with. Mathematical collection of things, maybe an enhanced color sense or enhanced sense of composition, or uh, things that you might be better at that just make you more proficient at doing things. That doesn't mean that you cannot get to that skill level without having the proficiency at it. You can become, a super proficient artist at skills. And learn those skills without having a talent at it. Um, if just because you don't have a talent for composition, you could still learn the skills for it. You can still learn composition for it. It's just going to take you a little bit longer. Um, and you can be a talented artist and not have the desire to do it. I've met talented people that have no desire to do anything with their talent, and I've met people that don't have a lot of talent but have just an insane amount of desire that completely overcomes that. So that makes them much better artists than people that have a ton of talent that dwarfs that they dwarfs them. So it's a balance. So don't let anyone pigeonhole you. The desire to do something is stronger than anything really ever. Um, for instance, I like to I like to do VR games. I like to play Pop One. I am not a talented VR gamer, but I am determined that I'm going to become decent at it, and through much work at it, I am proficient now. More proficient than I was a few years ago, but I'm not talented at it. But I'm proficient. So you do if you have a desire to do something, you can become a good, a very very good and proficient and successful artist. So so don't let don't let the word talent stifle you. Um, because like I said, I've seen some talented artists that they just don't do anything with it. So
Do you have a favorite piece of yours? Or is that like choosing a child?
ah some days I have a favorite piece. I like my social seasonings pieces because I like seeing my stuff in the stores. I did the green teas for social seasonings, and I still like my green tea dragon. That one came out really well. I like my Cthulhu pieces. Some of my Shadowrun pieces I really like. I have some of my neoclassical oil paintings. I like my Woman with a Tiger one. I think that one came out really good. I think I probably have a favorite one in each of my styles.
Okay. Well, and similar, do you have a favorite artist that you feel is an influence, or is that like choosing a favorite child?
Jeez. Yeah, that's hard to say too. Obviously, I like Muka because I'm influenced by Muka. I have a lot of different artists that I'm influenced by. I like the Art Nouveau artists. I like good pen and ink artists. Oh geez, that's hard to say. I've always liked the neoclassical artists, romanticist artists. I've always liked to go to the Met. I like the Hellenistic Greek statues. Those are always nice. They don't let you touch them now.
Now we're getting close to the end. Was there something that you wanted to talk about, but we haven't, or that you thought I was going to ask but didn't?
No, not really. What? I was gonna say, definitely want to encourage people to go to the podcast. Geekery wise, so yeah, I was gonna say it was fun to work on my Doctor Who tattoo sleeve that I got to do for that. That was a lot of fun.
Well, and when this podcast started, it was first called Geek Out with Angie Fiedler Sutton. I changed it because no one can spell Fiedler. But I would always ask, what are you currently geeking out about? What are you watching, reading, listening to that you just are telling everybody about?
Oh, what am I currently geeking out about? Nothing new. I can't watch when I work. I have to watch something that's kind of in the middle because if I'm too into it, I get distracted. So I have to rewatch something that I've watched before or watch something that's not very good. So I'm just rewatching Call the Midwife again.
What about
Which
that
is really
draws you?
good. Oh, the medical part of it. I've always liked the medical part. So of things. I'm always big into medical dramas and stuff. Or historical documentaries. So I've always
Awesome.
liked I like it, I like medical mysteries and things like that. So
Now, if people want to learn more about you or get in contact with you, how can they find you?
echochernic.com.
Now, as regular listeners know, at the end of every podcast, I have a series of questions that are silly or unimportant in nature, but I still feel gives the audience some insight into your personality. The goal is to answer without really thinking about it as quickly as you can. I call it the lightning round. Are you ready?
Oh boy.
What's your favorite curse word?
Canker blossom.
When getting dressed, do you button and zip or zip and button?
I don't wear anything with zippers or buttons.
Okay. Pirates
too
or
much
ninjas?
work. Oh, ninjas.
Who's your favorite Bond, Doctor, or Batman, or all three?
Lego Batman.
That's my favorite too.
Yeah, because yeah.
Favorite smell?
Oh, favorite smell? Cookies. I guess.
What's your comfort movie?
It.
Interesting choice. Favorite drink?
Well, my daughter and I watch it.
Is it the Tim Curry version?
Not the new version, because
Okay.
when she's really having an anxiety attack, she has severe anxiety. And when she's really, really anxious and she's having an anxiety attack, that's the movie we watch to calm her down. Okay. That's her calming down movie.
Okay. Favorite drink? It can be alcoholic or non.
Hot chocolate from a gas station.
Favorite or lucky number?
24.
Favorite meal?
Stale saltines and Diet Coke.
Geek or nerd?
Artist? We don't really fit into anything. We kind of don't fit into parameters.
There's a meme, you're an adult when you have a favorite stovetop burner. So what is your favorite stovetop burner? Upper left, lower left, upper right, lower right?
Lower left.
Now this one might be a hard one for you. Favorite color?
Alizarin crimson.
Okay. What's your go-to song to sing in the shower?
Ooh, you don't want me to sing in the shower. No. Oh, no. I torture my children if I threaten to sing if they're bad, because I'm tone deaf. Don't make me sing. Oh.
Okay. What's your favorite superstition or conspiracy theory? You don't have to believe in it.
Oh, when your scar itches. They used to tell me when my scar itches, someone's going to give me money.
Oh, interesting.
So I'm like, whenever I have a scar, I'm like, oh, I'm going to get money.
Would you rather see Captain Kirk become a Jedi or see Luke Skywalker become Captain of the Enterprise?
I always like Luke Skywalker better, so I guess we'll go with him.
If you were a superhero or villain, what power would you want?
Oh, the stop time. So I just want to take a nap whenever. Just totally like, stop time, take a nap. Nap time.
Who would you want to play you in the movie about your life?
Drew Barrymore. I don't know. Everybody always said I look like Drew Barrymore. So
yeah, I can see it. Thoughts on pineapple on pizza?
I like pineapple on pizza.
And then final question, what is your favorite time of day?
Nap time. Well, actually, when I get up in the morning, I'll have a cup of coffee and then go back to bed for an hour. And then, because it's an ADHD thing, I think. And then, that's when I do, a lot of work, is I go back to bed and then just kind of, lay there and, the cat curls up on my head. And I actually do, a lot of work then, because I do a lot of, that sleep thinking when I come up with, what I'm going to do for the day. And that's, the best time.
Awesome. And that's a wrap for this episode. Thanks to Echo Chernick for being interviewed. As always, any websites mentioned are in the show notes for this episode on my website. I'll do the rest of the outro when they're done. Hopefully you enjoyed yourself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay. Awesome.
So thanks for having me on.
Once this is edited and added into my regular podcasting, I'll send you a link so you know how to promote it. Feel free to promote the fundraiser if you can as well. We're taking donations all, even beyond today. But
awesome.
we're hoping to raise some funds. So thank you very much for joining me and have a good rest of the day.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Helps if I'm unmuted. How we doing?
All right, does my mic work?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Awesome. How we doing?
Yeah, good.
Good. Good. How's life?
Yes.
Taking my short break. Now I already have a plug for you, but if you want to do it again, we can.
What?
I've been asking my interviewees to do a plug for my show. I already have one from you, from like when I started, but we can always do a new one if you want. Okay, we've got about 8, 9 minutes. Kate says hi, by the way.
Kate, hi.
Pete says hi back.
This is weird. I'm getting the audio about 3 seconds after I say it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm he- yeah, it's I hear it coming out, but I hear it then again later.
Mm, there's just probably a connection issue. We'll work around it. You're at
Okay,
7:20. I'm at 7:20. You want to try refreshing? See if that helps.
sure.
Let's try this again. Theophilus Sissel.
Okay,
Seems to be better.
I'm waiting to see if it comes back on me.
Um,
There it is.
well, we'll work with it. I've had
There
I've
it
had
is.
other.
This will. If I sound distracted,
That's okay. I'm dealing with this cold, so just a reminder to those in the audience that you're always welcome to donate. There is a link on the YouTube channel as well as the Riverside as to how to donate.
Okay, I'll turn off the speaker here. Okay, let's see if that does anything.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to talk a little bit just to see what we are doing.
Okay.
That's a little better.
Yeah, I'm not getting it now.
Okay, awesome.
No, there it is. Okay. Go.
Awesome. Mm. Sorry while I eat.
Please do.
Okay, 3 minutes. I think I may have just heard an echo, so I'm going to talk a little bit more to see if I hear it. Nope, I don't hear it though.
What?
I thought I heard it echo, but I was just talking to see if I still heard it.
I'm still getting it. It's just going to keep going.
Yeah. I can always edit in post.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Okay, are we ready?
I'm ready to go.
3, 2, 1. Welcome, everyone, to Contents May Vary. I'm Angie Fiedler Sutton, talking to geeky people about geeky things. I'm a proud fangirl geek with pieces published in Stage Directions, Den of Geek, The Mary Sue, and I'm a regular freelancer for the Geek Gary. Today's guest is Pete Bakley. Pete, him, has been an actor slash playwright slash theater producer in Kansas City for quite some time now. The fourth of 7 children, he is a hyper middle child, meaning that most interactions with him are desperate pleas for attention, so naturally he gravitated towards the performing arts. Born with the looks of a character actor, he's made a career of playing the evil and insane Kansas City theater with just a dollop of musical comedy roles. He has a high ratio of people killed over people kissed on his resume. Pete is currently working on Bath, a retelling of Elizabeth Bathory's story with supermodels, and with My Tongue in Your Tail about harassment and plagiarism. Pete is also a good friend of mine. I've known him for since the 90s. Welcome to Contents May Vary, Pete.
Hi there. This is very weird, so hopefully I'm going to be able to keep going with this because I'm hearing it twice now.
I'm
But
sorry.
let's keep going.
Okay. Well, let's try it again. 3, 2, 1. Regular listeners to my podcast know my first question is always origin story. It's kind of what made you, obviously the performing arts, but what made you go into playwriting, and give me that moment where you realized it was quote unquote more than a hobby.
Well, the whole thing that I had with playwriting was I actually started back in the 80s. I was doing a radio show, and I found that I was getting bored with acting, that I had so little control over what I was doing. And so I started writing a regular radio show, and it felt, uh, I can't do this. I'm hearing myself.
Okay.
I don't know what to do.
In the chat or in the people, there should be an echo cancellation.
Yeah,
Can you turn that on?
it can't be changed while
No.
recording.
Okay, let me. For those paying attention, I'm going to stop the recording real quick.
Yeah. Again, I had been an actor for a long time, and I was getting cast quite a bit.
Hello. I can hear myself.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you
Can
hear
you
me?
hear me? I can. Oh, turn it off. Yeah, on my phone.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yay! Okay. Let's stop sharing the screen then. Hello, Mary. How have you been?
Oh my God, Angie, it's so good to see you. I always think when I hear the name Issa Rae, I think Angie knew about her before she became famous.
That was because of Dylan. But okay.
No, because you're ahead of times. Okay.
Before we get going, any questions before we start?
No.
Okay, awesome. Welcome, everyone, to Contents May Vary. I'm Angie Fiedler-Sutton, talking to geeky people about geeky things. I'm a proud fangirl geek with pieces published in Stage Directions, Den of Geek, The Mary Sue, and I'm a regular freelancer for the Geek Gary. Our guest this episode is Mary Murphy. Mary is an award-winning newspaper, magazine, digital, and television journalist who covers entertainment, pop culture, politics, and the crisis of people experiencing homelessness. She is on the board of the Critics' Choice Association. Murphy is an associate professor at USC Annenberg School of Communications and Journalism. She recently produced Tea Time, a half-hour entertainment show for USC Annenberg Media. Murphy co-authored 2 books, Blood Cold and The New News. Blood Cold is a true crime murder investigation involving actor Robert Blake, which has been bought as a movie. The New News is a journalist's guide to producing digital content for online and mobile news. She was also one of my thesis advisors. I had her in 10 years ago. Welcome to Contents May Vary, Mary.
Yeah, it's so good to be here. 10 years. It was as I look at you and I think it was as if yesterday.
Now, my first question is always the same for everybody. I like origin stories. Kind of tell me that point where you realized journalism was something and writing was something that you wanted to do for a living versus quote unquote just a hobby.
Okay. When I graduated with a degree in government, I wanted to work in government, but I couldn't get a bad job. And so I went to my local St. Louis hometown newspaper and I met with the publisher. And after an hour, he said, "I'm hiring you as a cub reporter." And I said to him, "I can't type very well." And he said, "I don't care if you can type, you can think." And I walked into that newsroom and I fell in love. That was it. I hadn't planned on it. It wasn't my career goal, but I walked in and that was it. I was set for life.
What about that spoke to you? Why that versus all the other job options that are out there?
Because it was so intellectually creative, because journalism is having a front row seat on life, because everyone in the newsroom was so thrilling to talk to, because they cared about the city, they cared about the country, they cared about the world. And it seemed to me that if I wanted to have a life filled with knowledge, this was the career for me. It was incredibly tough. And almost every person in the newsroom was a man.
Mm-hmm.
And so that seemed to be, I thought, wow, a woman in a newsroom, we need more of these. That's all part of it.
Now, I grew up near St. Louis, so I have a feeling I probably read your stuff in the Post-Dispatch because I would read the entertainment section back before I knew to look at writers' names. How did you get from there to Los Angeles?
Well, okay, so first I went from the Globe Democrat for 6 weeks to the Post-Dispatch, where I was for 4 or 5 years. And that was amazing. That's a Pulitzer Prize winning newspaper. And Joseph Pulitzer sat in an office on the floor where we were. And that was, I don't think I ever would have left the Post-Dispatch, but I met Mr. Murphy. And Mr. Murphy lived in Los Angeles. And I came to Los Angeles, and the Los Angeles Times had seen my work. And do you want to know how I got hired there?
Sure.
So I went for an interview. The editor said, "I'll call you on Friday." I waited all day and the editor didn't call me. So I called him and said, "Excuse me, I've been sitting by my phone all day long and I haven't heard from you." He said, "Oh, I forgot. Yes, start Monday." And then I started at one of the great newspapers in America, the Los Angeles Times.
Why entertainment journalism versus, like, say, sports or regular, hardcore investigative?
Okay, that's good. I mean, I've done everything. I've done sports, I've done investigative, but at that point I wasn't in entertainment journalism. The way I got into entertainment journalism was this. I wrote a story about very wealthy women in Los Angeles giving a fundraiser for the home of violent alcoholics. And when I went to interview the very fancy lady, it turns out that the head of the club was drunk out of her mind doing this interview. So I wrote about it. I wrote the truth. She was giving a fundraiser for the wives of violent alcoholics, and she was drunk herself. But it turned out she was friends with the owner of the newspaper. So I was moved from one section into entertainment. That's how I got into entertainment. And the one thing I learned immediately about entertainment is you can't be friends with the people you interview. You have
Mhm.
to maintain objectivity. That was one of the key lessons I learned there.
Well, that
Because
kind of
when
leads.
you're at a powerful,
Go ahead.
yeah,
When you're
go
about.
on.
Oh, you go.
All right, when you're a powerful newspaper and you're writing for entertainment in the capital of entertainment in America or the world, people immediately want to invite you to dinner and come to my house and do this and do that. And you realize you have to be objective. And that's the big lesson I learned there.
Well, that leads to one of my questions
And
that
who
I
does,
always.
yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah. Go on, Nancy. No,
Oh,
I don't mean to interrupt you. Go on.
no, that's fine. I think there's a delay. That's the problem.
Oh,
um, in terms of keeping a thing, how do you keep yourself from have you been starstruck, and how do you kind of get past that?
oh, that's a very good question. I don't think I've been starstruck. I have appreciated people, I have valued people, I have been interested. But when you're sitting one to one with someone, the thing I've always felt is if I'm starstruck, I'm never going to get a good story. What I want to do is I want to tell the truth about these people who other people are starstruck by. I mean, starstruck, people are starstruck by celebrities. My job was to find out the truth about them, how they became celebrities, and their flaws as well as their high points. But I think maybe singers, maybe like a singer, like the Judds. I loved the Judds. Maybe I'm starstruck by singers, but I no, because I feel like I'm a representative of the community and I can't afford to be starstruck.
Hmm. um, what kind? You've been doing this for a number of years. What would you say is the biggest change in journalism for you?
Oh, the biggest change now, you mean?
Hmm.
Okay, so I'll think about this let me think about this. So, for instance, then let's talk about then and now. I was sent to Rwanda after the genocide to do a story on how a country recuperates from a genocide. And I spent weeks and weeks there doing stories, and I wrote a 10,000 word story. Now, when I talk to friends of mine who are writing for websites or newspapers, they have to write maybe 8 stories a day. And the difference is the speed, the difference is the consumption, the difference is how people consume it. The difference is, does it get likes? Does it not get likes? And those things. And people are really, really pressured to be first, not necessarily to be accurate. The other difference I see is the difference that I see, not just in print and not just online, but in TV, which is the separation of truths. In other words, if you watch one network, they'll say one thing is the truth, and you watch another network, and they'll say exactly the opposite of the truth. And I think that journalists have to be objective, and that's one of my greatest complaints is that they have lost a lot of objectivity. And also, there is a huge difference between being a pundit and being a journalist. There's
Hmm.
just a huge difference.
How did you get teaching at USC? How did that come about?
I was working in Entertainment Tonight then, and I was called by the then dean of the Annenberg School to have lunch, Michael Parks, who'd come from the LA Times, must have known me from then. And when I met with him, he said, "I'm sorry, I think I wasted your time." Before I even sat down, he said this, "We don't have any jobs." And I said, "Well, don't worry, let's just have lunch." And then he called me a month before school started and said, "Can you please come and teach this class?" So it was not planned. I didn't seek it. I didn't search it out. It just happened. And I did there what I've done my whole career, which I've learned on the job. I learned on the job, just like I learned television on the job. I learned journalism. But the great thing about teaching is it's about learning. Like I learned from you as much as you learned from me. And that I think in terms of a journey in life, and also it gives you purpose. Your purpose is to help young journalists, students, or public relations students or communication students understand the world that they're going to enter, which is a different world than I entered, but it's still journalism.
Mhm. What would you say is the biggest lesson you've learned? Or the most
In
important?
life at USC,
As a
you
journalist.
mean oh, as a journalist. Um, the biggest lesson.
Or what
To tell
kind
the
of advice
truth.
do you give? How about that?
Okay. You have to tell the truth.
Mhm.
You have to tell the truth. You can't be swayed by personal interest. I never interview people I know. I have maybe one friend in Hollywood, a person I know who's very powerful, and I never interview him. But I would say to tell the truth, to not to ask good questions. Sometimes I see people who are this younger generation, they're afraid to offend people. And I think you have to ask tough questions to get the truth. So I would say that. The other thing I would say is observe, not just one thing I say for sure. Here's how I do interviews. I might write out 100 cards in advance, bios, everything, put them all together. I walk in, I never look at them. I know them, but now my job is to listen. And when you listen, you get incredible interviews. And so that I would say that, but mostly tell the truth. Do not lie. Do not make up things, and do not give in to pressure from people who say, after an interview is all over, they'll say, "Oh, I want that to be off the record." And you say, "No, I'm sorry, they can't be." It has to be on the record, unless you say you don't want it on the record before you say it. So there's a lot of things to learn.
As I mentioned,
It's
I
different,
like. Oh, go
Angie.
ahead.
I was going to say it's very different when you're covering, like I did Stores in the Moral Majority, and I went to interview Jerry Falwell when he was his rise to power and then power in Hollywood. And it's very different when you're doing investigative work. When you're interviewing like sports figures than when you're interviewing Hollywood figures, because they come with a contingent of people around them who want to protect them at all costs. And you have to get through that. You have to say to people, like, I forget who it was, the millions of people I interviewed, maybe Jim Carrey, I can't even remember. Like, oh, I'll tell you a good lesson I learned. So I went to New York to interview Jennifer Lopez, and she was doing a TV series. And I saw her on the set with her family, and I thought to myself, every story that had been written about Jennifer Lopez at that point was how sexy she was. And I thought, I'm not writing that story. So what I did is I took a train to the Bronx where she grew up, and I interviewed maybe 150 people in the Bronx. What do you think of her? Every person there talked about how she was an inspiration to them, how her getting out and becoming a celebrity had influenced them. That's the story I wrote. So that's what I'm trying to say. You have to think when you're doing interviews. Don't just go in with a set way to do it.
As I mentioned, my go-to question I like starting out is origin stories. Do you have a question that you always like to ask, or your favorite question, or something like that?
Oh yeah, I do. I like to ask people, tell me your favorite memories from your childhood.
Oh. Excuse
And
me.
when you do that, you find out a lot about people, a
Mhm.
lot. And you realize that what happened to them in their childhood has had a great influence on what happened to them in their adult life.
Do you have a set schedule, or do you write when you can?
Well, I wish I were the kind of person who wrote when I could, but it seems to me that the first thing I do is I clean out my refrigerator. Then I organize my desk, and then I stay up like 24 hours to meet my deadline. I've never missed a deadline, but I am not the kind of person who writes way in advance. Although I have to say, and I do tell students this, you have to write your first draft all the way through before you even know what the story really is. And so I have been up millions of nights in my life, meeting my deadline. And then often I would, when I was young and didn't know what I was doing, I would send a note to the editor saying, I don't think this is very good. And then I'd send it in. And they made me stop doing that because they kept saying, it is good. But I was insecure.
Mhm. Excuse me. This is kind of a writer's block adjacent question that I like to ask writers. What do you do to kind of keep, yes, it's a job to be an entertainment journalist, but also there are other jobs you could do that are probably far easier. What do you do to keep it,
Yeah.
keep it fresh, to keep yourself from being burnt out, to keep it entertaining?
Okay. Well, you mentioned writer's block first, but I want to answer that part and then I'll answer the second part. So I was in the midst of a huge writer's block. And I went to church one day and I was sitting next to this plumber and we were talking and I said, well, what time do you get up in the morning? He said, oh, I get up at 2. I have to be there at 3 and I have to get it done. And I thought to myself, if this man can get up at 2 o'clock to be a plumber, I can get up at 6 o'clock and write this story. So that's one of the things that I've learned by not talking to writers, but talking to people who I think, Mary, what's this? But the other thing is, how do you keep fresh? Well, remember, I've been in print at newspapers. I've been a magazine reporter. I've been a television reporter. I've been an internet reporter. So all these things require different skills. And if you think you have to have them all before you do it, you don't. But you have to work hard, be willing. I remember when I first got to television, I had no idea how to do a voiceover. And that is obviously, as you can tell, very important in television. And I asked a woman who was in the office with me, and she said, figure it out for yourself. And I thought, oh, Lord, television's really going to be tough. But the guy in the voice booth, he taught me. He taught me how to do voiceover. So I learned everything. I mean, I didn't know. One cameraman one time kept, he didn't like how I was doing interviews and he didn't like what I wore and he kept hitting me. He just kept slapping me on the shoulder. And so I thought, what will I do? I baked him cookies. I did all this crazy stuff. And then finally one day he did it and I stood up and I looked at him. I'm not going to tell you everything I said because it's PC, but I basically said to him, if you ever do that again, I'm going to take that camera and shove it up your effing whatever. And he never did it again. So this is the thing. Each job requires a different skill, but you have to, I'm nice, but I'm not taking any stuff from you, But the other thing I want to tell you about differences is in television where I worked at Entertainment Tonight, it was all run by women. And that is a really interesting way to learn because women controlled everything. And their ideas of what a good story were aligned with my ideas of what a good story were. So that was a very interesting experience. And so I just think you have to keep yourself constantly learning, which is I've been doing. And Angie, as you well know, I've been doing this for a long time.
Does it ever get old?
No, it's exciting. It's like adrenaline running through your system. It doesn't get old. I mean, I'm just recently on campus, before all the confrontations, there was this group of teenagers, bikers, who were like circling people and trying to attack them. And what did I do? I went right into the middle of them. What's going on here? Why are you doing this? Who are you? And then finally the cops pulled me out. But see, I love journalism. I just love it. I love it. I love learning. I love the writing. It just keeps you so, it's a really honorable profession. And right now people are having a problem with it. But the truth is, from the very beginning, it is an honorable profession in which you must tell the truth and help the reader or viewer.
Do you read your own stuff or watch your own stuff, or is it once it's done, it's gone?
Yeah. Once it's done, it's gone. And in fact, somebody was asking me the other day, they want me to write some screenplay, which I've never done because I don't want conflict between writing or whatever. But the guy, this Hollywood agent said, I don't know, Mary, people, they aren't buying much. I said, I don't care. I said, the fun is in the doing. Well, Angie, once I finished like a cover story, that was it. It wasn't when it was printed. It was when it was written. And also you experience, at least in my, you experience a lot of sexism. I've had a lot of people be very sexist. And you have to get around that. I remember this one time I wrote a cover story for Esquire magazine on Joe Namath. I don't even know if you know who he is. He's a very famous quarterback. And he was, I think retired then. And he didn't like me. And he took me to a restaurant with all these football players. And I sat at a table with them. And the whole time they were saying sexist, horrible remarks about women. But what they forgot was that I was sitting there with them with my tape recorder. And so I think you have to tell the truth about people. I mean, that's just what I've done. I've had people say, no, not Mary Murphy. Don't send Mary Murphy. And then they'd say, we are sending Mary Murphy. But I've never told a lie, so they can't, it's not about that. They're afraid I'm going to tell the truth.
Now, you've worked at a number of different places. Do you have a favorite, or is that like choosing a favorite child?
I think New York, New West, they started a magazine out here, New West Magazine. And so we were connected to New York Magazine and New West Magazine, and we were all really young. And most of the people I worked with there are still my really good friends. So I would say that was really great. And then I've worked at a lot of different places, but I would say that experience of a startup, that it's a startup, and that experience of also learning from incredibly wonderful reporters from New York Magazine it's probably the favorite thing I've ever done. I remember the first story I ever wrote was I would watch women get up at award ceremonies, and they would all thank their husbands and say, basically say, without them, I wouldn't be anything. So my premise was, these women would always be stars. The men are the ones that needed the women. And so superstar women and the men they marry, that's what it's called. And I was threatened. My life was threatened after that.
Yeah.
My life was threatened by one of the men. Yeah, but it's okay. So I think taking risks, I always tell my students this, take a risk. If somebody says to you, like when they said to me, can you go to Rwanda? I had no idea. Yeah, I said, yeah, I'll go. Can I go to Cambodia? I went to Cambodia to do a story about the Khmer Rouge. I mean, these things, these risks you take, I've always felt this, Angie, that you can read about anything, but when you actually experience it, you understand the world in a way that you never would have understood it.
Do you have like a white whale of interviews, or do you just do what you can?
What does that mean, a white whale?
Like someone that you've always wanted to interview and you haven't.
Maybe Barack Obama. Yeah, I think maybe Barack. I've interviewed Clinton, interviewed, lots of people, but I think maybe Obama, because I think Obama really impacted the country in a significant way. And also I think his rise to fame and politics is really fascinating. And he's a Chicago guy, and I'm from St. Louis, and I think the Midwest, people who come from the Midwest have almost a different mantra about life, which is why one of the reasons I also think I was a successful journalist in Hollywood is because I don't come from Los Angeles or New York. I come from the middle of the country. And in the middle of the country, people think about things differently. And so I think Barack Obama, who else would like to interview? Yeah, Taylor Swift, although I did interview once a long time ago for Entertainment Tonight, but I would like to interview her because of her impact, not only on students, but like I went to a 9-year-old's birthday party recently, and every little girl at that party had the Taylor Swift things on. And I asked them, why do you like her so much? And they all said, because she's so nice. And I thought, this woman is having multiple impacts on multiple generations. So that's the only reason. I mean, I'd like to interview her for that reason, not because of her boyfriend, although he's pretty good, I'd say.
I know you're talking about the threats and all that. Have you gone into game journalism? I know there's a lot of threats when women cover gaming.
No, I have not gone into gaming because it's just not one of my things. But I haven't. But women face threats everywhere. Well, obviously, we now know the threats they faced in Hollywood, but not women journalists, Angie, because this is the thing. If you're a journalist interviewing one of these people who are predators, they never would do it to a journalist because journalists have the power. So I didn't experience that kind of thing, but I did sometimes with sports figures, who wouldn't take me seriously because, I was a woman journalist and I guess I didn't play basketball or something. I don't know, but I did experience it. But you have to shut it down right away. You can't let them get away with it.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk a little bit about your books. Let's start with Blood Cold. Kind of what made you decide to write on Robert Blake?
Okay, so it started out as a series for TV Guide. And Robert Blake had this history, this obviously TV history. He was a kid on TV, and then he had all these different series. And then his wife was murdered. And so it seemed to me, once I started investigating it, it seemed to me that she was every bit as interesting as he was. And she had a history of soliciting money from men. And she had a history of going to, and she was in these magazines. Now it would be porn online, but she was in these magazines. And then he had this history from New Jersey, which people thought was mob history, which it really wasn't. And I just thought this story about these two people coming together and this world in which they both lived. She lived in a very complicated world, and he was a very complicated guy. He didn't live the sort of normal. He was a tough guy in Hollywood, and I thought. And once I started investigating and finding out the world she lived in, which would be like, how can I think about it now? Like Stormy Daniels now. That's the kind of life she led then. And Robert Blake was a terrifying figure. And then I started to interview all the people around them. And that was an even darker world than I had ever experienced. So that's what made me do it. I did it with a guy named Dennis McDougall. We wrote a series, and then we wrote a book about it. And it was fascinating. It just, now it's like, true crime is everywhere, but this story of these two incredibly complicated people from different worlds that just collided. A murder was going to happen. And it was fascinating. I went all over the country doing interviews with Dennis.
Mm-hmm.
The only person I think I met Blake for a few minutes, but he didn't want to do interviews, but everybody around him did interviews. And that's, by the way, how you do journalism. If you can't get the person, you interview hundreds of people around them.
Great. Let's talk about the new news. Obviously, you started back before the internet, and back when you had to still use typewriters and steno notes. Obviously, the digital was a revolution. Kind of talk. What made you decide to write about that?
Well, a friend of mine, Joan Van Tassel, is very much into digital journalism, and she asked me to write about it. And what I did is I was able to not only learn and understand, but I was able to interview journalists all over America who were able to do stories through digital journalism that they would not have been able to do. For instance, one of the guys was a reporter at the Washington Post who was covering a tsunami, and all these reporters were covering it, but there was only one person there from the country. And he flew to the country and then did all this digital reporting. I also interviewed people from newspapers all over America and people who had transferred from, legacy reporting to digital reporting. And I understood then, for me, I did it for me so I could understand it better, what is actually happening. Because that's what you have to do as a journalist. You can either say to yourself, no, we used to do it this way. No, we might have done it this way, but now they do it this way, and we need to find out what this is. And it's an invaluable book for people who are learning digital journalism and journalism and their phones and journalism in any way. It's a really invaluable book.
Now, I hesitate to ask writers where they get their ideas because I know they come from everywhere as a writer myself. But when I'm looking over your Wikipedia page and you had a daily blog, how? How did you come up with something like that every day?
It was actually, I did a daily blog, but it was actually, I did a daily show on Entertainment Tonight and the Insider daily, and it was called The Backstory. It was interesting because what I did is I would look at, say, this is how I came with the idea. I'd say Brad Pitt has a new movie. Okay, I don't care about the new movie. Let's look at his history. Where did he come from? What was his first job? How did he get into this? Or I would say, anybody who had something going on now, I would look into their past and then do it. And that I found interesting, much more interesting than, I never, ever, ever wanted to sit down with somebody and say, tell me about your role. Tell me about what I never did that on the red carpet. Many times on the red carpet, publicists would pull their celebrities away from me because I would ask tough questions. But the truth is that you come up with ideas, especially if you do a daily thing. You have to figure out a different way to do it, not just based on the news of the moment, but it's how the people at the LA Times did the reporting on the Golden Globe Awards and the Golden Globe. That had story been done many times, but not the aspect of it of race. And those reporters had to fight their editors all the time. We don't want to do it. Why do you want to do another story on the Golden Globes? No, they did it and it was new. So that's what you have to do. You find a story that you're going to do now, and then you see what was the past. Has this been done? And then you investigate the past. But I just come up with ideas all the time, Angie. I'm constantly coming up with ideas. I just am.
Now, having done some red carpets myself, I know that it's a vastly different beast than writing a regular thing. You've got 5 minutes, if that, and you have to cover all the questions that you're expected to ask, but still have something original. How do you kind of balance that of, making sure that you cover what needs to be covered and yet still getting something in that maybe just you?
Okay, that's good because it made me think of this one story. I even forget the name of the movie, but I was suddenly sent out, to do a story on this movie. And they give you the name of the big stars, and then some young girl came along, and I said, well, how did you get the role? And she seemed mortally offended. And I thought, well, so I just kept talking to her. So I get back to Entertainment Tonight. The first question they asked me, did you get Elvis's granddaughter? That was Riley Keogh. I had no idea who she was. And then now I understood why she was offended, because she thought I was asking her if she got the role because she was Elvis's granddaughter. No, I was just asking her because I didn't know who she was. So also on red carpets, I ask celebrities questions about what's going on in the world today, and they don't like it a lot of times. Mm-hmm. I ask who are you wearing, or what was the best part about your character? But I don't spend much time on that. I really spend time on asking people, what do you think about all the sexual harassment in Hollywood? What do you think about what's happening? Are things changing? Hold on now. No, I'm coughing, Ange. I got
Sorry.
No, but I do. It's okay. But I mean, I do ask them, like, what do you think about this? Or are you divided? How do you feel about the country being divided, or things like that? But publicists don't want celebrities to answer questions like that. Mm-hmm.
I had a question. It went away. Let's talk a little bit about your work with the crisis of people experiencing homelessness. How did that come about? Why write a report on homelessness?
Okay. Well, first of all, it came about because I started volunteering at the Midnight Mission. And I did that because I'd met the managing editor, Clancy Imislin, and he was really trying to help the homeless. He had worked at KTLA radio. I think it's KTLA radio. And then he went to work at the mission. And so I started to do volunteer work. And I always remember this one night I was at Entertainment Tonight, and they didn't like my voice. They didn't like my voiceover. And I was feeling really upset. But I had to drive down to the Midnight Mission that night and give out coffee and cookies to people. And so I was in Hollywood worrying about my voice. And then I was on Skid Row handing out cookies and coffee to people who are experiencing homelessness. And it always put things into perspective. And I volunteered a lot there on Christmas, and I'd watch, I mean, Angie, I promise you, hundreds and hundreds of families lined up to get a kid like one present. And then I met a lot of people who had been experiencing homelessness, who then turned their lives around and who had become successful in the world. Not successful like, not successful like the head of a studio, but I mean, successful participants in the world. And I thought to myself, and then I heard that the largest growing population of the homeless in Los Angeles were women over 65. And then I started to, because I'd been around the area for so long, I wasn't afraid. I just wasn't afraid, but I knew people were. And then I met this judge who was called the running judge, and he would take teams of people from the Midnight Mission, and they would run, and they started a running club, and they ran all over the world. And I thought, this is amazing. And then the Midnight Mission started to do things like do art projects to bring people in, do music projects to people in, do comedy, worked with the Laugh Factory to help people. And I thought, we need to do stories about this, not just about where is the money, but about who are these people, because people do not treat the homeless with any dignity. They just don't. And so that's it. That's why I got involved in it. And that's why I started to teach it. And the students did incredible stories. Like one student did a story about what happens if you're pregnant and homeless. Those are the very few people who families take back. Or if you're homeless and you have a phone, how do you charge it? And or you see, I know you see in Los Angeles, you see like a street with 10 tents. And it turns out it's a community, but we don't know that. But our students found out that. When they do the sweep and clear the street, within an hour, they're back and every ton is in the same place because they're our community. And yesterday, I happened to drive by the Los Angeles Times, which is where, I walked in that door and it was my first job in Los Angeles. And I was there, and right across the street, a guy came running out, a homeless guy, took down his pants and started dancing in the street. And I thought, we have to keep writing about this. We have to keep investigating this because we have an entire country. But in Los Angeles, it has spread. I think the thing that really got me is that it had spread from Skid Row, these certain areas, all the way out to Malibu and Beverly Hills. And it was like people had hidden their eyes from this problem. And now suddenly it was confronting them. And I think that was really worth doing a class about. Can you hear the gardener?
Oh, I'm
Can you
good.
hear the gardener?
A little
Should I
bit.
tell him to stop? Okay.
What
Okay.
kind of advice would you give for someone wanting to go into entertainment journalism? I mean, we talked a little bit about that, but
Be a good journalist. Don't think you're going enter entertainment journalism to be famous. I mean, it's go in because you are. Well, if you love entertainment, and there's a difference, Angie, between critics and reporters. The critics are there it's a different breed. But if you want to go into entertainment journalism, which a lot of people do, you have to know how to write. Number one, write, because you have to write in print, you have to write online, you have to write and you're on TV. So learn how to write and don't be awed by celebrities. Be one with them because they need you as much as you need them. And absolutely tell the truth. I've said that over and over, but I mean that.
now I could talk to you for another couple of hours just on, stuff we've talked about in class, but unfortunately our time is getting close. Yeah. Is there something that you wanted to talk about, but we haven't, or that you thought I was going to ask, but you didn't?
Well, yeah, there was one thing I saw. You sent me something about what's the worst word you've ever said.
Oh, we're going to that. That's the lightning round. That's the lightning round. We'll do that later.
Okay, all right. I guess the only thing I would say is that I have had the most amazing life as a journalist. I mean, I have. I mean, I always remember this one thing. I'll tell you. Oh my God, the lawnmower's so loud. Are you sure you can hear me?
I can hear you.
I went to India. To do a story about women in the slums. And everybody beforehand said, oh, these poor people, these poor, horrible people. And I got to India, to the slums. See, this is where you cannot go in with a preconceived notion. That's what I would tell journalists. I got to India. I went to interview a woman. 10 women came in just from the neighborhood, so to speak, and sat in with the interview. And what I realized was that they might be living in the slums, but they are a community. And that was the story I wrote. Not about how poor they are, but how they are a community that works together. And so that is the one thing I would say. Do not go in with preconceived notions. And also, if you're in India, make sure you get a driver who takes you to the Taj Mahal, because that's one of the most beautiful things you'll ever see in your life.
If you could interview yourself, what question would you ask yourself?
Why do you keep going? Why are you still so excited? Why are you still so enthused about it? Why do you love journalism? Why do you love politics? Why do you love entertainment? I don't know. I just do.
Now, for those who are listening, who want to get to know more about you, where can people find you?
Oh, you mean they could find me at USC Annenberg School. Do we need my email?
It's up to you if you want to give it.
No.
Okay.
No. But at USC Annenberg School or
social media.
Yeah, social media. I have social media stuff. Although I'm one of these journalists that's kind of shy about promoting myself, Angie. And I think I need a publicist to help me promote myself because I never promote myself.
Okay, well, as regular listeners know, at the end of every podcast, I have a series of questions that are silly or unimportant in nature, but I still feel gives the audience some insight into your personality. The goal is to answer without really thinking, have
Okay.
fun, and as quickly as you can. I call it the lightning round. Are you ready?
Okay. Yes.
I have randomized the questions. Favorite smell?
Flowers.
Favorite color?
Blue.
Who's your favorite Bond, Doctor Who, or Batman, or all three?
Bond. Oh my God. Pierce Brosnan
Oh.
is my favorite Bond.
Geek or nerd?
Me? Neither.
Pirates or ninjas?
Pirates.
Who would you want to play you in the movie about your life?
I would say the First Lady of the United States.
If you were a
'Cause we
superhero
look
or
alike.
if you were a superhero or a villain, what power would you want?
The power to heal people's hearts.
Aw. Thoughts on pineapple on pizza?
Pineapple on pizza
Yeah,
or pineapple and pizza?
pineapple on pizza, like
pineapple
Hawaiian
on
pizza.
pizza. Keep it away from me. No. Thank
what's
you.
What's your favorite conspiracy theory or superstition? You don't have to believe in it.
QAnon is fascinating. I don't believe in it at all, but it's fascinating.
Favorite meal?
Favorite meal? Veggie burger.
What's your favorite time of day?
Evening.
Favorite drink? It can be alcoholic or non.
Diet Snapple. It's right here. See, I'm holding it up, Angie.
Favorite or lucky number?
4.
What's your comfort movie?
The Sound of Music.
There's a meme on Tumblr that says, you know you're an adult when you have a favorite stovetop burner. So what's your favorite stovetop burner? Upper left, upper right, lower right.
Wow. Lower right.
When getting dressed, do you button then zip or zip then button?
I zip, then button.
What's your
No,
go-to song to
I
sing?
have someone zip.
What's your go-to song to sing in the shower?
The Hills Are Alive with the Sound of Music.
And then finally,
one more. Billie Jean or Billie Jean from Michael Jackson or Adele, Rolling in the Deep.
and then finally, what is your favorite curse word?
As I learned at the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, when I had my first interview, they said, "Kid, what's your favorite curse word?" And I said, SHIT. And the editor said, "Get the F out of here." That's my favorite curse word.
Awesome.
Because he said I wasn't old. I wasn't male enough to curse. I got the job though.
That's good. That's good. Well, as I said, I could talk to you for another couple hours. I mean, we haven't even covered like your work with TV Guide or Entertainment Journal tonight. But unfortunately, we are running rapidly out of time. So that is a wrap on this episode. Thanks to Mary Murphy for being interviewed. As always, any websites mentioned are in the show notes for this episode on my website. 3, 2, 1. Yay! Did you like it?
Yeah, was I okay, Ann?
Yeah, you were great.
Okay.
You
All
okay
right.
with
I
doing
just
a
didn't know, you know.
Yep, you okay with doing a plug for my podcast?
Yeah, sure.
Basically, what I do is I take the plugs and I insert them into other episodes. So it's like when you're hearing an episode on, say, for example, I would put in a plug from another journalist that'd be like, "Hi, I'm Emily Wiederholt," and so they can be like, "If you like this episode, you can listen to this episode."
Okay, so wait, tell me what you want me to do. You want me to say?
Hi, I'm
What's
your
the
name and what
of
you
the
do.
podcast? Do you want me to say?
Yeah, I've got a script.
Uh-huh.
Hi, I'm your name and who you are.
Okay.
And I'm geeking out with Angie Fiedler Sutton, and then anything else. You can play with it.
Okay. All right, so let's try it. Okay, should I start?
3, 2, 1.
Hi, I am Mary Murphy, a professor at USC Annenberg, and I am geeking out or nerding out with Angie Fiedler Sutton. And I can tell you, this woman not only has her fingertips on what's happening now, but she sees the future.
And then one final question I meant to ask. What are you currently geeking out about? What is something that you've been watching, reading, listening to that you're telling everybody about?
Oh, no. Okay. So I am wait a minute. I have to hold on for a minute. Wait, what's the series with the new series? That's the guy who was in Top Gun. The guy who was in Top Gun, the new series. And also, I really like Prime Suspect.
Mm-hmm.
I like Prime Suspect with Jake Gyllenhaal. And I like Prime Suspect with Jake Gyllenhaal, not just because he's a great actor, but because he went to grade school with my daughter.
Awesome. Now, I'm going to edit this podcast eventually. I'm obviously doing 14 now, so I have no idea when this is going to come out. But when it does come out on my feed, I'll make sure to send you an email so you can promote it and send it out to your friends and family and have everybody listen. And we'll go from there. Thank you very much for participating in The Longest Day. I know you said you had a relative that had Alzheimer's as well.
Yes, I did. I just spent 5 days with her. And I wish I knew. This is the one thing I wish, Ange. I wish that not just people with Alzheimer's and their families knew about it, but people like me who don't know much about it, how to then deal with it. And it was I just dealt with it like she was just normal. I didn't, and I just wish we would know more, not just the families suffering from it, but families and people who then will be in contact with people. I think it's really important.
Well, thank you very much again for participating. Feel free to share the fundraiser. I'm always taking donations. It doesn't have to be today. And they can be sent to angfsutton.com/TLD for The Longest Day.
Okay, I'm very proud of you, Ange.
Oh, thank you. Have a good one.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Come on.
I can see your mouth moving.
Helps if I unmute myself. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, you're coming in fine. I'm glad you got your internet fixed. I saw that text and I was, in the last interview, I was frantically trying to come up with what I was going to do for an hour if you couldn't make it.
Yeah. Well, also, I wasn't sure. Is the podcast? I'm so sorry, Angie. I didn't get a chance to watch it. Previous. Is it video and audio, or is it just audio?
Today is video and audio. The live stream for the fundraiser is video and audio. The podcast itself is just audio.
Okay.
Then I turn around and edit them and put them on my podcast feed.
Yeah. Okay.
Give me a second to go to the restroom, and I'll be right back.
Absolutely.
How we doing? Any questions for Trina Ray? That's on JPL Science? No, I'm good. According to Mary Murphy, my finger's on the pulse. Yay, pulsing! Yeah, I'm not interviewing a writer, which means I have different questions this time. Yay! I will warn you, I've been up since 5:30 a.m. and I'm getting a little punch drunk.
Okay.
So
Well, that's part of the game. The
Exactly.
longest day. So
exactly. So if I
So then
if
you
I
go ahead and you edit these and you make a thing for later, right?
yes.
Okay. So if we had to take an emergency bio break, we
Yes.
are capable of doing that. Okay.
Yeah, and you know, if I blank like I have been a couple of times, I can edit that out and put it back in.
No worries. Oh shoot! Did I send you my thoughts on the questions?
Yes, I have them
Okay,
up here. I'm just going to use that when I randomize them.
Yeah. In my head, I know I composed that email, but now I'm at that stage where I'm like, did I actually send that email?
I understand. I've been there. Any questions before we get started?
I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe I'll take my glasses off since I don't need to read anything. The cat was here. Hold on a second.
Yay, you're another one with cat.
Where is the
had
cat?
a couple of cats now.
And then he disappeared. Okay, just a second because he's a star. He needs to make me think. So where did you go, silly boy? I literally just grabbed you 5 seconds ago. Where did you go? Okay. There you are. Hello. Oh, come on. Okay, you get to go on your perch there and be beautiful.
Here's the obligatory introduce the cat.
Yeah. He may or may not stay, but usually he'll stay for a while. The other
What's
one
his
is
name?
roaming. His name is Saturn.
Well, of course.
Because he's the color of the planet.
Ah, I have two cats. One's a tuxedo that we just got about a year ago that we named Jillian after Gillian Anderson because who else looks better in a tuxedo? And the other one is Nico, which is Japanese for cat.
Nice. Well, he has left. That's all right.
Okay, we are almost at time. Thank you again for doing this.
Absolutely.
If I stumble, it's not you, it's the day.
No worries.
Or blank.
No worries. I tried to post in my little 20 minutes before this. I tried to post on Twitter and Facebook. I got Twitter out. Facebook gave me some snot that I have to look at. I don't know. We'll get to it.
Okay, are you ready?
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. Welcome, everyone, to Contents May Vary. I'm Angie Fiedler-Sutton, talking to geeky people about geeky things. I'm a proud fangirl geek with pieces published in Stage Directions, Den of Geek, The Mary Sue, and I'm a regular freelancer for the Geekiary. Today's guest is Trina Ray, currently the Deputy Science Manager and Investigation Scientist for the radar instrument on NASA's Europa Clipper mission. Trina worked in 20 years on Cassini-Huygens mission? Did I get that pronounced right? Huygens. To Saturn, especially.
It's Dutch, so it's like deep in the throat.
Oh, Huygens. Okay. A mission to Saturn, specializing in Titan, and started her career working on Voyager. She is an active public speaker, invited to give many talks around the nation. We met at Gallifrey 1, and where she kindly agreed to be a guest one of these days. Thank you for coming to Contents May Vary.
Absolutely. Happy to be here.
Now, this is a geeky podcast of geeky things. Science is geeky. Why science? What about that drew you?
So my parents thought I was going to be a lawyer because I did a lot of talking when I was young. But then I was in high school and I took a basic astronomy class and a basic physics class from just the most incredible high school physics teacher in the world. And I was just like, oh my gosh, this is the coolest stuff, you know, just like being able to figure out the world around you. Just, I loved it. And then after deciding I was going to major in physics, then I took my first college astronomy course. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is what all this physics is for, right? So I ended up getting a minor in astronomy, then went off and got a master's degree in astronomy. And so just really attracted to that from the beginning. And of course, my geeky background too, right? I was, you know, Star Trek. It was in syndication. Yeah, you know, every night, you know, was Wonder Woman with, you know, back in the days of the television show, it was Bionic Woman. It was, you know, Linda Carter and Lindsay Wagner, right? Big influences on me. Then Star Wars hits. So then you had Princess Leia just being sort of an incredible role model. And then come to find out, right, you can go to work for NASA, right? Like that's a thing that can happen. So that's why science, it caught my attention when I was young, but it came through the pop culture stuff, right? It came through the television and the books. I was a just voracious reader when I was in high school and college. And then of course I was pretty good at it, right? I was pretty good at math. So that also helps you sort of as a drive to be successful, right? If you're pretty good at it. So.
How did you get involved with JPL and NASA? I mean, obviously that was in your dream, but you know, tell me the route there.
Yeah, so I had no idea that even existed, right? I'm in college. I'm a physics major with an astronomy minor. Somewhere around my sophomore or junior year, you know, everybody goes to one of these like career counseling things, and they had a suggestion that you really should do a summer internship, right? That's a good thing for a college student to do at a local company that does the work that you think you might want to do. And I was like, okay, I guess I'll do that. So I went out into the career counseling office. I got the physical pieces of paper. This is just telling you how old I am. And I filled things out and said, okay, I'm going to submit like my resume to Hughes and McDonnell Douglas, the sort of the aerospace companies around. And JPL was also, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory was also one of those. It was local. I was in school at California State University, Northridge. So JPL was local. And as part of doing this, it became clear to me that I was very one-dimensional, right? I was a good student and I hung out with my friends, right? And hanging out with your friends doesn't get you a job. So I said, I really need something on my resume that shows that I have more breadth, that I'm just not a one-dimensional human being. So my big stretch, Angie, was that I would join the local astronomy club. That was my big stretch. So I went to the local astronomy club on a Wednesday night. I remember this extremely vividly. As I came in, I was somebody new. They wanted to know who I was and why I was there. And I got introduced. They were like, oh, and I was like, oh yeah, you know, I just was, you know, starting to look for summer internships, and I wanted to have things on my resume that showed a broad interest. You know, I just applied at JPL, and they were like, oh, JPL, you should talk to Rick. Rick works at JPL. So at some point in the evening, I got introduced to Rick. He's like, wow, you know, I know somebody who needs somebody. Do you have a resume that you could drop off at JPL tomorrow? Now, this was a Wednesday night. And I looked him dead in the eye and I lied. And I said, you know, I'm so sorry. I have some commitments on Thursday. Would it be all right if I dropped it off on Friday? He says, oh, absolutely. And I says, okay, I'll drop it by the visitor center on Friday. Of course, I had no resume. So my dad took me to the stationery store on, over on Canoga Park, and I got the 20 bond paper, and I hand wrote my resume, and then I typed it in mistake free 3 times, which took me more than 20 pieces of paper. And on Friday, I called Rick. I went over to JPL's visitor center. He came down and met me. He asked for me to stay and interview with a group supervisor. They asked me to come back on Monday. And by Monday evening, I had a job at JPL working on the Voyager project on the Neptune encounter, their last great encounter. So just, incredible, right? So what I usually tell folks, especially youngsters, right, is you can't plan shit like that, right? It's just that there are some things that are just lucky, but often it's where, opportunity meets preparedness is a phrase that I've heard. That's what luck is. Opportunity meets preparedness. If I didn't have the grades, if I didn't have letters of recommendations from my advisors, all that kind of stuff, I wouldn't have gotten that job. The fact that I got the opportunity even to interview was lucky. The fact that I was able to get the job was because I had prepared myself for a job. I wasn't clear which one. So that's how I got my job at JPL. And that, by the way, crazy first job, right? Voyager project, Neptune encounter, greatest mission of all time, on the last of their planetary flybys. What a gift the universe has given me to have that experience.
Now, I'll readily admit my science knowledge is probably early college level, not too advanced. So how do you do science? What do you do on a daily basis?
Okay, so that's a great question. So I would call myself a support scientist. So let me just take a step over to the side and say, okay, a working, breathing scientist, what do they do every day? They are at an institution of some sort, perhaps a university, perhaps a private institution, perhaps a company. They have some questions about the universe that they're trying to answer. They are requesting funds from various organizations, either their own organization, the university, donors, the government. So they are writing proposals. They write proposals to get the money to do the research. They do the research, will publish the research. So it is a cycle of propose and publish, propose and publish, propose and publish. Okay. Then there are institutions whose core work is a little bit different. JPL's core work is a little bit different. Our core work isn't do science. Our core work is explore the universe and run missions. But that means we work with scientists all the time. And so there's a group of people, I would consider myself one of them, who is a support scientist. My background is astronomy. I have written proposals, I have published papers, but that's not the treadmill that I'm on, right? So getting a mission funded is a whole different thing. But getting a mission funded is, there's small, medium, and large missions. We'll talk about large missions because that's where my experience is. Getting a large mission funded is years of toiling without pay, going to science conferences and convincing other scientists that you really should go to this moon for this reason and do this mission, writing white papers in the decadal, defending the decadal, sitting on committees to help write the report for all this kind of stuff. Then the decadal says, oh yes, we should have a mission like this. Then you have to convince headquarters that everybody locks arms with the decadal and convinces headquarters, hey, NASA, you should give us money. Then NASA directs JPL to do it. Okay, JPL, please plan a mission that goes to Saturn. We want it to answer these 50 questions. That's like the core contract, right? Please plan a mission and answer these 50 questions. And then JPL goes about the business of doing that work. It has a competition to figure out what instrument should be on the mission. Once you figure out those instruments, then they all go off and they build them, we integrate them, we launch them, we send them out to Saturn. Once you get to Saturn, there's only so much time, there's only so much data volume, there's only so much power. You have to work out, you have to share. I know it's a tough concept, but you have to share the resources, and then you have to try to get sort of achieve science objectives. So to do that, you need a lot of people, and those people aren't necessarily scientists, but they're not necessarily engineers either. There is a role that I have found is very appealing to me, which is the role of sort of science system engineer or science liaison or investigation scientist. Those roles have been in my DNA since my early days on Voyager. I was on the general science data team. So I didn't do science. I helped other scientists do science. But because I had a science background, I was very savvy to what they're, sometimes they would use these words, right? This little set of words here. And I'm like, And so I would talk to them and I'm like, oh, no, you really mean something quite a bit bigger, right? And then I'm like, okay, let me put a bow around that and see if I can get that through the system. And it was the science background that helped me be a successful science liaison. And then I went on Cassini. I had a variety of roles that all had that quality to them, the sort of the science liaison, science support quality. Then I went on to be a technical group supervisor, where I hired people to do this work, and I made sure all the missions who needed people like this had the people that they needed. Then I came to Clipper as the investigation scientist for the ice penetrating radar. And now I'm the deputy science manager for Clipper. So all along my career, I've been this sort of support scientist. And along the way, though, I have worked with some of the best scientists in the world. And I have done, I've done sort of little pieces like, hey, there's this thing that needs to happen. Let me see if I can figure that out and get that into the system and make it happen. And then all of a sudden you enable this incredible observation. And then when the scientists do the work, they're like, we wouldn't have this without you, Trina. We want to put you on the paper. So I have a decent resume as a scientist, even though I haven't been the person who has the questions, who proposed, or who writes the paper. But so that's my little piece of how I do science every day.
Do you have an average day, or does it depend on the project? And
do I have a what?
Average day.
Oh, an average day. Average day. Yes, it totally depends on where. So there's it depends on what phase of the mission you're in. So let's just talk about sort of in general 2 phases. There's development, which is you are early in development. It's all in paperwork space. It's all in models and requirements and diagrams and all that kind of stuff. Then there's a phase of building and testing the instruments. The instrument builders are heavily involved in that. But the scientists have to have a piece of that conversation, because sometimes they have to make a trade on the instrument. You could do X or you could do Y. And either one, can't do both. And then the scientists have to go, okay, what would that mean? And let's think about that. And then they tell the engineers, okay, do Y. We would rather have this kind of capability from the instrument than this one for these reasons, right? So there's a lot going on in development, but it has a really different flavor than ops. Ops is all about the vehicle is flying, the sequence trains run on time. You have to be on the sequence train if you want to do your stuff. The scientists have to get together and figure out how to negotiate the shared resources. For a flagship, that's a big issue. There's 10 independently chosen PIs, 10 independently chosen instruments, and they all have different needs. And it is just all about puzzle solving. So I do spend a lot of my day in meetings that are me listening to as a watchdog. Like, is this something that's going to affect my instrument? Is this? And then I let my principal investigator know. I spend an awful lot of my day in meetings where I'm getting a group of people to talk about an issue so that we're all on the same page. And a lot of people are like, well, that should be an email. Yeah, sometimes if everybody is firing on all cylinders and there's never any confusion, sure, that could be an email. But oftentimes you're better off just to have sort of this routine standing half-hour meeting. Everybody talks about their stuff. Everybody gets on the same page, right? So a lot of my day is in meetings. And now, of course, as the deputy science manager, I'm taking on a new role where I'm working with the budgets. And that is just... that's a whole new world for me. That's a lot of money, and it's a big, important contracts, and it's different. I still feel like it's enabling science. Like I'm managing the budget for all the scientists, so I want to enable science still at this level, but it becomes a different relationship when you're the science manager. It's trust but verify.
Now, you've been doing this since 1989, which unfortunately is a lot longer away than I appreciate. What would you say is the biggest change that you've seen in the field?
What is the biggest change I've seen?
Or the most important to you?
Obviously, computing power, right? What we used to do early on with by hand and spreadsheets and bespoke pieces of software. Now you have Excel and Python and just an incredible computing power. So obviously computing power. Obviously not social media, communications like this. What would you call this? I don't know. Telework. There you go. Telework. the fact that people being co-located is critically important to being successful. And especially during the pandemic, you had to learn how to be co-located and not be co-located. And that's just been a real sea change, right? So we have these big meetings called Project Science Group meetings. We have them, you know, in a flying mission, you have them about 3 times a year. And there's a real cost to that. That's everybody, you know, 200 scientists flying to some place, some university in Oregon, because we have a scientist there who will host the meeting when there are no classes in session and all the rooms are free. And that is so valuable, because just every coffee break, every breakfast chit chat, I mean, it is so valuable to be co-located. But there's a cost to it, and it's like, okay, we have 3 of these. Could we do one of them fully virtual, right? And so that's just an amazing change. So computing power, telework. Oh, well, I would say the third thing is just the natural progression of technology, right? Maybe that's the second one too, but like I meant the technology of the instruments, right? You know, the camera that you could put on Clipper. Oh my God, so much better than the camera that is on Cassini. So much better than the camera that was on Galileo. So much better than the camera. I mean, like the camera that was on Voyager, like the Galileo camera was way better than that. The Cassini camera was way better than that, and the Clipper camera is way better than that. Right, that progression, incredible. And that's true of all of them. It's true of the mass spectrometer, it's true of the magnetometer. And then here on Clipper, we have a brand new instrument that we've never flown before, which is the ice penetrating radar. I mean, that is phenomenally interesting. What is that instrument going to learn? Because we've never flown one of those around a giant or an ice giant to an icy moon, right? That's just going to be some good stuff. So.
Now, science is a heavily male-dominated field still.
Yes.
What's it like being a woman in science?
So it is, you are 100% correct, and it is a challenge. What is it like? So I've been in the field for a while now, Angie. So I've been there 35 years. So I've seen an evolution. It's obviously better now than it was when I started. When I started, it was routine for me to be one of the only women in the room. Now that is rarely happens. There's always other women. Occasionally you will go into a meeting and it will be all women, management included. And I still love those moments. They don't realize it, but I pull out my phone and I take a picture of those moments, right? Sometimes I actually force everybody to take a picture with me. So because I've seen that change, right? So in the beginning, in my early career days, I found more success when I used a style of communication that was typical of that gender, right? There's just a style of communication that worked in the workplace. The fact that it was that was just the way that it was, because it was a male-dominated workplace. And so to be successful in the medium, you learned the medium's communication style and you exemplified it. I didn't even really notice how much I had internalized that until I went back. I think it was either for my 5th or 10th year high school reunion. And then I went back to all my girlfriends from high school, right? We got together and I was like, what is happening? They are taught this style, that like all women and not all of them technical. And it was like, this interaction is alien to me, right? Because of the work that I'd been doing for so long. And that was something that kind of opened up my eyes to how you could just slowly sort of absorb the culture without really thinking about it. And then I started to think about it more from that point forward. And then you change your behavior a little bit, right? Like, for example, up to that point, if there had been an event where they needed people to organize the event, like a social event, it was always, hey, Trina, would you do that? and up to that. And I was always like, sure, you know, actually I'm an extrovert. I like hosting events. I like getting people together for coffee and drinks and happy hours, right? So what looked to me, oh my goodness, Angie, I am so sorry
That's
about
fine.
that. Let me rip that phone out of that receptacle. Now, there should be nothing beeping in this house at this moment.
No worries.
Let me make sure this one's off. Oh, I made sure that was off. Okay, so we'll start that one over.
Start that sentence over.
Yeah, we'll start that sentence over. So you know, they would, if there was anything that was like, let's have a happy hour, or there's somebody needs a baby shower, anything, right? It was, Trina, would you do that? And I happily did it. I like planning. I like organizing happy hours. I just did it. And then I realized that was falling into a gender stereotype that I no longer wanted to persist in my world. And so I just started saying no. And they were very surprised by that. But, you know, it didn't take them long until somebody else said, well, okay, Joe, why don't you do it? Now, it turns out that Joe was absolutely the youngest, most newest recruit, right? They didn't ask Bill to do it, who was the top engineer. They asked Joe to do it, right? So you sort of became aware of things. And as you became aware of things, you started to modify your behavior to be more explicit about doing things differently, right? Not particularly being one of the guys, etc. Now, I've always had sort of, super extrovert. Angie doesn't even begin to describe it, right? Just like super extrovert kind of a thing. And so that actually helped me a lot, because always the feedback that I get from both at work and in public outreach, it's the same side of the coin, but it comes differently. In outreach, they're like, oh my gosh, Trina, you are so amazing. You are so enthusiastic. You communicate so great. You are such a positive, right? And then at work, they're like, wow, Trina, you're very aggressive. You need to listen more. And I'm like, well, maybe I do. So I worked on that, but I was still very aggressive, right? And at some point, I was like, you want the conversational ball, then you have to rip it out of my hands, kind of a thing. But then, but we all grow. We all grow over time. We all grow, and we get better at our work. We get better at outreach. We get better at all these things in our life. But so I have, in the beginning, I was oblivious. I became more aware of the gender difference, sort of in the middle of my career. And I've tried to be a better ally and advocate as time has gone on, in changing the way people do things in my little sphere of the world.
Awesome. Well, let's talk about your current work on Europa. What's the latest?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so what's the latest? Hold on a sec. Let me pop open like the mission clock. I'll send you a link for this, Angie, so you can put it on there. We have a countdown clock, which is, just some like the fact that you have a countdown clock on your for your mission is already a little bit nerve-wracking. And of course, it's not loading. Don't you love that, Angie?
Of course.
Don't you love it when technology sends you astray? Okay, let us take a moment while I get this link up. Europa countdown clock. It's got to just come up. My current link is not working. Not Europe. Europa.
Yes, I was getting Europe, the final countdown.
Okay. So here is, let's see, do we have a chat with this little thing we've got going on?
Technically we do, but it's not the best. So
okay, so let me just read it off to you. It's very short. It's https://europa.nasa.gov.
Oh, yep, that's where I am.
There you go. Okay, and down in the lower left is 3 months, 19 days. Okay, so what's going on with Clipper? Well, we are 3 months and 19 days from launch. So that is just a whole different world when you are actually counting down for your launch, and you are counting down in units that include days, right? When I joined the mission in 2017, we were years away from launch. So we are there is a part of the team that is just laser focused. Test the vehicle, get the vehicle to the Cape, test the vehicle at the Cape to make sure that nothing that you did in the transit hurt it, and then package it up and get it ready for launch. So there's a part of the team that is just laser focused. And of course, this part of the mission is, what's the word? It's, I don't want to say anxiety, it's anxious. It's a very stressful, I think stressful is fair. It's a very stressful time of the mission because you are testing the vehicle so that you can find problems and fix problems. So that's what happens. Test, find a problem. Oh, hey, there's a problem. Okay, then they fix the problem, find a problem. So all you hear about is problems, problems, problems. Sometimes you get, oh, the test went fine, but that doesn't make the rounds, right? What makes the rounds in the hallway is, oh, we found a problem. So it's just a very stressful time for the mission. Of course, the science side of the house doesn't have a lot to do right now. We've delivered our instruments. We are testing our instruments at the Cape to make sure that they've all survived transit just fine. They are attaching the last few instruments. For example, the ice penetrating radar is so big that you can't actually deploy it at JPL or at the Cape. So it's all packaged up and it gets attached to the solar array. And the solar array came from Europe and got delivered straight to the Kennedy Space Center. So the ice penetrating radar got shipped from JPL to there, and then they've attached it. And that just happened in the last couple of weeks. So the last instrument got attached. But this is all a necessary but insufficient step towards science. We have to pitch a great mission. We have to get a great mission funded. We have to build a great spacecraft. We have to test the heck out of it. We have to launch it. It's a necessary but not sufficient step. We have to cruise for 7 years out to Jupiter. Then we start orbiting Jupiter, and then we start getting science. So I know probably the people who are buried, like eyes down, don't want to hear this. It's the same thing as the people who land rovers on Mars. Yay, we just landed a rover on Mars. Congratulations, you've achieved 0 mission objectives. You launch Clipper, great. You've achieved 0 mission objectives. If your mission failed right now, you would be considered an utter failure, right? So what NASA wants and what they hire us to do is to do science out at Europa. And so until we start collecting those flybys, doing those flybys, collecting that data, we're not achieving mission objectives yet.
Now, let's talk a little bit about, science is part of the STEM initiative. For those who are unfamiliar, that's short for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. NASA and JPL are very interested in, educating others. Talk a little bit about that.
So, fabulous topic, not necessarily my area of expertise, totally for it, right? I'm usually one of the people they call on to be the talent, right? So they want to go to a high school or a college, or they want to go to the International Storytelling Festival in Tennessee, or they want to go to Kansas City for the 8th grade girl event. That's about 8th grade is where girls start falling off relative to boys in their interest in science, and they're like, okay, we need an engaging and enthusiastic speaker for this STEM conference. And that's mostly how I engage with that community. But of course, I'm aware of it and I follow it, but I don't do much of the organizing for them. Like I said, I'm mostly talent, right? That's how I think of myself. I'm the talent. Actually, somebody said that to me, Angie. I didn't make it up, right? Speaking of, I went to the International Storytelling Festival, and they had an entire workshop that they did with rural teachers in Tennessee, and they brought out a scientist and an engineer, and they said, okay, we're going to send a car to pick you up at 8 o'clock so we can get you there. And when I saw it on the sheet, the organization sheet, it was like, send car to pick up the talent. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm the talent. So that charmed me quite a lot. So I use that every once in a while.
Do you have a favorite celestial body, or is that like choosing a favorite
Oh,
child?
well, so Titan, right? Titan. Oh my gosh. Titan is so amazing, right? It is one of the largest moons of the solar system, completely shrouded in a thick atmosphere that you can't see through with your eyes, but you can see through it with radar and with the infrared. It's got, I mean, let me just talk for a minute about Titan, okay? Just so that you could appreciate how amazing this place is. It's way out away from the sun, so it's bitter cold there, right? So what I want to do is I want to draw a contrast between something on the Earth and something on Titan, just so that you could just fully embrace how amazing Titan is. Okay, so on the Earth, we have mountains, and mountains are made out of rock. And when you have volcanoes, you have liquid rock that comes out, and we also have, tectonics that break up mountains, and pieces of mountains fall off, and we have wind that erodes the mountains. But we also have water. We have water that evaporates up. It rains down on the mountain. It helps knock bits off the mountain. The water collects into streams. And the streams flow down to the sea. But the little bits of mountain that fall into the stream, like the rocks, right, they get tumbled, and then pretty soon they're rounded river rocks, right? And the thing that comes off of them is little bits of rock, sand, and then that gets washed down to become the delta, and then it becomes the sands of the Earth, right? Okay, now just like, yeah, you're on it. You know that. You've been paying attention to the Earth. You know how things happen. Okay, now on Titan, it is so cold that the mountains are made out of water ice. And when you have tectonics or anything that knocks off a piece of mountain, icebergs fall off. And when you have an iceberg that breaks up and falls into the river, water's frozen. So what is it that's flowing? Well, on Titan, it's so cold that it's methane. So we have methane clouds and methane rain and methane rivers. And the ice chunks fall into the river. They get rounded. Little bits of ice come off the rocks and get washed down to the delta, and then that becomes the sand dunes become little ice chip dunes. And so there's dunes all over Titan, all over the equatorial regions of Titan, just hundreds of meters of high, just exactly the way that you have dunes here on the Earth. They're wind-driven dunes. The wind flows to the north, the wind flows to the south, but it always flows east, kind of a thing, right? And you have these long, okay, how incredible is that, right? That is amazing. So yes, I do have a favorite, and it's Titan. Of course, I'm probably legally obligated to say that Europa is a tie for my favorite place. Because I am working on a mission to go to Europa, and Europa is amazing, right? Other than Titan, right? If you look at all the other moons, and if you want to pick one that is the most distinct, the most different, it looks different from all the rest, you would pick something like Io or Europa, right? Because Europa has these big cracks on it. It's this huge ice surface. It's got an ocean underneath. The ocean underneath this ice shell has more water in it than all the oceans of the Earth combined. Holy smokes, that's going to be a fascinating place to explore. So I am very glad that I ended up on this mission. Now, when you work in the outer planets, right, you don't get many missions. And I have been blessed to have 3. I started on Voyager, Cassini for the bulk of my career, and now ending for 10 or 15 years on Clipper. That's a great career in outer planets.
Do you ever lose your sense of awe, or does it get boring or old?
It absolutely does, because you're a human being. And at some point, you're just doing your job. And his job is, yet again, you're arguing with the navigation manager, and he's jerking your chain, and you need this thing. And it's like, this is the 4th meeting we've had about this, and it just gets old, right? Yeah, it's just, it just because every job has as part of it, it's a job. Okay. So, and then also there's people involved. Every job, you have to interface with people. And sometimes people are great and you work with them fantastic, and they're reasonable and sensible, and data, logic, and reason drive their decision-making process. And sometimes people are emotional, and they are, They are intuitive decision makers. And yeah. So do you ever lose? You absolutely do. But Angie, then comes a day you've called into a meeting, you've just had the flyby of Enceladus, and even though Titan's your thing, you're calling into the Enceladus meeting because it's amazing, and you just want, it's the first time we've flown by Enceladus on the Cassini mission, and you just want to hear what the scientists are saying. And like science team after science team is telling you something puzzling and amazing, right? Like one of the teams is saying, God, I don't know. There's so much heat coming out of the bottom of Enceladus. We have these hot spots. I don't understand it. And another team is saying, I think our instrument broke. We don't even understand the data right now. And another instrument is like, whoa, we got an image of the south pole of Enceladus, and the heat is coming out of these 4 giant cracks. Not everywhere, just the 4 giant cracks. I'm getting goosebumps just telling you about this story, right? And then you're like, okay, so then they're like, okay, everybody, let's get back together in like 6 hours, or like tomorrow morning at 8. And then, like you get this report from the instrument that said they were broken, and like, we weren't broken. We flew through a water cloud. We just weren't configured to be flying through a water cloud. And you're like, okay, wait a minute. What is happening, right? And then, one of the instruments says, I did an occultation. I did an occultation 6 months ago, and there was nothing above the surface. And I did an occultation now, and there's a ton of shit above the surface. And we're like, okay, you're starting to put this together with the heat and the cracks, something above the surface, which is like a plume that you flew by, and it made a water cloud, and then we flew through it. And somebody's like, well, we need to take a high phase image of this. And so they put that into the schedule. A few months later, it comes back, and you have one of the most gorgeous images that Cassini ever took, which is the image of the Enceladus with the plumes that are as big as itself. And you're just like, does it ever get mundane? It does. But then there are the days that make up for it, right? And in the balance of good things and bad, it's just, the balance is just overwhelmingly incredible to be part of this endeavor, right? And just to be part of it, right? Like, these missions go on for a long time, and you very rarely work cradle to grave on a mission. And I didn't work cradle to grave on Voyager. Obviously, I came in on that very last encounter, right? And I just saw this team that had been together for so long, and they'd worked together for so long. They were so, like, everybody knew everybody. Everybody knew everybody's responsibilities and jobs. It was just amazing. And then I went over kind of to Cassini, where they were just starting. They had pitched the mission. They had got it mostly built. They were just getting ready to do their tests and everything. People were just starting to talk about operations, and it was chaos. It's total chaos. I'm like, oh my God, don't you guys know what you're doing yet? Right? Like, as a Voyager knew what they were doing. And so, but then I was like, okay, they just don't know what they're doing yet, but that's okay. We'll just all work it out together, And then, of course, by the end, Cassini was a well-oiled machine. They were just churning out incredible sequences and science observations and papers by the end. That was just amazing. Then you come over to Clipper. Now, I joined Clipper a little bit earlier. I joined when it was still in the paperwork phase, as mission requirements and all that kind of stuff. And of course, I won't see it to the grave, right? Clipper will go on. I will see it to prime mission if I'm lucky enough to be hired and my job continues. I'll see it through prime mission, but then that would be about the time I retire. And so somebody else will take it through extended mission and phase F, close of mission. But I appreciate being part of the pageant, I'm being part of the grand pageant of exploration, and it absolutely is worth it. I love it.
Awesome. Now, I mentioned that we met at Gallifrey 1. You mentioned Star Trek in your introduction. Let's talk a little bit about the intersection of science and science fiction. Obviously, a lot of science fiction isn't very scientific. So how do you kind of balance, in your mind, what you like, when you watch something from science fiction? How do you keep from yelling at the screen, or do you yell at the screen?
So I have found it depends on what my expectations are going in. So I'll give you sort of a couple of examples. Doctor Who is a good example, right? You watch Doctor Who for a little while and you realize this is not science fiction. It's not. It doesn't even try to be science fiction. It's not even science fantasy hardly, right? It's just fantasy, and that's fine. And so then you're able to let it go, right? You just let it go. You walk into a movie like Total Recall, right? And Total Recall looked like it was going to be a science fiction movie based on a science fiction book, right? You thought your brain was set. And then in the opening scene, they have Phobos and Deimos up in the sky, half a degree. Oh my God, lost my shit right there, right? And so I'm just like, okay, and so then it takes time for my brain to say, this is not science fiction. This is a science fiction flavored story. But then the reward for a good science fiction story, right, is very high then, right? Well, like when you went in to see Contact at the beginning, like that was very rewarding because that was a very good science fiction story. And I like that. I haven't watched it. I've heard very good things about The Expanse having good science in it, but I haven't watched it yet, but I will. And so, but that was also with my initial fandom was Star Trek. And Star Trek is quite a bit more science fiction than other things. And then Star Wars I really liked because it was because of how the impact it had on the culture, right? Prior to that point, you had a lot of, I don't know, if you were a geek or a nerd, kind of a thing, you were not part of the in crowd, but I loved it so much I didn't care, right? So, and then Star Wars changed that, right? Star Wars made being into that sort of kind of storytelling mainstream, and it changed. There are very few pieces of art that have changed the world, right? Changed the environment that the art was created in. The movies that are made before Star Wars are different than the movies that are, especially the science fiction, pop culture movies made after Star Wars. There are very few pieces of art that changed the medium as well as impacting the culture. And I was lucky enough to live through both of those. I didn't live through Star Trek. I saw it in syndication. It had a big impact on me though. And then Star Wars.
Now we're getting close to the end. What kind of advice would you give someone who wanted to get more involved in science?
So the advice I would give is that school is really important. In the end, you have to go to school, and you have to go to school for a long time. Almost at minimum, you've got to have a bachelor's degree to be successful. Now, if you want to be a working scientist, you actually have to go all the way to a PhD. I have a master's degree, but again, I'm a support scientist. But if you want to just be science adjacent and you have talents and skills, there is a place for you as well. There are podcasters, and there are artists, and there are lawyers, and there are doctors, and there are all kinds of people who work in the space program who are not just, aerospace engineers. So don't think there isn't a place for you. But if you want to head into the world of science and a STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, there's a lot of schooling in your future. Don't be afraid of it. There's always going to be somebody smarter than you in the room. And the difference between you and that person is how much work you have to do. The really smart person doesn't have to do very much work. And no matter how smart you are, at some point, you have to do work, right? Richard Feynman, one of the smartest physicists of all time, at some point, as he's sitting at Caltech with the other Caltech geniuses, right? They're talking. At some point, he's like, I'm going to have to do work. So that's the only thing. And aren't we glad that we have a visit from Saturn? This is my kitty cat, and his name is Saturn. He is, of course, named after the color of the planet. That's his color. And I got him just as I was about ending my time on the Cassini mission, which was a mission to the planet Saturn. I got a Saturn car while I was on that mission, and I got I had another cat, and I knew my car was not going to make it very long, and I still wanted a Saturn in my life. I wouldn't have a spacecraft at Saturn, and I wouldn't have my Saturn car. So I ended up getting a kitty cat, named him Saturn.
Do you feel we're alone in the universe?
No. Do you want more? I'm utterly confident there's life in the universe. I'm also utterly confident it has not visited us.
Yeah.
Because we have not been sending out signals that would let anybody know that we're interesting for more than 50, 100 years. And so in the whole universe, it's just too small of an area. But of course, every 50, 100 years, that little bubble gets bigger and bigger. Our radio signal, I Love Lucy's going out. At some point, someday, they will find us. I just don't think it's happened yet.
I love the meme on Tumblr that we're basically the Australia of space.
That's true.
People like they have hot and cold. Oh my god! Now, before we get into the lightning round and before we get to where people can find you, was there something that you wanted to talk about but we haven't, or that you thought I was going to ask but we didn't?
No, I was pretty much just ready to be fluid, and whatever you asked, Angie, I'm good.
Awesome. So if people do want to know more about you or learn or get in contact with you, how can they find you?
So I am still on Twitter, which Trina JPL on Twitter. You can follow me on Facebook as well. And of course, my work email is available, trina.l.ray@jpl.nasa.gov.
And then
Cat came, and now I have cat hair everywhere, like causing me to be like.
As regular listeners know, at the end of every podcast, I have a series of questions that are silly or unimportant in nature, but I still feel gives the audience some insight into your personality. The goal is to have fun, answer without really thinking, and as quickly as possible. I call it the lightning round. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
When getting dressed, do you button then zip or zip then button?
I have elastic and drawstring, so I am more efficient than both of those.
You, as instead of Bond, Dr. Batman, you wanted favorite Wonder Woman?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So so favorite Wonder Woman. Okay. Linda Carter. Let's just acknowledge that is like the impact that woman had on my brain and that character had on my brain. Huge. But in the end, it's probably the George Perez run of Wonder Woman that occurred back in the 80s. And it was just an influential time for me. And I just really resonated with that run. So kind of, I don't think you are, I think you will appreciate a geeky answer of that nature, right? That's not just, I'm just not going to pick, one of the actresses who played it. Although, like I said, Linda Carter, like when I close my eyes, that's the Wonder Woman I see.
If you were a superhero or a villain, what power would you want?
So super villain, probably like, the Jessica Jones villain that David Tennant played is that Kilgrave. That one, I mean, that was a horrible power. I hate that one. So if I was a superhero, I mean, I would just love to be able to do things that would help science, right? So you need to have like the distance to the closest Cepheid variable. Let me go fly out there and measure that for you. Then your entire distance, a ladder just works, that kind of stuff. I don't know. It's a weird answer, but that's what you're getting today, Angie.
That's okay. Favorite or lucky number?
17.
Favorite drink can be alcoholic or non.
So my favorite drink is one that I did not discover until later in my life because I did not grow up in the South. I grew up in Colorado, Oregon, and in California, and I had never heard of the thing called sweet tea.
Ah.
I went to Dragon Con in Atlanta, and a friend of mine who had gone to graduate school there, she's like, okay, you've got to go to this place called Chick-fil-A. You also have to go to this place called the Varsity. And by the way, I don't know if you ever had sweet tea. And I'm like, I put sugar in tea. She just doesn't count. You have to have sweet tea when you're there. And I had sweet tea at a Chick-fil-A. Changed my life, I feel. Probably not for the best, but oh my gosh, that is so my favorite drink.
Favorite meal?
So another interesting one. Before I was even born, my mother read a recipe from a magazine to make what we call Christmas muffins. They are English muffins with a butter and mustard spread, Canadian bacon, and mozzarella cheese. So Christmas pizza muffin pizzas. Anyway, by the time I came along, we had them every holiday. And I've had that every holiday for my whole life. Even when I was in graduate school, I made them. And so it's our family's Christmas muffins.
Favorite smell?
Gardenia.
There's the meme that you know you're an adult when you have a favorite stovetop burner. So what's your favorite stovetop burner? Upper left, upper right, lower right.
So again, I'm so sorry. I have a stupid answer to this, which is my favorite burner is the one that does the job I need it to do. So it is all function based. It is the big one. If I need that, it's just function based. I have no favorite. My favorite is the one that is designed to do the job.
Who would you want to play you in the movie about your life?
I have no idea. I know you asked me that. I have no idea. Who would you suggest? I got nothing.
Melissa McCarthy, maybe?
There you go. Okay. So that's my answer now, Melissa McCarthy.
Would you rather see Captain Kirk become a Jedi or see Luke Skywalker become Captain of the Enterprise?
So, okay. Captain Kirk would not be a very good Jedi, and but that doesn't diminish what he brings to the table. He is a leader of a he is a leader. He is a leader of a ship full of people that is on the edge of exploration. Luke Skywalker, I feel, would not be a very good captain of a ship, right? Because sort of the role of a Jedi in society, what he learned, like his skills, those two skills are not translatable. I feel that Kirk would be more challenged as a Jedi than Luke would be becoming a captain of a ship. But really, they've both got their skills, and I prefer when they use their skills to achieve their best selves. So neither is my answer. I gave you like a 5-minute thing, but
that's fine.
Really it's neither.
You said to skip over the favorite superstition or conspiracy theory, but I figured you'd say either fake moon landing or Area 52.
The fake moon landing. Yeah. What are you going to say? Sure. I mean, what are you going to do about that?
What is your favorite time of day?
I prefer swing shift, so or graveyard shift if I can, but nobody lets me work graveyard. So after everyone leaves the office and it's quiet and there's no more meetings, sort of like that 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Midnight, I find that time very effective and very I'm just very efficient at that time. So that's my favorite time of day.
Thoughts on pineapple on pizza?
Sure. What the heck?
Pirates or ninjas?
Ninjas? Why? Why is there even a question about this?
Geek or nerd?
I use both pretty interchangeably, but probably I'm a little bit more. I mean, I think they both have their place. I consider myself both a geek and a nerd because I have both technical chops, right, which is in the nerd department, but I'm a pop culture enthusiast. You can't see. Well, maybe here I'll just turn my. That is my Christmas tree, which I leave up all year round, which has all of my pop culture ornaments on it. Like I just added the Luke Skywalker from the Mandalorian, end of Mandalorian season 2 on there, right? So I have cred in both areas, and I'm okay with either label.
Okay, we've got the time. You said it's a longer story than normal. Favorite color?
So that is a longer story than you might think. What is my favorite color? If you were to ask anyone, they would tell you pink. And this is why. When I first went to the U.S. Figure Skating Championships, I was living in California, and it was in California. I didn't even have a jacket for the arena, but so I took my observing jacket, which is just a pink flannel shirt, right? And because I thought it's an arena, it's going to get cold. So I wore this pink shirt, and I know you're going to find this shocking, Angie, shocking, but I talked to a whole bunch of people, right? Yeah, that's your shock face. So people got to know me. I work for NASA. I wear the pink. Okay, the next year I went back to the U.S. Figure Skating Championships. I just got busy. I didn't buy a jacket. I took the shirt again, work for NASA, wear the pink. Okay. After time, I actually did buy a really nice little vest. It was blue. It was everything. And all I heard is, "Are you the lady who works for NASA who usually wears the pink? I couldn't find you. You always wear the pink. It's so easy to see the pink. Why did you change from the pink?" So I'm like, okay, I'll go back to the pink. And then like literally, Angie, somebody went to Italy and they saw pink leather gloves and they bought them for me because they thought I would like them. Okay. Okay. So if you were to ask anyone, what is my favorite color? I would say pink. They would say pink. And of course, my hair is purple right now. So you really cannot deny that I'm in that family, right? But I've been going now to the U.S. Figure Skating Championships for almost 25 years. And I have lifetime tickets to U.S. Figure Skating Championships. And I have embraced my brand. I wear the pink all the time. I know exactly when TV starts to broadcast the event live because I start getting texts from all my friends saying, "Oh, we saw you in the audience. We see the pink." "Oh, you were so easy to spot because of the pink." So the answer is, what is my favorite color? I really like all the jewel tones. So I love the rich purples. I love the oranges, the turquoise blues. But I cannot ever not say pink. Yes, it would just blow people's minds to think that pink is not my favorite color when I literally have an entire part of my closet that is nothing but pink. And I'll tell you, when the Barbie movie came out, I'm like, oh, I'm set. I don't. Oh, you want to go to this movie? I'm there. I don't have to shop one bit. I could wear pink nonstop for days because of my figure skating obsession. So a little bit longer answer than normal, but hopefully charming.
Well, and this also, you said longer than normal answer, but what's your comfort movie?
So in the past, I would have said something like The Princess Bride or really Star Wars. Star Wars was always one of my comfort movies. Of course, now you have to watch Rogue One, Star Wars. Boom, boom. Can never watch them separate. They have to go together now. But recently, I was feeling kind of down in the dumps and stuff, and I turned on, I turned on the television, and like nothing, Star Wars didn't appeal, nothing. So I went off to YouTube, and based on things that you've watched, delivers you other things, and it delivered up to me this little 7-minute clip from Dave Filoni where he was talking about sort of the Phantom Menace and the 3 prequels and what George Lucas had to do, and that, I mean, it just like so captured me, and I was just like, oh my god, I love this little clip. And so I'm like, that's what I want to watch. I want to watch something that's got like it's got Dave Filoni energy, and so I went off to watch the Mandalorian season 2 finale, and I'm not going to spoil it for anybody, but it's amazing. It was that episode of television was like, I'm telling you, it was visceral, right? I was watching it and I'm like, no, they're not going to do that. And then, this character appears and you're like, well, maybe just because of the clothing, but you got to see this, you got to see the color. And I'm like, and then they show you the color and I'm like, oh, well, but then you really have to see like something more distinctive, something that is unique to this individual, either about their hand or their face, right? Like, and even then I was like, no, they're not going to do it. And then, but then when they finally did show sort of the things that were unique to this individual, I was like, oh my God, I loved it. I love this episode of television, but more importantly, Angie, because I got reminded of it from YouTube. And then I went off and watched it. YouTube started to deliver to me reaction videos. Then I started watching other people reacting to this episode of television. And that is now like somebody's collected them into a little set of 45 minutes. That's my favorite thing right now. I love watching the reaction videos to the season finale of The Mandalorian. And that is absolutely my comfort place right now.
Well, as I mentioned, I could probably spend another couple hours talking to you. We didn't even get into your figure skating obsession, but unfortunately we are out of time. So that's a wrap for this episode. Thanks to Trina Ray for being interviewed. As always, any websites mentioned are in the show notes for this episode on my website. Do you want to do a plug for my podcast?
I would like to do a plug for your podcast. Hold on a sec. I have the thing written, and I did not memorize it, right?
Well, I could give it to you again if need be.
That's okay. I got it here.
Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Hi, my name is Trina Ray, and I am an astronomer who works at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Worked on a whole bunch of missions there. I'm a sci-fi consumer, a cat fanatic, and a pop culture person who really is into it. And I would like to bring to your attention that you can geek out with Angie Fiedler, Angie Fiedler Sutton, and her podcast. What is the name of your podcast?
Contents may vary, but that's okay. You don't need to add that.
Contents may vary. I totally blew that, didn't I, Angie?
No, you did great. No, the point of these plugs, I put them in the middle of the episode, and it's kind of like, if you like this episode, you should listen to this episode, kind of thing.
I totally blew your
thing. No, you did fine. Did you enjoy yourself?
Fiedler. Look at it, Fiedler, right there.
That's okay. I get it mispronounced all the time.
Are you sure you don't want me to do it again?
If you want to.
Okay. Yeah, I would, because I feel like I prepared and I didn't execute.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Hi, my name is Trina Ray, and I'm an astronomer who works at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. I've worked on a whole bunch of missions there, Voyager, Cassini, Galileo, and now Clipper. And I would like to bring your attention to a podcast because I think this woman is amazing, and we had a wonderful conversation. Her name is Angie Fiedler Sutton. And she has a podcast called Contents May Vary. I recommend it.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed yourself.
I did.
I will be editing this sometime, I've done 14 today, so I'm not sure when it's going to go out live as part of my podcast. But when that happens, I'll let you know. I'll send you an email so you can share it amongst coworkers, friends, and family.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, I took a note that I needed today to do some. Hey, I'm doing the podcast with her, and I got Twitter done. That's how far I got.
Well, and the fundraiser is going, constant. We take donations all the time, so feel free to keep promoting that. This is the longest day for Alzheimer's, yada, yada, yada.
Okay. Sounds good. You've got somebody else that you need to go to.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Bye, Angie.
Hi, Crystal.
Hello.
Kate says hi.
Hello, Kate. I'm just trying to do one last quick post here. I just sent that to. I just did the link to the Alzheimer's Association. I tried to follow, but it locked up. Like I was able to see it on YouTube, but only
the YouTube connection's not good.
Yeah. Okay. So it wasn't just me.
No, it wasn't just you. Bear with me on this interview. It's been a long day, and I also, since it was kind of last minute, I didn't get a chance to do a whole lot of research. So hopefully, we'll just do a regular conversation, and it will work. So, any questions before we start?
I don't usually have trouble talking. So,
any questions before we start?
I think we're good.
Okay, let me mark.
Sorry about the mess behind me, but
no worries. 3, 2, 1. Welcome, everyone, to Contents May Vary. I'm Angie Fiedler Sutton, talking to geeky people about geeky things. I'm a proud fangirl geek with pieces published in Stage Directions, Den of Geek, The Mary Sue, and I'm a regular freelancer for the Geekary. Today's guest is Crystal Rains. Crystal is the social media fingers behind the LostCon Science Fiction and Fantasy Convention marketing team. She loves steampunk, and her convention persona is Steampunk Witchy Poo. She is also an artist, herbalist, healer, heretical witchcraft, and shamanic practitioner. You can find her at the Green Man store in Burbank, LASFS, Los Angeles Science Fantasy Society, Southern California Divination Convention, and the Pagan Community Retreat. She has an energy healing focus on ancestral trauma and creates oak magical cabinets.
One of a kind.
One of a kind. Oh, that's what it is.
I should have written it all out.
That's okay. Welcome to Contents May Vary, Crystal.
Thank you for having me. This is fun. Thank you.
What about science fiction draws you?
Do you know, more than anything, I love being around people who are having a good time. And most people around the science fiction, gaming, and geeky communities are doing the things they love because they're having fun. And sometimes I find the things that attract me and I join in, but I kind of have a wider view of science fiction and fantasy, minus a lot of some of the pop culture, because I don't watch TV at all. I spend way too much time on the computer, which is why I do social media.
What would you say is the biggest difference between science fiction and fantasy? What makes them different to you?
Well, I get briefed on it with being part of the Los Angeles Science Fantasy Society, which is the longest continuously meeting science fiction and fantasy fan and pro organization in the world. They've been meeting regularly since 1934. Is science fiction is reality based. It may be set in the future, but the science generally is valid or can be explained. There's some reasonable portion to it. Fantasy is can be whatever you want. I tend to like fantasy better, but I have a real specific thing that I've learned about fantasy, and that is I need it to start in this world and take me to another. I don't do real well building in my head a completely new universe, but if I cross a threshold, say Magic Kingdom for Sale with Terry Brooks, for an example, then I have a reference point and I understand where I've gone. That is quite interesting now that I've learned that I'm a witch, because thresholds are so important. So it kind of it kind of um, goes along with that.
So more like urban fantasy.
I do like urban fantasy. I really like Carrie Vaughn's Kitty in the Midnight Hour.
Mhm.
We had Carrie Vaughn as a guest of honor at LostCon a few years ago, pre-pandemic, and I'm a military veteran. I'm a U.S. Air Force military veteran, and some of the stories have military characters in them. And I found out the reason her characters were not one-dimensional is she's a military brat, Air Force brat specifically, which is why she's in Colorado. So.
Well, LASFS is the one that is the company that our group that produces LostCon. Is that correct?
It is. It is the nonprofit behind LostCon. LostCon is our annual fundraiser, so to speak. But we focus mostly on people having a good time. So,
Give me the elevator pitch of what LostCon's about.
wow. So LostCon is a general interest science fiction and fantasy convention. Happens Thanksgiving weekend. We have a little bit of everything, and everybody's fandoms are welcome. We are a literary organization with a strong writers track, and the kind of panels you'll find at a writers convention, minus the ability to connect with publishers or editors. We don't promise that. There is a lot of behind the scenes connections and business that happens in LostCon. It has for over 50 years now. But we also, because of the science fiction, we love our science. I just caught a little bit of your last interviewee, and I know she's been a regular panelist at LostCon. We love our women engineers, but we love engineers in general. JPL engineers coming and talking about what they're doing in the real world because that influences the writers. And but we also have an ice cream social, and we've been doing Regency dancing long before Bridgerton. And this year we're going to have a make space. We don't always have that. It kind of depends on our volunteers who brings what. We have gaming as part of it, both online gaming or electronic gaming and tabletop gaming. So a little bit of everything. My personal geeky favorite thing is in our ice cream social, at least one flavor is made old school nitrogen. None of these fancy machines, literally pouring nitrogen from a vessel into the cream. And I just think it's the coolest thing. And it usually tastes good too. I know often it's a saffron flavor. But.
Well, how long have you been helping out? How did you kind of get involved with them?
So my partner and I have been together 18 years. LostCon was one of the things he told me it was important to him. And he taught me the beautiful art of going and enjoying something, paying your admission, and just enjoying it, not volunteering. I managed to do that for about 12 years. And in 2019, realized that they were not doing any social media. That is my wheelhouse. And I stepped up and started helping the marketing team. I took it's still not huge numbers, but I took our followings from a few hundred to over 2,000. And despite the fact that I've had a lot of speed bumps with a snowstorm in 2019 and a pandemic in 2020, I've just plugged along, and I think we're going to really have a good convention this year. We always have fun, but we needed to bring the numbers back up, and hopefully they break 1,000 this year. It's a small convention, so you really get to meet people. We don't have handlers. You don't wait 4 hours to get into a panel, so you get to you'll literally pass the authors in the hallway. And I like to tell people that if you really like Steve Barnes, you can have usually do Tai Chi on Sunday morning with him. Now, and it's beginner accessible.
Now, off the record, I'm going to try and edit this before November, so this next question is vital. Can you tell me what's going on this year's?
So this year's convention, our guests of honor include Spider Robinson. Now, for those who may or may not know who Spider Robinson is, he was very, very popular in the 80s and 90s and into the early 2000s. He has retired up in British Columbia, but we have coerced him to come out of retirement and come visit us, partly because Losvis has a pun habit so bad. We have pun finds during our meetings, and that's an ongoing thread in his Callahan series books and some of his other books. We also have Kathy Mars, who is a well known filk singer. For those who don't know what filk is, that was a misspelling in a newsletter in the 1960s that meant to say folk, and they've used it as the science fiction, fantasy communities uh, parody and folk music. So we're excited. We also have both an artist guest of honor and a ghost guest of honor. The ghost guest is Kelly Frias, and our artist guest of honor is his widow, Laura Brodian Frias Baraja. It always is a lot to say all her names. Um, she is currently, I just recently published a book of a historical book of his artwork. Kelly Frias is a well known cover artist, but also known for Mad Magazine.
Mhm.
And the other is we always have fan guest of honor, and that is Craig Miller and Jenny Dazo. Craig Miller was on the original marketing team for Star Wars, and has a book out called Star Wars Memories: My Life in the Trenches, and tells you a lot of the behind the scenes and some of the things that were done in the science fiction and fantasy convention world that made Star Wars hit. They actually toured with the um, the costumes and the props from um, from the original movie to the conventions across the country. Craig also took R2D2 and CP30 to Sesame Street. He escorted them to that. So that's kind of one of those well known things. And Jenny Dazo, they actually met at a convention, I think in Canada or in the Midwest. She was from New York. They somehow exchanged numbers. There's controversy over who gave which number, but it was when he went out to do the Sesame Street thing that he called her, and they got together, and then she ended up moving to the West Coast, and they've been together since the late 1970s, early 80s. And those are our guests of honor, and so we just have a lot of fun. Um, as I said, there'll be a make space this year. Um, the panels, and you can follow us on the socials and see as things get programmed, we'll add those. Currently, most of the time, the program or the socials have fun stuff, and where I'm promoting the convention.
Now, for listeners who are interested in more about filking, I interviewed Filker Tom Smith back in episode 32, back when this was still called Geek Out. We talk a little bit more about the origins of filking there, if you're interested. Um, kind of, for those who may be unfamiliar, how do you describe steampunk?
Well, me personally, it takes all my costuming and gives me a way to put it in play. It's an alternative universe that if we'd had space travel in the 1920s or anywhere from the 1800s to the 1920s. So you've got those aesthetics of Victorian, Edwardian kind of aesthetics, corsets and hats and dapper costumes, but with the ability to space travel. One of the sciencey reasons that this is kind of fun is if you know the history of the diode, it was designed in the late 1800s, but they didn't know what to do with it. And so they put it on a shelf and they went with the vacuum tubes. Um, and when they got to the limit of what vacuum tubes could do, they pulled this thing off the shelf and started playing with it. And for those who know or don't know, diodes are one of the things that make up so much of our circuitry. So if they had not put that on the shelf, we might have had some space travel or other electronics a lot sooner. So it's kind of that fantasy realm of there is some science behind it. I like to dress up like that. My character being Steampunk Witchy Poo, an homage to H.R. Puffin Stuff's character. My partner is a maker. There are two kinds of steampunk makers. Well, there's three if you count one that combines the two, but there's people who make things from nothing, like they're prop builders. And then there are people who make things with found objects. And my partner makes things with found objects. So he creates some of the props that we use.
Do you have a favorite science fiction writer or fantasy writer, or is that like choosing a favorite child?
It's kind of hard. I mentioned that I like Carrie Vaughn. She's got something new. I just got an email saying she loves birding, which was something I didn't know, and somebody said, well, you should write about it. So there's a new book out that's just coming out. But I love The Kitty in the Midnight Hour, and then she has a couple books I read, and I'm not going to think of the name, that were based on kids of superheroes that did not have superhero powers. I kind of enjoyed those. So of all the things most recently, I do like Spider Robinson. I've kind of got a geeky joke that my ex-husband is who introduced me to Spider Robinson. So meeting him will be the only thing better than regularly having dinner with Larry Niven. And I do not speak to him, so he might be unblocked just long enough for me to show off a picture. If I get really lucky, I can put Larry on one side and Spider on the other and really do it.
Let's talk a little bit more about your pagan side. Kind of how did you get into that? Was it something that you've done for your life, or is it new? Or
so friends that I knew in the Renaissance Festival circuit opened a store in North Hollywood that was a pirate themed store. And it was located in what was originally a metaphysical store, or previously had been a metaphysical store. And so we had a leaning towards that. That's where I got exposed. I had been mildly exposed at the Ren Fair and through a few other friends. Speaking of the longest day, the first ritual I ever went to was in New Mexico for summer solstice, which is kind of interesting. Oh no, I take that back. I think that was winter solstice. It was winter solstice. It was longest night, so it was opposite. And but I just kind of took to it. I'm not in the Wiccan community. I have a lot of respect for their practices. But when I learned about traditional heretical witchcraft, which is what's taught at the Green Man store in North Hollywood, now in Burbank, it felt right. When something practices feel right, and there's a lot to. I'll just say the last bit is I'm not real good at consistency. I'm not real good at repetitive things. So memorizing lines is not something I'm good at. And that's not what we do in heretical witchcraft. We fly off the cuff with a real connection with spirit. And my teacher Griffin has quoted me to say it's witchcraft for ADHD witches. By the time I forget why I'm there, we're done. Get in there, do the work, get out. But it's also about personal evolution. And for me, the pagan community is about building community. I'm involved with a number of organizations, either very directly with the Green Men store or with the Pagan Community Retreat, which is an annual camp out, making those things happen, or in the case of Pagan Pride, or this new Southern California Divination Convention, which is the second year this year, helping on the edges make those things happen. But they're all to build community. I like that. Just like the science fiction and fantasy community, the geek community, it's all about building connections of people who have similar interests. And there is an overlap between the pagan community and the pagan community and the geeky community. We found out how many witches when we tabled at LostCon for Pagan Community Retreat and had a Witches in the Shire party after hours.
what does it mean to you to what pagan means?
Well, pagan is an outside the traditional Abrahamic religions. Some people have pagan as being anything outside of the Abrahamic religions, some which would include things like Buddhism and Hinduism. Others count it outside the major seven, which would keep Hinduism and Buddhism in with Judaism and Muslims and Christians. Um, for me, it's finding your own path and not needing another something else to mediate between you and spirit. And so I don't need to have a middleman, so to speak. Um, and I find connection. Um, I often say I'm a hardcore animist. Anybody that comes and visits my yard will feel that. I'm very connected to other life forms. So uh, and finding the spirit in other things besides humans. I don't think we're the top of the food chain that everybody thinks we are.
Mhm. Let's talk a little bit about your ancestral trauma focus. What does tell me a little bit more about that.
So a lot of people would recognize intergenerational trauma in 2024. It's a common phrase. I've been doing the work since um, probably about 2012, 13. I took a Peruvian shamanic course at the Green Man, and we were learning how to do healing. And I wanted to help my sister and my niece, and didn't know if they would be into my energy craziness. And all of a sudden, I realized my sister and I have the same ancestors, and I could do work for them without asking anybody else's permission because they're my ancestors, right?
Mhm.
And it led me down this path um, that in 2018 I got a nudge to be a lot more public. Previously, I'd done it with friends, and it's a combination of energy and sound, prayer. Pretty much, a lot of people ask me what I'm doing, and I have a lot of threads that it makes weaves together to do the healing. But I figure I tell you what it is, and then I kind of get in the stopping point. But it it's a way to resolve the problems that have come through on your bloodline. And but I'm also going to say that ancestors for me aren't just biological and genetic. They're also by adoption, by marriage, and close emotional and spiritual ties. So I have chosen children, and I've kind of taken on some of their family traumas. Luckily, they're into working on them, so I've done work with them. Um, but that doing some work to acknowledge it, which hasn't been acknowledged by most Western European cultures for a good 2,000 years, um, is way overdue and might explain some of the crazy traumas that we see in the world today. I always figure if I can do something that moves a little bit out of the way that makes somebody's life a little bit better, whether it's my own family members or friends or clients, then I've done something.
Mhm.
But the last thing I'll say is that it's often said about indigenous communities or the African American communities being separated. And when you realize that they've been separated between two, generally between 100 and 500 years, and the trauma that we know exists from that, British uh, connections were probably interrupted when the Romans invaded. So we've got about 2,000 or four times that much ancestral trauma that hasn't been really addressed.
Mhm.
That seems to be what keeps me doing the work in various forms.
Now, I'm assuming if you do a web search on paganism and witchcraft, you're going to get a lot of not so great resources. So, what are some of the websites or books that you would recommend for if somebody wanted to learn more?
So currently, there's two really good authors that I haven't read personally, but I know them. They're on my friends list, and they're nothing but good is said about them. And that's Matt Aron and Devin Hunter. That's some real modern witchcraft and psychic witch. I think are a couple of their titles. They have a website actually together. Um, but anything by Christopher Penczak or Scott. I just got something by Scott. Uh, Lost it. Um, I'm trying to think the websites because websites come and go.
Mhm.
There used to be some good ones, and there was something called Witchbox, and it's been defunct for a long time. There's a few others. I'm gonna say that no matter what you read, what book you read, what's online, you really need to just tap in and does this feel true to you? Does it resonate? Don't just believe it because it's written on a website or in a book, because even in books, there's a lot of crap. um, I do recommend classes through the Green Man, and some of those are available online. Griffin's been my teacher since 2008, which predates the store. Pardon me, 2007. Um, Predates the Green Man store because he started teaching classes at the pirate store. Or I should say, he started teaching classes again at the pirate store. He had stepped away from the community for a number of years. Um, and I like the fact that he doesn't tell us what to do or what to believe. He gives us a toolbox of practices and ways of doing things and explains why we do them that way or why they might have done them in the past and how it can affect. And so when you're given the whys rather than just say do this, then you can make your own choices of whether it makes sense for you. There's a lot of talk, a lot of classes that teach spellcrafting and a lot of ways to do that. Personally, I don't do a lot of spellcrafting because in my ancestral trauma healing, I've cleaned up a lot of that. I don't need to mess with that too much. Where I put my focus is on the healing work, and community building. My magic is in trying to create spaces for other people. Um, whether it's a personal thing in my backyard or a big community event in South Riverside County or Orange County or at the Green Man store, those are the things that I find my magic to be most useful in.
Is that how you make your pay your bills, or do you have a quote unquote day job?
So I actually only work part time with the Green Man. Uh, I get my health care at the VA, and so I'm not. I'm fortunate that I have a home that's paid for, and so I don't quite have the same need to be working full time. Although I have been teasing that a little bit and getting back in the workforce, but I also want to be able to do the things that those choices make it possible for me to spend the time I do with volunteer work and stuff.
Mhm. Are you a
So
so? Oh, go ahead.
no, no, that's okay.
Are you a SoCal native or are you import?
I am not a SoCal native, but I've lived here more than anywhere in my life. As a child, I was born one place. I was born overseas when my dad was in the service. I grew up where most of my parents' families were up in Oregon until I was in junior high. And then we moved to Central Oregon and then New Mexico, where I went into the military. And my first husband was from Southern California. I spent a few years back in New Mexico, but for the most part, since 1987, I've lived most of my life here in Southern California.
Awesome. Let's talk a little bit about your artwork. You're an artist, so tell me a little bit more about what that's about.
Well, that was another healing thing. So I do an assemblage. They're called magical cabinets. They're little dollhouse sized cabinets that I put together with little objects. They're basically little altars in most cases, but sometimes they're celebrations. And I have a history that as a child, I at some point was exposed to heavy metals and I didn't learn about it until I was in my mid 30s. So I have hand trimmers and not a whole lot of fine motor skills. So when I saw this thing and I decided to make them as gifts for 4 people. I started putting them together and gifted them for Yule. And then in the year after that, I was talked into making them and selling them. And I did so for a number of years. I actually haven't had them out. Sometimes they're for sale at the Green Man, but I haven't really had any events with them for a while. But I still have everything to make them. Um, I probably made 150, 200 of them before I stopped, partly because the bases were no longer available at Michael's for the reasonable dollar or two it started that I based them on. Um, and then I just kind of got away from it. But I've had a lot of fun, and they were kind of I kind of likened them to Cabbage Patch Kids, although they were even more unique. I kind of had to find somebody to adopt them. It wasn't like buying them as much as adopting them because they all had characters and personalities.
Let's go back to talking about LostCon. For those who are regular listeners, I interviewed Marcia Powers back when it was still WhedonCon. They've just changed it to Hellmouth, I think, this year or last year. One of the things I had asked her that I'd love, I know you're on the marketing team, but kind of tell me the scope of how do you put on a convention?
With a lot of volunteers. There are a lot of ways to do conventions. LostCon is all volunteer based, and more than just all volunteer based, there are people who change from year to year. So while the convention has its personality of being small and local, it will be colored by who is invited as our guest of honor. Um, but nobody's paid to do anything. And um, there's a large team of people that get assembled to help from marketing all the I take that back. There is one person that's pretty much standard, and that's the one that takes care of the treasury. They're very responsible and have taken care of the treasury for a number of conventions, including Gallifrey One and ALA. But that's Elaine Pels. She's one of the ones that makes things happen. And it was interesting during the pandemic that somebody overheard. I overheard somebody say something of um, about the financing of LostCon and making it happen. And they said, well, of course they could do it because Elaine doesn't spend money until you have it. There's no spending money before it exists. And that keeps us in check. Nobody gets too outlandish of ideas. And if you want something, you find ways to make it happen by volunteers. That's why I said this year, our co-chair, her husband Gene, is going to be doing the make space. That's Susan Fox and Gene Turnbow of Sci-Fi Radio, and and a lot Poiliner is our current chair, and she's doing a lot to pay attention because this is LostCon 50. It is not the 50th annual LostCon. It's the number 50. And there's a lot of retrospectives and nods to previous conventions that have happened since 1974. Um, but, um, organizing this year, one of our other things is we are moving from one location to the other. We've been at the LAX Marriott for over 20 years. But prior to that, we were in Orange County one year, and they were in uh, Pasadena at one point, and Burbank. But this year, we're moving next door to the LAX Hilton, which is where I've been tabling for Strategicon. I think it's going to be a good move. That location seems to be very supportive of conventions. I've been at Strategicon 3 times a year for the last couple of years. Um, but it's knowing, making connections with people. In LostCon's case, the fact that we're on Thanksgiving weekend is a boon and a bane. There are some people who have uh, expectations from family or traveling, and so they can't. There's been guests of honor that we've like would have invited, but they do not do anything on Thanksgiving weekend. On the other hand, I've been at Lost Con when there was a family where there were four generations of geeks all together meeting, from grandma all the way to babies, and that has been one of the mainstays and why they've liked Thanksgiving weekend is because when the kids have moved away or maybe people have moved away for jobs or schooling or whatever, they could come back and meet up on Thanksgiving weekend. In fact, the people who set up Lost Con, we have Thanksgiving dinner together after we've got everything set up on Thursday before we open up on Friday morning.
How do you determine your guests? I mean, how much? I mean, is it just how do you do that?
Each convention chair gets to ask who they want, and they I'm looking forward to we our 51 con chair has already been elected and they're looking at more LGBTQ and diverse voices. I'm looking forward to being able to market that. I don't know the names because they haven't chosen. It's a combination of what the con chair wants and who's available and willing to come on that weekend.
Hmm.
Sometimes I get a little heads up about ones, but until it's confirmed. But we have been trying to make sure we're confirmed with our guests before the 50 before the con so that we can market for the next year's convention at the convention.
Now, you mentioned that you're a fan of Spider Robinson. How do you kind of keep that distance of not being a fanboy or fangirl?
Well, I'm online and he's not. That makes that real easy. um, I my efforts are mostly away from things, so I haven't had to fight that too much. I probably will get a little. I tend to kind of dart in and then dart back out, so I don't embarrass myself too much. Um, I've helped with the marketing team and doing the party. We're known for after hours parties at the con. There's a whole um, con floor that is suites with parties in them, and I hosted the party for uh, um, Peter Beagle, Peter S. Beagle, and luckily the guests of honor don't see me going overboard unless they see the pictures. So in the case of Peter S. Beagle, I had unicorns on every flat surface of the con suite, and including a blow up of a kitty inflatable pool for the drinks to be in. And my partner was like, he wrote other books. And I said, yes, but we're going to have a unicorn party. In the case of Spider Robinson, he may get to see. I have to talk to my friends who built it for me. I have friends who are prop folks. I mean, that's common in Los Angeles. And I asked them, I said, do you have a fireplace? And they said, yeah, yeah. It's in Las Vegas. So when they went out on a trip to Las Vegas to check on their props, found out that one of their uh, co uh, people in their company had sold it. And so they didn't have it. And so 2 weeks before LostCon, they took the cover art from the Secret, Callahan Secret, and recreated that fireplace. And we had it in the con suite for the party and doing toasts and the whole bit. I even had a little noisemaker. That's what started it. Is I had a noisemaker that sounded like a crash of breaking glass. And for those who don't know, it's a thing at Callahan's that you buy your drink and you pay an extra 50 cents, and you can throw your glass into the fireplace when you make a toast or boast or whatever. And if you put your glass back on the counter, they'll give you 50 cents back. Um, and we had to make sure, we did ask people to make sure the glasses were empty. They were plastic glasses, and we had a noisemaker for the breaking. But we did have trash cans inside the the fireplace with it looking like flames, and made that happen. But I have talked to my friends and see if they're willing to bring it back out. That fireplace might be in a social area at LostCon for people to just relax and socialize in at the convention, um, of one of the various con spaces.
Excuse
So
me.
my fangirling, to say that my fangirling kind of happens away from him. And I think I managed to get a picture of Peter S. Beagle last year, and and that was of him. I do hope to get a picture with Spider Robinson this year, but we will see. I
Um,
try. I live in Los Angeles, so the various time you see people, I try to let them live their life. But at the con, they're actually there to be the people. So they're public persona.
mhm. Um, Now let's talk a little bit about the. I mean, you've been a fan of science fiction and fantasy for a while. Tell me your thoughts on the current state of the science fiction fantasy community. It's changed a lot in the last 20 years.
Oh yeah, definitely. As I've told people, um, and I'm looking forward to new voices coming to LostCon because it has become so diverse. Um, we do have some when you realize that LostCon or Lostfest was created in 1934 and LostCon was created in 1974. There's been a lot of change since then, and in some cases we've stayed somewhat the same over those years. And I hope that I've influenced bringing the best of that, being small and intimate and community building, and letting go of some of the stereotypes and the tropes. And we don't put up with um, inappropriate behavior at our con. We try to keep an eye on that. I mean, people are people, but we do have ways to maintain that in a healthy manner. And the number of voices, the number of people who enjoy the convention, and our convention, like I say, is if you like hardcore science fiction geek, and your partner might not be, I'm guessing that between the art show and the Regency dancing and the ice cream social and some interesting panels, they will probably have as good a time as you have. So it kind of makes sure that everybody has something to enjoy.
Now, when this podcast first started, it was called Geek Out with Angie Fiedler Sutton. I changed the name because no one could spell Fiedler. But I would always ask, what are you currently geeking out about? So, what are you watching, currently listening, watching, reading that you're just telling everybody about?
Well, I'm actually revisiting some of Spider's stuff. Um, I found a book of short stories, which I think was one of his more recent things. I do a lot of social justice stuff, so a lot of my reading right now has been more on the lines of learning new things about American history I wasn't taught in school,
Hmm.
and which kind of goes along with the speculative fiction uh, that is very common in our communities as well. Um, I've been also, I just got Nikita's Okafor's new,
Yep,
I think I
Core.
said the right one, or maybe Adamy Okami. I should have grabbed that book because we go leaving cards at used bookstores and new bookstores, wherever they'll let us leave cards for the convention, which means I shop, twist my arm, make me go shop at various bookstores. And so, Children of Blood and Bone was the first one. I think that's Adamy Okami. And I just got the second one. So that's on my to be read pile. So
What about it draws you? Why that?
um, that's so in doing some social justice work and understanding diverse voices, you can read all kinds of nonfiction about that. Um, but when you read fiction by diverse communities and diverse voices, whether that is in Black or Hispanic or LGBTQ communities, you get a window into the world in a different way than just reading about them. And so I've recently, the owner of Huck and Puck Books, that Stephen, is written a book that was written in from a Hispanic LGBT voice. And it was about a first year in college. And I didn't go to college, I went in the military. So that was a whole different perspective to read about. And so the book Children of Blood and Bone was a fictional story in a fictional world, but it had themes that really are relatable to social justice issues. And it's sometimes it's more palatable, right? You can understand things when you read it set in this fake world, but then you look at it and you go, oh wow, I see how that matches over here. And so um, one of my other reading habits is Regency romances. And I would never know about the Napoleonic Wars or the veterans issues that are not that much different than veterans issues today. They had homeless issues and trouble finding jobs when they came back from the Napoleonic Wars, and the wounded and the injuries and needing to support that in the 1840s or 1830s, just like we have in the 2020s. Some problems don't go away, and so you sometimes I learn things best in reading well written fiction.
Um, Now we're getting close to the end of time. Yay, I've been able to maintain focus through this entire thing.
At
Um,
hour
yeah,
10, I think it's hour 10.
exactly. Um, is there something that you thought I was going to ask, but I didn't, or that you wanted to talk about, but we haven't?
I think you've covered most of the things. We kind of glossed over the, and I don't know if anybody will be interested, but that the Southern California Divination Convention will happen in Costa Mesa at the end of August,
Hmm.
August 24th, and you should be able to Google that. I'll get you some links for some of those things if you don't find them. Um, but and the Green Man just relocated from North Hollywood to Burbank on Hollywood Way, next to the Dark Delicacies bookstore.
Ooh,
So
I know where that
it's
is.
a 2 for 1 if you go visit.
It's on my list. I know that because I've been wanting to go up there. It's just Burbank's since I'm downtown.
Right.
So, how can people, if people want to learn more about you or find out more about you, how can they, or get a hold of you? How can they find you?
So I'm on Instagram and Facebook as Crystal Rains. There is another Crystal Rains. She happens to be a adult film star. That is not me. Um, uh, I haven't seen anything from them in a while, but and then you can find me. I'm the fingers between behind Lost Con's Instagram and Facebook. In Lost Con also has a Twitter, but it's kind of more pushed there than actually curated. And I have my ancestral trauma healing has a Facebook page and a website. I have a if you find me, you find my link tree. It has a lot of the different ways to find me and the interests I have. But I'm pretty open about because I've been doing social media marketing for a metaphysical store for uh, almost 15 years. I'm pretty open about things and
And then
easily
LostCon is
gratified.
lostcon.org, right?
Lostcon.org. Yeah.
Awesome. Now, as regular listeners know, at the end of every podcast, I have a series of questions that are silly or unimportant in nature, but I still feel gives the audience some insight in your personality. The goal is to have fun, answer without really thinking about it as quickly as you can. I call it the lightning round. Are you ready?
Sure.
Okay, I've randomized the questions. What is your favorite time of day?
Lately, it's been about 10 in the morning. If I don't have to wake up before 8, I'm about going at that time.
Pirates or ninjas?
Pirates. I used to manage a pirate store, and I have a pirate tattoo on my leg.
What's your favorite smell?
I like jasmine. I love my California native garden. So the both white sage and Cleveland sage are pretty strong in my garden.
What's your favorite superstition or conspiracy theory? You don't have to believe in it.
Um, Area 51 is fun. partly because I've known people who have worked there and they still don't tell you anything. On that last one, I there was the thing about the moon landing being faked, and anybody who's ever been on a committee knows that there's no way you could keep that kind of secret. That's just the front of it.
Favorite color?
Red, although
Favorite
most
me
people think it's purple.
favorite meal?
Favorite meal?
Mhm.
My comfort food is macaroni and cheese and hot dogs.
Geek or nerd?
Probably more of a geek, although I've done nerdy jobs too. But the geek, I'm in the geeky community.
Favorite or lucky number?
7.
When getting dressed, do you button then zip or zip then button?
Button first, otherwise the zipper doesn't make it up. But I try not to wear anything that has that these days.
What's your go-to song to sing in the shower?
I don't much sing, so I don't really have one of those.
Favorite drink? It can be alcoholic or non.
I love lemonade,
What's your
homemade
comfort
especially.
what's your comfort movie?
Because I don't watch movies much anymore. I'm just going to mention that I just saw Inside Out 2. And those two movies are certainly close, but I'm not going to say Inside Out 2 was comforting. It was realistic.
If you were a superhero or villain, what power would you want?
Yeah. I think if I was a villain, it'd be really nice to be able to shut people up.
Who's your favorite Bond, Doctor, or Batman? You can pick one, all, or just, whoever which one you want.
Um, Bond and Sean Connery, probably. Although the newest guy, Daniel, he's pretty fun to watch. It's of all the things you asked. Bond movies are something my partner likes, so I always make sure we don't get to many movies, but we always get to the new Bond movie.
What's your favorite curse word?
Shit,
Thoughts on pineapple on pizza?
love it. It reminds me of my dad.
There's a meme that you know you're in a proper adult when you have a favorite stovetop burner. So what's your favorite stovetop burner? Upper left, upper right, lower right.
The lower left, because it's most of the time the only one you can access. I've got my pots and pans on the rest of them.
Would you rather see Captain Kirk become a Jedi or see Luke Skywalker become Captain of the Enterprise?
So I'm going to lose some geek cred and tell you that I've hated Star Wars since 1977. And Captain Picard is my favorite captain. So I'll just keep him there.
And then finally, who would you want to play you in the movie of your life?
I don't know if the age is appropriate, but I love Demi Moore. I just saw a picture of her with Cher, and she's looking quite nice these days.
Awesome. And that's a wrap for this episode. Thanks to Crystal Rains for being interviewed. As always, any websites mentioned are in the show notes for this episode on my website. Yay!
Yay!
Did you enjoy yourself?
I did. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Once this is edited for an actual proper podcast, I will send you a link to it so you can share it on to your friends, family, and social media entries.
All right.
Thank you very much and for participating.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Afternoon, evening. I know you've just got a
One
couple
more.
more hours to make it.
One more.
One more. All right.
Thanks.
Have a good evening.
You
Bye-bye.
too. Angel is experiencing connectivity issues. Ask them to refresh and re-enter the studio. Again, I have Wilson Phillips stuck in my head. Mark. Hold on one more day. Excuse me. One day more. Now, I know we had connectivity issues last time, so we may have to figure something else out. Oh, poop. Now, someone named Kate Cats liked a bunch of my Instagram photos. For those who are still in the audience, you can always donate by going to angiefsutton.com/TLD. There's a donate button on that page. There's also a link in the chat, both in the Riverside chat as well as the YouTube, if it's still going on. I think YouTube is acting up. X. Like Twitter? I wasn't live streaming there. I was live streaming on Facebook. I know that one's down. Yay. We may have to go without Angel. Saying you're experiencing connectivity issues again. Do you want to try one more time? Or if you can hear me, DM me on Facebook. I think we may have to just do without. Do you want to be interviewed, Kate? I'll give you two. Actually, can you grab me my Yeti mic?
Speaking into this thing?
Yes.
That looks like a microphone?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. I'm glad.
Angel is having technical difficulties, so I'm going to do. We're going to have a talk with my wife, Kate,
Hello.
while we wait to see if she can fix it. Let me do my setup.
In case anyone's curious, I'm a little anxious.
That's Anxiety Monster.
Yeah.
Where did you get the Anxiety Monster?
I got this from an amazing artist named Siobhan. She writes books about anxiety
for kids.
For kids and adults who, think along the same lines as kids. or anyone for that age. And this is Annie, the anxiety monster.
Okay.
She doesn't say a lot, but she's always there. And she's happy to see you.
3, 2, 1. Welcome, everyone, to Contents May Vary. I'm Angie Fiedler-Sutton, talking to geeky people about geeky things. I'm a proud fangirl geek with pieces published in Stage Directions, Den of Geek, The Mary Sue, and I'm a regular freelancer for the Geek Area. Today's episode is Kate Sutton. Kate is just a small town girl having big city adventures with her best friend and cats by her side. She's a fangirl with a plethora of passions, including gaming, good friends, and groovy adventures. She's an employee at the Los Angeles LGBT Center, hoping to serve the community to stay strong and proud. She is also my wife. Want to say hi?
Hello. I'm Marini.
It's been a long day.
It's been an extremely long day, but it's been a worthwhile day because we've been doing work today towards Alzheimer's research. So it's never too late to donate. So if you go to the link that is right over here, or is it over here? I think it's over here. So you'll find the link, you'll click on it, and you'll make a donation. Every little bit helps. So donate, please. It is a worthwhile thing. It's one of the, in case you haven't heard in a while, Alzheimer's affects 1 in 3 people throughout the United States with some form of Alzheimer's or dementia as they grow older. And more research is needed to find a cure and ways to make it better. So that's why we're all doing our little part. So be sure to click the link, donate, read more information about it. And now, back to our feature presentation.
Well, since you are my wife, tell me the story of how we met.
How we met. Okay, long time ago in a far off land called Six Flags over Mid-America. It's a place full of magic and rides and all sorts of great shows. Yes. Now, one of those shows that I was working out as a house manager was called Miss Kitty's. Miss Kitty's was a saloon show. And Angie, working down the street as a wide-eyed, innocent little college girl, decided, oh, I like theater. Maybe I could find out something about it and get involved. She came over and met a swarthy, beautiful young lady named Kate. That's me. And I said, hey, how about we go to lunch? Because I'm always looking for a new friend. So we went to lunch together. And shortly afterwards, we've been together now for 31 years.
1994?
94.
So 30 years.
So she hasn't shook me off yet. I'm like a bad cold or a cold sore. I just don't really go away. You could give me a treatment. I'll flare up every now and then, but for the most part, I'm pretty okay.
What about me drew you?
What drew you to me? You had beautiful eyes, your great personality, your smile. You had a badonkadonk that went for days. So no, that's inappropriate.
That is inappropriate.
True. It was like cake, waffle cake. Oh, something popped up on the screen.
You know, I'm trying to make this an actual legitimate podcast.
I know, and you know what?
You're not going to do it.
I am going to do it, but you know.
Ah, yay.
Yeah.
Let's try this again.
Oh, is that Angel? Hey, it's Angel. Hi, Angel.
Hey,
Hello.
finally.
Can't hear her.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're done.
Oh.
You're done with me?
I
Oh, okay.
was interviewing Kate while we were waiting.
I love you.
Oh, awesome. Woohoo. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Can you hear me? Okay.
Oh, yes, I can.
Okay.
I reverted to my phone.
Okay. I apologize in advance. It has been a long day. I'm a little punch drunk. A little.
No apologies required.
But I'm gonna do the best I can. This is gonna be as legitimate of an interview as I possibly can.
Hit me.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Welcome everyone to Contents May Vary. I'm Angie Fiedler-Sutton, talking to geeky people about geeky things. I'm a proud fangirl geek with pieces published in Stage Directions, Den of Geek, The Mary Sue, and I'm a regular freelancer for the Geek Area. Today's guest is Angelique Jerd. Author and media analyst Angelique is from New Zealand and has published more than 20 contemporary gay romance novels to date. Her field of media study is queer characterization and representation in popular culture, and she has a particular interest in the supernatural universe and the character Dean Winchester. We met on a fan studies site several years ago now, and have been friends ever since. Welcome to Contents May Vary.
Oh, thank you for inviting me.
Let's talk first about fan studies. For those who may not be
Yes.
familiar, kind of what is fan studies? What does that mean?
Well, it's quite a varied field. For me, I study the way fans read characters in TV shows and in particular, and movies and books. Do they read them the way the writers intended them to be read? Do they read them the way the actors intended them to be read? Or do they put their own spin on it? And why? And why is it important? But it also looks at why fans write fan fiction and create fan media. It studies how fandom influences wider society, and what it means about society too. I find it fascinating.
What I was going to say, why do you find it fascinating? What about it fascinates you?
I think particularly in the area I'm in, looking at the way fans interpret or read characters, I find it fascinating that viewers or readers or audience refuse to be dictated to by the confines of the writing. So if we look at Dean Winchester, for example, and I'm always happy to look at Dean Winchester, he was presented as a very hip, very macho, very cocky hunter. And pretty much from day one, the fans went, nope. And consistently went, nope. All the way through, despite a lot of attempts on the part of writers and the part of the actor Eccles to change that. But it's the way fans do it and the reasons they do it that interest me. So for a lot of fans, it's identification. They identify with that character for some reason, and they see themselves in them, and they see the possibility of a further identification if they were just that little bit different to the way they're being presented. And, sometimes, a lot of times, the fans are right. And I happen to believe in the case of Dean Winchester, they were absolutely right. That boy is so bi, it is painful.
Speaking of Dean Winchester, tell me how you fell in love with Supernatural.
Oh, yes. Well, the meme that says, I was an ordinary girl until this sexy son of a bitch walked across the screen and said, Dad's on a hunting trip. My then 15-year-old daughter said, Mum, come watch this show with me. I said, no, I've got work to do. She said, I've already poured the wine. So I said, oh, okay. And it was the first episode. The show at that point was coming up to its 7th season. So I was a real late starter. Jared Padalecki walked across the screen and I went, oh, yeah, he's cute. I can see why kids would like him. And then Ackles appeared and did the Dad's on a Hunting Trip. When they showed him in full light the first time, I went, who the beep is that? And my very smart ass daughter said, oh, Mum, you are so predictable. And it's been a deep and abiding love ever since.
So you are doing academic studies on Dean Winchester. Talk a little bit about what that entails and how that came about.
So I wasn't supposed to do academic studies on Dean Winchester or Jensen Ackles or anything even remotely connected to fandom. But that guy walked across my TV screen and said, Dad's on a hunting trip, and my life went out the window. Overnight, I changed my major. I was doing a degree at university, and I then went on to decide I would do a master's in fan studies because I was really interested in the way fans insisted that Dean is queer and how that influenced the show. Because as time went on, they became more and more open to the idea that he was bi, even if they weren't super in your face about it. There were hints given in the show itself. It became sort of unspoken canon. And then how that influences, a lot of the writers in romance got their start in fan fiction, and an awful lot of them got their start in supernatural fan fiction. And we see Dean Winchester pop up in a lot of contemporary, particularly queer romance. That swaggery, cocky, not that there haven't been those characters before, but there is something about Dean that makes him recognizable within these stories. Some stories, he is actually called Dean, so that helps. Other stories, he's just, the guy is 6'3". He's got blonde hair and green eyes, and he's got
green.
fan fiction green eyes. Oh, absolutely. And I will put my hand up and say that yes, I have a series that does in fact have a Dean Winchester. Yeah. And his husband, I'm gonna out myself now, is a Sam Winchester. So no prizes for guessing which ship is mine in the show.
Well, speaking of your writing, kind of talk about how that came about and your writing romances. What kind of inspired that?
Well, you got me into fan fiction. And I had been reading some Wincest fan fiction and some J2 AU fan fiction, so Jensen and Jared. And I was given an assignment at university to write a 3,000-word short story. And as you know, I am the queen of putting these things off until the last minute. And the night before was racing around going, I don't know what to write. I don't know what to write. And I had an idea for a couple who were going to have a baby or wanted to have a baby and couldn't. So a sister-in-law offered to be a surrogate, and I couldn't figure out why they couldn't have the baby. And I was flicking through a piece of fanfic going, oh, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? What am I going to do? I'm going to procrastinate a bit more. What if they were two men? That's why they can't have a baby. So I raced off and wrote the story, got an A for it. And that story went on to become the San Capistrano series, which is probably my bestseller. It's about to come to an end, and yes, it does. That's the series with Dean and Sam in disguise.
Now, fan studies is still relatively new in terms of studies. I know, I mean, like within the last century, and I know especially in New Zealand, it's not well known. You've had some pushback yourself. Talk a little bit about that if you don't mind.
So to my knowledge, there is in the sort of field that I'm in, there's two of us in New Zealand. So one woman got her master's a few years ago. She did her thesis on One Direction, the One Direction fandom. I'm doing mine on the supernatural fandom. And as far as I'm aware, at this point, we're the only ones in the country to be touching fan studies. There has been pushback. You get a lot, or I have had a lot of pushback from particularly men within academia who see it as, oh, silly women getting excited about cute guys on TV or cute guys on a stage or whatever. You get a lot of pushback about, oh, so they're going to some convention and dressing up like, fill in the gap. New Zealand is a rugby nation, so pretty much from the first day of winter to the first day of summer, half the nation is dressed in All Blacks gear with face paint and mascots and everything. And somehow that's okay. But me rocking along to a convention to get an autograph from Jensen Ackles is somehow weird. So I did have a one lecturer who actually didn't think that my thesis merited looking at and didn't want me to be allowed to do it, asked that I choose a different one. He happily was overridden by other members of the faculty and I got to do it. I think part of it is just that it is so new. Part of it, sadly, is the whole misogyny within academia. It doesn't really matter what women do within media studies. We're going to hit that. The women who are specializing in gaming get it even worse because, hey, girls aren't meant to do this. It's like, come on, guys, get over yourselves. Yeah, good luck with that. I think it's starting really, really slowly to change, but it is really slow. It doesn't help that we don't have many, the biggest name really in fan studies is, of course, a man. So I think until we get some more generalized big name women within the field, most of the women tend to specialize, and that's probably not helping our case in terms of recognition.
Now, your background's in journalism. How does one go from journalism to, writing about Dean Winchester and male romance?
2 words, Dean Winchester. That was essentially it. I had gone back to university. I had a degree in languages. I have a degree in languages, and had become a journalist without a degree in English or journalism or communications. And that meant, I don't know what that would mean in the United States, but in New Zealand, it meant that I was being paid roughly 20,000 less than my male counterparts. I had worked up to being a newspaper editor. I had 5 newspapers in my stable, and I was paid significantly less than my male counterpart who had 1 newspaper. He had a huge, big muscle car, company car. I had a little shopping basket company car. Now, I didn't mind that, but it was the principle that bugged me. So I went back to university to get a degree in English literature and media to earn more money in my job. And then in my final year, along came Dean Winchester and messed my life up in such a fabulous way, because I was a financial and business journalist, and this is so much more interesting and so much more fun. I would far rather meet the people I've met in this arena and write about the people I get to write about in this arena than any of the interviews I ever did as a journo.
Now, I know the answer to this, but for the audience's sake, if you got a chance to meet Jensen, would you tell him about your thesis?
Oh, yes. My goal is to print a copy, print 2 copies, get to a con and say, look, I need you to sign this copy for me because it's about you. But this copy is yours. I do not expect you to read it, but I would like you to have it. I really hope he doesn't read it. But I would love for him to know that, he was the driving force behind me getting my master's. Yeah.
Back to your romance writing. I don't want to say where did where. Tell me the story. That's what it was. Tell me the story of when you realized this was something you could do for a living versus quote unquote a hobby.
The Beach House, the first part of the first 3 books, in fact, of the Sandcap series were originally written as a single book and got picked up by a small indie publisher. And my plan was that would go ahead and get published, and I would go on and work in academia, and that would be a fun little hobby on the side. I then wrote a second book, Jessie's Smile, and I offered it to the same publisher and they didn't want it. A friend said, why don't you try publishing it yourself as an indie? And I hummed and hawed for a while, and then I thought, oh, well, I've got nothing to lose. I will throw it up on Amazon. My sister Fiona's pretty good for a copy, maybe 2, and I can at least say I've sold a book. I was astounded that it sold really well, and it was nominated for some reader awards that it did not win, but it did get the nominations. And it is a reader favorite. And I thought, I wonder if I can do that again. So I wrote the Mason Jar and had a similar response. So I contacted the publishing company that had what was called the Beach House at the time and said, I'd like my book back, please. And I split it into 3 books and threw it up to see what would happen. And now the series is coming to a close on book 9 because I've decided that 9 books is quite enough.
What about male romance draws you? Why that versus any other genre?
I get asked that a lot because people think that I should either write hit romance because they assume I'm straight, and when they learn that I'm pan, they think, well, why don't you write MFM or FMF or FF romance? And the answer is I don't know. I like writing about men. When I write about women, I tend to write very dark stories that explore some of the darker parts of trauma and things that women go through. When I write about men, I find that a lot more freeing and a lot more. I'm able to access more of ironically, the romance and the happy stuff and the. I also get to. I don't think anybody ever wants to admit this, but there is some objectification when you write romance. It doesn't matter what kind of romance you're writing, whether it's hit, FF, any combination thereof. There is some objectification because it's a romance. You're going to have a handsome hero or 2 handsome heroes and a gorgeous heroine or 2 gorgeous heroines. And there's going to be spicy times, and, the spicy times even the not so perfect times are going to be better than reality because that's what romance is. It's the whole happy ever after thing. So it's kind of nice to do that with 2 guys, to give them a happy ever after that we don't always see in society. There is a sadly, I think in some parts of the world, certainly in New Zealand, it's much easier for gay women to walk around publicly holding hands and being affectionate. It's not so easy for men. And, when you write gay romance, whether it's FF or MM, you get to write a world where there isn't so much homophobia. You can even write it where there is none if you want to. And I think that's sometimes a good thing. It's, yes, it's fantasy, and yes, it's not very true to life. But hey, isn't the point of writing fiction to rewrite the world the way it ought to be? At least sometimes. And so I kind of like that. I like being able to rewrite the world for some of the men I know who don't get to have it the fun way or the nice way, or even the kind way.
Now, you touched on this very, very briefly, but there's an ongoing issue, not issue, what's the word? Problem where people bring up, women writing men, and how it should be, person for, things. Controversy, that's the word I'm looking for. Controversy. And it seems to come around every 6 months or so.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about that and kind of your thoughts on it.
So there is a certain pushback about women writing about queer men. There does not seem to be the same pushback about men writing queer women or men writing women in general. And we all know, and with, apologies to all the good guys out there, before anybody starts throwing hashtags around, we all know that a lot of men don't write women that well.
Yeah.
And yes, there are women who don't write men that well. But overwhelmingly in MM romance, most of them do a reasonable job. That we might not always get some things right, but we try. And we certainly don't resort to the purple prose that tends to get trotted out by men when they're trying to write a female orgasm, for example.
Yes.
And there's some fabulous examples out there. I don't understand why people get so upset about that on that particular level. I do understand, and I do believe there is a case for only voices. Certainly, there are certain stories that I wouldn't write as a woman, even as a queer woman. I would not write, for example, a young man coming to terms with his sexuality and coming out, because I don't understand what that is like. I know what it was like for me as a woman, but it's not the same thing. And I wouldn't try to presume to understand every nuance of male queerdom. And I think that Only Voices absolutely has a place there. I don't pretend to be an Only Voices writer, despite being queer. If I ever decide to write a pan woman story, I will absolutely slap that title all over it. I will claim that. Until then, I'm not. I honestly think, again, it's rooted in misogyny. Leaving the Only Voices side, accepting that has its absolute place and it should come before our work, absolutely. But when it comes to general romance, It is totally rooted in misogyny, I believe. Even within queer circles, it's rampant. You know, we don't want the women there. I was at an event earlier this year. I had a table with my books, and this very flamboyant young gay man who was young enough to be my son flounced past. And no, I'm not being terribly respectful, but he was, you know, he had a harem of young ladies in tow, and he cast a glancing eye over my books, turned to these young women and said, "Oh, another straight chick trying to make money off us." And I thought, yeah, there is the issue. It's the whole them and us idea that exists between men and women that is male driven more often than not, unfortunately. I think the only way we can combat it is to keep writing and to keep respecting our frameworks and our borders, and respecting that Only Voices is a more important voice than our voice, but without silencing our voice.
What would you say is the difference between romance and erotica?
Erotica doesn't need to have a romantic storyline. So a lot of the dark romances out there are often very heavy on erotica. Romantica, if you like, where it's equal romantic storyline. And erotica is driven by the sex a lot of the time, which is not to say that it's not great writing and it's not a great story and it's not worth reading. It absolutely is. I love good erotica. Romance is driven by the love. I don't think one is better than the other. I think they have equal footing. I have not terribly erotic in my novels. It's there, but I don't think anybody's ever going to mistake me for an erotica
I was going to say, your stuff is fairly tame, like PG, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I've read a couple of your books, so I can.
Yeah.
But
yeah. It made me laugh recently. My my youngest son got married recently, and he told his fiance that, "Oh, my mother writes smut." And when Leona told me that, I said, "I don't write smut. First of all, it's called erotica, and it's not smut. But second of all, trust me when I say I don't. I am way, way too tame to be considered an erotica writer. I have written some erotica. I just don't feel a need to write it at the moment. I'd probably make more money if I did."
Now, with male romance, I mean, I'm a slash writer and reader myself. How do you get around the pronoun problem? The fact that you have two he's and when you're talking between the two.
That drove me mad to start with, because I always wrote in third person. And I admit that in my books there is a lot of Ben says, Ben moves, where we would normally use he if it was a hetero man. I am a lot more relaxed about it now. If I am more confident that my reader knows that, hey, I just said Alex was sitting on the bed and Ben was cleaning his teeth, that if I say he puts the toothbrush back, they're going to know it's Ben. I don't have to say Ben puts the toothbrush back. But the way I get around it is the way most of us in the community get around it, and that is using first person and dual point of view. So we kind of get rid of it by reducing it to one he per point of view. It's a tricky one, and it used to drive me mad in the first few books because it gets really clunky using their names.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's
but
better
when
than
you get
the tall one or the short one.
I think it might have been the second the second Sandcat book, I used the he turns toward the younger man technique.
Mm-hmm.
And I still do use that a little bit. Ben and Alex have children, and sometimes one of the girls will give their younger father or their taller father or the whichever. But I don't use it as much as I did in that one book where he referred to it often as the younger man or the taller man. And I had one reader who was a big Sandcap fan sent me an email, and she said, I love your writing and I love your books, but I never want to see the phrase the younger man ever again. So that cured me of that one.
Now,
Writers out there, don't do it.
now, tell me of a time when one of your characters took over a story.
Oh, that would be every time. Every time. They are unruly and disobedient and never do a damn thing I want them to do. Probably the most the one that really does stand out, because I had never planned to write it. I had no intention of including it, is in fact Sandcap. So knowing what you know about Ben and Alex. So in book 5 or 6, I can't remember which, I only wrote them, Ben admits that he has in his past tried on lacy lingerie. And I was typing it thinking, oh, really? Did you? Where did that come from? Then they go on a weekend to San Francisco and they have a night in the hotel. And there is lingerie involved. And I spent the entire scene going, really? Really? Huh. Okay. And that was totally Ben. Ben decided he was having those knickers, and that was that. The other one would have been Pet Me, probably. I was looking up toys for Ben because, clearly Ben has tastes. And I found a tail plug and it was rainbow colored. And the next thing I knew, I had an entire book about a young man who was into unicorn play. And I have no clue where he came from. He just, and I do mean this, he galloped in and he took over my life for about 3 months while I wrote it. And I spent that entire book going, oh, okay. Really? I always laugh when I say this, I took dictation. Heavy on the first syllable.
Now, we've gone into the why you do it. Let's talk a little bit about the how. Do you have a regular writing schedule or just kind of when you can make time?
So at the moment, it's kind of when I can make time. My mum is currently in the last few weeks of frontal lobe dementia. So I am very focused on her at the moment, and I have been for the last year. So it's been very much when I can get to my keyboard, which means I have missed deadlines like you wouldn't believe. Normally, though, I write every day, including Christmas and birthday and Sundays and whatever. I tend to write. I don't have a set word count or a set time that I write. I just write. And some days I will spend 2 hours at my keyboard and come up with 250 words and walk away in disgust. And some days, and I did this with Naughty and Nice, the first of the Edelweiss Grove books, I sat down and wrote 15,000 words in one day. I did not write for 2 days after that because I could barely move my arms. Please, people, don't do that. You don't realize the muscles you have in your arms until you've done a sprint like that. So I try and write every day, and I try to get at least 250 words. My goal is usually 2,500. My ideal is 5,000. My life doesn't really allow 5,000 at the moment, but if I can get to 2,500, I call that a good day. If I can get to 5,000, I get to have wine.
When writing a series, how much of the summary do you typically include? So if to try and get new readers, quote unquote.
So in Sandcap, I don't at all, because it's a same couple series all the way through. So I when I do the blurb on Amazon, for example, I always say, Ben and Alex are facing this, this story is book X in an ongoing couple series. It can be read as a standalone, but you will get a better experience if you read the whole thing consecutively. Edelweiss Grove is a little bit different. It's different couples each book. But in that one, I do have, I don't have a summary. I have a cast of characters that grows with each book. And in reading the cast of characters, you kind of get an idea of what has been happening. That one, though, I do again say, hey, you'll get a better experience if you go back to the beginning and read them in order, only because of the relationship between Rorik and Bowden from the first book. But it absolutely doesn't matter at all. In terms of continuity, it makes no difference if you read them out of order. The Toy Shop series won't need to be read in order. They are all in the same universe, like Edelweiss Grove. They are different couples. They all know one another. They're all friends, but it won't matter which order you read them in. Obviously, there might be a few spoilers in some, but nothing that will destroy the reading. But that one will need a little bit of a preface in the consecutive books so that people understand what the toy shop setting is. And I do have one that I am planning, which is a cowboy series that is also going to need a bit of a preface to get people to go and pick up the other books and take a look at them, hopefully.
Now, for my writer's block adjacent question, I always like to ask writers, what do you do to kind of, I mean, yes, it's a job, but it's also art. There's plenty of, you could have kept staying a journalist. What do you do to kind of keep it fresh, keep it, keep yourself from getting burnt out?
I read a lot. Because you can't read, you can't write if you don't read. I watch a lot more TV than I used to. I used to I would read rather than watch TV, or I would watch movies. But I like to watch with an analytical eye so I can see how stories unfold. And recently I do a lot of art and craft. So I crochet and I knit and stuff. And I've recently taken up doing Zentangles. And often as I'm doing Zentangles, where there are no rules and there are no mistakes, you just get a square of card and you make pretty patterns on it with pigment ink. Often I'm finding I'm getting plot bunnies and characters and my guys are talking to me while I'm tangling. So that is proving to be a really good tool.
Now, I know you have a bad habit of procrastination just from being your friend. What is your most used procrastination technique?
Oh, probably Zen tangling. Craft, art and craft. Like lots of neurospicy people out there, I will hyperfixate on something. So, there is no way I can write right now. I have to finish crocheting this Afghan. The fact that I need to finish the book or I'm not going to get paid to be able to do more craft is immaterial. Cats and dogs also tend to be a great procrastination tool, I've discovered. I have to walk the dogs.
Now, you're also a big fan of Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, yes.
How did that come about?
So when I was 12, we lived on a farm that was a long way from anybody else. We did not have a television. I read a lot and I listened to the radio. And one particular weekend, it was particularly bad weather. And I was in my room. I read Stephen King's The Shining. It was the first time I'd read Stephen King while listening to the radio. And on the radio we used to get live on our little radio station, Casey Kasem's Coast to Coast Top 40. And this particular day, he said, this is the new song from Bruce Springsteen. I had no clue who Bruce Springsteen was. I was a 12-year-old in the middle of rural New Zealand. And Sherry Darlin came on and I put my book down and sat up and went, who is that? And by the time they had released Hungry Heart and Fade Away, I was hooked. And from that day on, I knew that what I wanted to do was what those two men did that day for me. I wanted to paint pictures in people's head using words. And they have been my two favorite writers ever since.
If you had to pick between Dean Winchester and Bruce Springsteen, who would win?
Oh, rude. Okay, well, Dean does have youth on his side. We are in Grandpa Bruce era. Not that I can talk. 3 years off 60. That's a tough one. Youth is probably going to win because I can always play Bruce on the radio at the same time. Because I'm sorry, I refuse to believe that Dean Winchester is not a Bruce fan. I'm convinced of it. So I wouldn't be giving up Bruce. Awesome. I'd be getting both.
Okay. What kind of advice would you give someone who wanted to get into writing?
Run. I would give the old boring advice, first of all, of, read everything you can read, or every genre you can read. As you know, I am not a big Shakespeare or classics fan, but I still read them under protest, but I read them. So read as much as you can because it's good for your writing. Read your genre because it's good for your writing. Don't discount being an indie. Absolutely don't discount it. I think far too many do, and I was no different. And I wish somebody had suggested to me earlier that it was a valid path to take. It is hard work, but it's really good and it's really satisfying. and it equips you with a lot of skills that you can use elsewhere. So if you can't do this as a day job, you can use those skills in other things. Be prepared for it to be really hard work, really, really hard work. I have worked longer hours as a writer, as an indie fiction writer, than I have ever worked in my life. So be prepared for it to be hard work, but incredibly satisfying. And if you do the hard work, you will get the results. There is an audience out there for everything. There really is.
What's your favorite part of writing?
My favorite part, and this sounds really, so there's two things. One is I love discovering my characters. I love it when they talk to me, and if they make me laugh or they make me cry, or they make me scream at the screen, which happens a lot. I really love that. I love the feeling that they're real. They're a part of my world. I love the moment when readers make them come to life. So no character is going to truly come to life until somebody reads them. And that moment, to me, that's magic. That's when writers get to do magic. And so even if somebody reads them and they don't like the story, they still gave them the last breath of air that was needed. And to know that I wrote something that somebody was able to visualize and see and maybe cry over, that's the best part. That's the bit I love.
Now the sad problem. What's your least favorite?
Oh, my least favorite? Well, I'm a procrastinator. Actually having to sit my backside down in the chair and write. My least favorite is probably not in the writing part at all. It is, I hate marketing. I hate social media marketing. I hate traditional marketing. I hate marketing. All of that adjacent stuff, accounting. I always say I write because I love to write. I publish to make money. And that part is the part that is the least enjoyable. People think, oh yeah, but that's where you cash the check. No, it's still no fun. It's just painful.
Now, you have a Facebook group, Cocktails and
Denim.
Denim.
Yep.
Why dudes in denim?
Well, I like my guys in denim and lace, and I like my girls in leather and lace. I am also extremely fond of cocktails. So cocktails and denim seemed like a really good idea. I missed an incredible opportunity by creating a pun in cocktails and spelling it TALES. Somebody has since been smart enough to do that. So I'm kind of late off the mark there. But yeah, I wanted to combine two things that I love a lot. And often my guys are wearing a lot of denim. I have a couple of corporate characters like Ben who wear suits, but most of them are in jeans and denim shirts. And there is always a cocktail at some point. Someone is going to be drinking a cocktail. Usually because at that point the writer is drinking one, so it gets written into the story.
Now, unfortunately, we're getting close to the end of our interview. I could probably talk to you for another couple hours just on fan studies and writing. But is there something that you thought I was going to ask but didn't, or that you wanted to talk about but we haven't?
I thought we might discuss Martin Sheen or Martin Freeman because we do have a shared.
Michael Sheen, thank you very much.
Sorry, Michael Sheen. It's been a bit of a day so far. So I'm a bit surprised about that, and I think maybe I expected you to ask me a little bit about New Zealand media, since we have got a few names out there at the moment. You know, we've got Tony Starr and Keith Urban in The Boys. There's Our Flag Means Death, which I'm actually going to watch, even though that person is in it who drives me insane. You know, Taika Waititi. So I'm always a little surprised. Yeah. Well, Lord of the Rings is kind of ubiquitous these days. But yes, I guess I was a bit surprised that you didn't ask about that.
Now, for people who want to learn more about you or get in contact with you, how can they find you?
They can find me at my website, angeliquejerd.com. I am on all social media with that name, although my Blue Sky is sadly very, I haven't done much with that, if anything. Gosh, can you hear my dogs? I have Cocktails and Denim, as you said, and I do have an author page on Facebook, Angelique Jerd Writer. I'm on Instagram. I'm on TikTok. I'm a bit of a social media. We won't say that. Family show. And you can get in touch with me at angelique@angeliquejerd.com, and I'm happy to answer any questions people have.
And that is ANGELIQUE for those who don't go to my show notes.
Yes, I have a 9-letter first name. It's it is a pain. There's a reason people call me Angel.
And it's not a nom de plume either.
No, I am the male romance writer who didn't think to have a pen name. And it wasn't until about my 4th or 5th book that it even occurred to me that I could have had a pen name. And by then it was too late. So to my children's utter chagrin, oh, Mum, could you not have written under some other name? Funny story about that. My eldest son is a school teacher, and he was in the staff room talking with a colleague, and I don't know how, but they got on to talking about their parents, and he said, my mother writes gay romance, and his colleague said, oh, I love that. What's her name? And he told her, and she went, oh my God, I've read her books. And now he can't look her in the face.
What's that like when, meeting fans?
It is so weird because I am small fry. I really am. And I mean, I make a living at what I do, but I'm no J.K. Rowling. I'm no Stephen King. I'm no Lucy Lennox, who is a big name in MM. But you do get a real kick out of it. It is a lot of fun when somebody rushes up and goes, oh my God, you wrote my favorite book. I kind of turn around and go, who are you talking to me? That is very cool. I will never get used to people saying, can you sign my book? That is always going to be equal parts weird and fun and thrilling. But it's part of the job, I think, which sounds blasé and throwaway and it's not meant to, because it really does it gives you such a kick when someone says, "Oh, but that's my favorite book." And I did have one lady who came up to the stall and went, "Oh, it's you. It's you. Oh my God, it's actually you." And I'm thinking, oh, what have I done? What have I done? And it turned out I had written Jesse's Smile. So
I love that book.
yeah. So it's fun. Weird, but fun.
Now, back when this podcast started, it was called Geek Out with Angie Fiedler Sutton. I've changed it since because no one can spell Fiedler. But what are you currently geeking out about? What are you watching, reading, listening to that you're just telling everybody about?
What am I geeking out about? Well, there is the new Criminal Minds Evolution. So I have been geeking out a little bit about that because I am a big Penelope Garcia fan. I'm sure that comes as no surprise to anybody. And I am also geeking out about what did I watch recently? Oh, I am such a late starter. I watched Fringe. Absolutely loved that right up until maybe the last couple of seasons. But I finally saw the Sherlock Holmes with the female Watson.
Oh, okay.
Elementary, thank you. And I loved it. I thought it was great. A lot like Sherlock, I thought it was made by Watson. Watson steals the thunder in both shows, I believe. Please don't come at me, Cumberbatch fans, because I am a Cumberbatch fan, but I do think Watson, just in both shows, they make the show work.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I would say Elementary. I know I should say The Boys, but he's not currently in it. So,
You heard the rumor that they're trying to get Jared Padalecki into it.
Yes, especially now with Walker gone. I am dying to see season 4 because my daughter tells me that Rob Benedict puts on quite a display. And I kind of feel that as a Supernatural fan, it behooves me to, investigate this.
As I said, I could talk to you for another hour or so, but I have had a long day, so I'm going to wrap up. As regular listeners know, at the end of every podcast, I have a series of questions that are silly or unimportant in nature, but I still feel gives the audience some insight into your personality. The goal is to have fun, answer without really thinking, and answer as quickly as you can. I call it the lightning round. Are you ready?
Yes.
I have randomized the question. Oh, this one's a tough one. Favorite drink?
Oh, whiskey sour.
What's your favorite superstition or conspiracy theory? You don't have to believe in it.
Black cats are bad luck, and I don't believe in it, but it is my favorite.
Who's your favorite Bond, Doctor, or Batman, or all three?
Favorite Bond would be Daniel Craig. Doctor would be what's her name? Jodie Whittaker.
Oh.
And Batman. All of them make. I'm going to be a pain. My favorite Batman is the one it should be. Jensen Ackles.
I was wondering if you were going to say that.
Yeah.
Favorite lucky number?
19.
If you were a superhero or a villain, what power would you want?
Invisibility.
Geek or nerd?
In all honesty, probably nerd more than geek. Because I'm, nerd.
Pirates or ninjas?
Oh, Both?
Now, this one you're going to rant a little bit. Thoughts on pineapple on pizza?
Oh, evil, evil. Pineapple is evil. Pineapple is here to just take over the world, and it's evil. It's evil. It has no place on my pizza. Oh,
Well, getting dressed, do you button and zip or zip and button?
zip then button.
Favorite color?
Orange.
What is your favorite time of day?
Bedtime.
What is your favorite smell?
Oranges.
Would you rather see Captain Kirk become a Jedi or Luke Skywalker become Captain of the Enterprise?
Luke Skywalker is captain of the Enterprise.
What's your comfort movie?
Oh, please, please don't. So it used to be Eat, Pray, Love, and it still is to some extent, but my favorite comfort movie is Denzel Washington's The Equalizer.
Okay. Who would you want to play you in the movie about your life?
Oh, Kirsten Vangsness, of course.
What's your go-to song to sing in the shower?
Me and Bobby McGee.
And then secondary, what's your favorite Bruce Springsteen song?
Land of Hope and Dreams.
There's the meme that you know you're a proper adult when you have a favorite stovetop burner. So what's your favorite stovetop burner? Upper left, lower left, upper right, lower right.
Lower left. I hate that I know that.
Favorite meal?
Okay. Pizza, as long as there is no pineapple near it. Yeah, definitely pizza.
And then finally, probably your favorite of the lightning round questions, favorite curse word?
Oh, the ineffable F word. Yeah. I will drop F bombs at the drop of a hat.
Thanks. And that's a wrap for this episode. Thanks to Angelique Jerd for being interviewed. As always, any websites mentioned are in the show notes for this episode on my website. Yay, you got in, we did it, and I did the whole day. Yay! Thank you very much. And I actually kept, I only blinked once. Yay! That's,
Oh, you, that's awesome.
Kate's
Well
having way too much
done.
fun with our anxiety monster.
I see that. I see that. Yeah.
I didn't think she could, but she did it. She did it. I'm happy.
Now, when this gets edited, whenever that is, obviously I have plenty of choices
Yeah.
as to which the next one is. I will definitely let you know so you can share it with friends and family and social media and whatnot.
Yep.
And we need to do a plug. I don't think I have a plug from you yet. You have?
I don't think so.
Okay, let me double check that I didn't already get one from you way back when. Plugs. Yeah, I do have one. You
Oh.
want to do it again?
A new fresh
No,
one?
if you've got one, that's good.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for
You're very welcome.
participating in the longest day. I know dementia has affected you as well.
Yep.
And I appreciate you joining me today. I also appreciate you rearranging your schedule for me. I put you last because I knew that if I bumbled on you, it wouldn't, and you would be understanding.
Yeah. That's okay. We saw Mum this morning and she was, reasonable. So we're just waiting now.
Okay. Well, keep me
Yeah.
updated and mental hugs.
We love you.
Yeah,
He
thanks.
says we love you.
Love you too.
He says love you too.
Yay.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I am going to wrap things up. And
Yep,
you
I'm going to
can-
go and check on my hungover sister.
Okay, have fun.
Okay, bye.
Anyway, okay, event wrap-up script. Thank you for joining me in the fight against Alzheimer's for the longest day. Through our Contents May Vary podcasting live stream, we are still raising money. You can go to the website, www.angiefsutton.com/TLD, and donate for the care, support, and research efforts of the Alzheimer's Association. We are continually taking donations, so feel free to do so, even if you see this months later. Thank you very much. And stream.